I first met Sophia Leonides in Egypt near the war's end. She held a senior administrative role with the Foreign Office there. Our initial interactions were professional, and I quickly admired the competence that had earned her such a responsible position despite her youth. She was only 22. She was strikingly attractive, with a sharp mind and a wry sense of humor I found completely captivating. We grew to be friends. Sophia was remarkably easy to talk to, and we shared many enjoyable dinners and the occasional dance. I knew all this, yet it wasn't until I received orders to head further east as the European conflict closed that I understood the deeper truth. I was in love with her and wanted to marry her. The realization came to me not as a sudden shock, but as a quiet, long, familiar fact, finally stepping into the light. We were dining at Shepherd's Hotel when it settled over me. I studied her with new intensity, yet saw only what I had somehow always known. I adored everything I saw. The dark, crisp hair swept back from her forehead, the vivid blue eyes, the determined little chin, and the straight nose. Her smartly cut light grey suit and crisp white blouse looked refreshingly, perfectly English, a sight that tugged at my heart after so many years away from home. But even as I thought how utterly English she appeared, a sudden, sly doubt crept in. Could anyone really be that flawlessly English? Isn't the genuine article often less polished than a stage performance? It struck me then that for all our free and easy conversations about ideas, the future and our friend Sophia had never once mentioned her family or her home. She knew all about my life, being an excellent listener, but about hers, I knew nothing. I had simply assumed a conventional background, never noticing she never spoke of it until that very moment. Sophia asked what I was thinking about. You? I answered honestly. I see, she said, and she sounded as if she truly did. We might not see each other for 2 years, I went on. I don't know when I'll get back to England, but the moment I do, the very first thing I'll do is come find you and ask you to marry me. She took this without a flicker of surprise, sitting calmly, smoking, her gaze elsewhere. For a second, I worried she might misunderstand. Listen, I said, I'm absolutely determined not to propose to you now. That wouldn't work anyway. You might refuse, and I'd go off miserable and likely rebound with some perfectly awful woman just to soothe my pride. Or if you said yes, what then? Marry in haste and part immediately. Get engaged and face a long, dreary wait. I couldn't bear you being tied down like that. You might meet someone else and feel obligated out of a misplaced sense of loyalty. We've been living in this frantic, hurry-up wartime atmosphere, watching romances and marriages start and end all around us. I want you to go home free and independent, to look at the new post-war world and decide what you truly want from it. Whatever is between us, Sophia, has to be for keeps. I have no interest in any other kind of marriage. Neither do I, said Sophia. On the other hand, I continued, I think I have a right to let you know how I feel. But without any excessive poetic declarations, she murmured, a faint smile touching her lips. Darling, don't you see, I've been trying not to say I love you. She gently stopped me. I do understand, Charles, and I rather like your peculiar way of doing things, and you can come find me when you return, she said, if you still wish to. I cut in quickly. There's no question about that. There's always a question, Charles. Life has a way of upsetting the most certain plans. For instance, you hardly know anything about me, do you? I don't even know where in England you call home. I live in Swinley Dean. I recognized the name, a well-known London suburb famous for its golf courses, popular with bankers and financiers. Her voice softened, turning almost dreamy. In a little crooked house. I must have shown my surprise, because she smiled and explained, you know, the nursery rhyme, and they all live together in a little crooked house. That's us, though it isn't really so little, and it's certainly crooked, all gables and timber framing. Do you come from a big family? Brothers and sisters? One brother, one sister. Then there's my mother, my father, an uncle, an aunt by marriage, my grandfather, a great-aunt, and a step-grandmother. Good heavens, I said, feeling a bit overwhelmed. She laughed. We don't usually all live under one roof, of course. The war and the bombings sort of pushed us together. But in a way, she paused, thoughtful. Maybe we've always been together in spirit, under my grandfather's watch. He's quite a character, my grandfather. Over 80, barely 5 feet tall, and somehow he makes everyone else seem a little faded by comparison. He sounds fascinating, I said. He is. He's Greek, originally from Smyrna, Aristide Leonides. Her eyes twinkled. And he's incredibly rich. Will anyone still be rich after all this is over? My grandfather will, Sophia stated with confidence. Tax the rich? He'd just outsmart the taxmen, I wonder, she added. If you'll like him. Do you? I asked. Better than anyone in the world, Sophia said. 2 years passed before I made it back to England. They were difficult years. Sophia and I wrote often, not love letters, but the kind exchanged between close friends, full of ideas and observations about daily life. Yet I felt, and I believed she did too, that our connection only grew stronger. I returned on a mild grey September day. The trees were turning gold in the evening light, and a playful breeze stirred the air. From the airfield, I sent Sophia a telegram. Just landed? Dinner tonight? Mario's 9 o'clock? Charles. A few hours later, settled at home, I was scanning the Times when my eye caught a name in the obituaries. Leonides. The first notice read, on September 19th, at 3 Gables, Swinley Dean, Aristide Leonides, beloved husband of Brenda Leonides, in his 85th year, deeply regretted. Right below it was another, Leonides. Suddenly, at his residence, 3 Gables, Swinley Dean, Aristide Leonides, deeply mourned by his loving children and grandchildren. Flowers to St. Eldred's Church, Swinley Dean. The duplication struck me as odd, some clumsy coordination perhaps, but my main concern was Sophia. I sent another telegram right away. Just saw the news about your grandfather, so very sorry. Let me know when I can see you, Charles. Her reply reached me at my father's house by 6 that evening. We'll be at Mario's 9 o'clock. Sophia. The thought of seeing her again tied my stomach in knots. Time dragged unbearably slow. I arrived at the restaurant a full 20 minutes early. Sophia was only 5 minutes late. There's always a strange, unreal quality to reuniting with someone who's been so present in your mind yet absent from your sight. When she finally walked through the swing doors, the moment felt almost dreamlike. She was dressed in black, and for some reason that detail struck me as odd. Plenty of other women were in black that evening, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that her choice was deliberate mourning, and it surprised me that Sophia would be the type to wear black even for a close family member. We had drinks first, then found our table. Our conversation was rapid and a bit frantic, filled with questions about mutual friends from our time in Cairo. It was all very surface level, but it carried us through the initial awkwardness. I offered my condolences for her grandfather's passing, and Sophia replied quietly that it had been very sudden. We fell back into reminiscing, but a growing unease settled over me. This wasn't just the natural stiffness of a reunion. Something was off with Sophia herself. My mind raced. Had she met someone else? Was her feeling for me a mistake? Deep down, I didn't believe that was it, but I couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. We kept up the polite, artificial chatter. Then, as the waiter set down our coffee and withdrew with a bow, the scene snapped into sharp focus. Here we were, Sophia and I, at a small restaurant table just like in the old days. The years apart might as well never have happened. Sophia, I said, and she immediately responded. Charles, I let out a deep breath of relief. Thank goodness that's over, I admitted. What on earth was the matter with us? Probably my fault, she said. I was being stupid. But we're all right now. Yes, we're all right now. We exchanged a smile. Darling, I said, and then asked the question I'd been holding back. How soon can we get married? Her smile vanished. That strange tension was back. I don't know, she said softly. I'm not sure, Charles, that I can ever marry you. But why? I pressed, my mind scrambling. Do you need time? Is there someone else? I cut myself off. No, I'm being a fool. It's none of that. Is it? No, it isn't, she said, shaking her head. She was silent for a moment before speaking in a low voice. It's my grandfather's death. Your grandfather's death? What possible difference could that make? It isn't about money, is it? Surely? It isn't money, she interrupted with a fleeting, almost sad smile. I believe you'd take me in my shift, as the old saying goes, and my grandfather was never one to lose money. Then what is it? I asked, completely baffled. She leaned in slightly, her voice dropping even further. It's just his death. You see, Charles, I don't think he simply died. I think he may have been killed. I stared at her, stunned. That's a fantastic idea. What makes you think that? I didn't just think of it, she explained. The doctor was odd from the start. He refused to sign the death certificate. They're doing a post-mortem. It's clear they suspect foul play. I didn't argue with her conclusion. Sophia was sharp, and her instincts were usually sound. Instead, I asked earnestly. Their suspicions might be wrong, but even if they're right, how does that affect you and me? It could affect us, depending on the circumstances, she said, her tone turning practical, almost sarcastic. You're in the diplomatic service. They're rather particular about wives, and don't launch into all the noble protests you're dying to make. I know you believe them, and in theory I agree. But I'm proud, Charles, devilishly proud. I want our marriage to be a good thing, not some grand, tragic sacrifice for love. And it might still be all right. You mean the doctor could be mistaken? Even if he isn't mistaken, it won't matter, she said, her words taking a darkly pragmatic turn, so long as the right person killed him. What on earth do you mean by that, Sophia? I asked, horrified. It was a beastly thing to say, she admitted, her expression unreadable. But one might as well be honest. She held up a hand to stop my next question. No, Charles, I'm not going to say any more. I've probably already said too much. I was absolutely set on meeting you tonight to see you face to face and make sure you understood. We can't sort anything out until this mess is cleared up. At least give me some idea what's going on. She shook her head. I'd rather not. But Sophia? No, Charles, I don't want you seeing things only through my eyes. I need you to look at it all from the outside with a clear head. And how exactly am I supposed to do that? She fixed me with a strange, intense look, her bright blue eyes gleaming. You'll get that perspective from your father, she said. I'd mentioned to Sophia back in Cairo that my father was an assistant commissioner at Scotland Yard. He still held that position. Her words sent a chill straight through me. It's really that serious, then? I believe so. Do you see that man sitting alone by the door? Decent-looking, solid, ex-military type? Yes, he was on the platform at Swinley Dean this evening when I boarded the train. You mean he followed you here? Yes, I think all of us are. What's the phrase? Under watch. They more or less suggested we shouldn't leave the house, but I was determined to see you. Her small, square chin lifted defiantly. I climbed out the bathroom window and slid down the drainpipe. Good Lord! But the police are thorough, and of course there was the telegram I sent you. Well, it doesn't matter now. We're here together. From this point on, though, we each have to play our own hand. She paused, then added quietly, There's no question, unfortunately, about how we feel for each other. No question at all, I said. And don't say unfortunately. You and I lived through a world war. We've had our share of close calls. Why should the sudden death of one elderly man throw us? How old was he anyway? 85. Right. I saw it in the Times, if you ask me. He probably just died of old age. Any sensible doctor would accept that. If you'd ever met my grandfather, Sophia said with a wry smile, you'd be shocked he could die of anything at all. 3. I'd always had a passing interest in my father's police work, but nothing prepared me for the day it would become directly, painfully personal. I hadn't seen the old man yet. He'd been out when I arrived, and after cleaning up and changing, I'd gone straight out to meet Sophia. When I got back to the house, Glover told me he was in his study. He was at his desk, scowling over a stack of papers. He stood up quickly when I walked in. Charles, well, it's been too long after 5 years of war. Our reunion might have seemed underwhelming to an outsider. In truth, all the feeling was there. The old man and I are close, and we understand each other perfectly. I've got whiskey, he said. Say when. Sorry I missed you earlier. I'm buried in work. A real nightmare of a case just breaking. I settled into a chair and lit a cigarette. Aristide Leonidas, I asked. His eyebrows lowered sharply. He gave me a swift, assessing look. His tone was polite but edged with steel. What makes you say that, Charles? So I'm right. How did you hear about this? A little bird told me. The old man waited. My information, I said, comes straight from the source. I met Sophia Leonidas in Cairo. I fell in love with her. I intend to marry her. I saw her tonight. She had dinner with me. Dinner with you in London? I'm curious how she managed that. The family was asked quite politely, mind you, to stay put. Exactly. She shinned down a pipe from the bathroom window. For just a second, the old man's lips twitched toward a smile. She appears, he remarked, to be a young woman of considerable resourcefulness. But your police force is nothing if not efficient, I said. A very proper ex-army chap tailed her to Mario's. I'll no doubt feature in your reports. 6 feet tall, brown hair, brown eyes, dark blue pinstripe suit, and so on. The old man studied me closely. Is this serious? He asked. Yes, I said, it is. It's serious, Dad. A brief silence hung between us. Do you mind? I asked. I wouldn't have minded a week ago, he replied. They're a well-established family. The girl will have money, and I know you don't lose your head easily. But as things stand now. Yes, Dad. It might be all right if... If what? If the right person handled it. That was the second time I'd heard that phrase that night, and my interest sharpened. Who exactly is the right person? He shot me a piercing look. How much do you actually know about all this? Nothing. Nothing. He seemed genuinely surprised. Didn't the girl tell you? No, she said. She preferred I see everything from an outside perspective. Now, I wonder why that was. Isn't it obvious? No, Charles. I don't believe it is. He began pacing, frowning deeply. He'd lit a cigar, but it had gone out, a sure sign of how troubled the old man really was. What do you know about the family? He demanded. Next to nothing. I know there was the old man, a bunch of sons, grandchildren, and in-laws. I haven't untangled all the connections yet. I paused, then added, You'd better put me in the picture, Dad. Right. He sat down. I'll start at the beginning, with Aristide Leonides. He arrived in England when he was 24, a Greek from Smyrna. So you do know that much? That's about all I know. The door opened, and Glover announced that Chief Inspector Taverner had arrived. He's in charge of the case, my father said. We should bring him in. He's been investigating the family, and knows more about them than I do. I asked if the local police had called in Scotland Yard. It's within our jurisdiction. Swinley Dean is part of Greater London. I nodded as Chief Inspector Taverner entered the room. I'd known Taverner for years. He greeted me warmly and congratulated me on my safe return. I'm bringing Charles up to speed, the old man said. Correct me if I'm wrong, Taverner. Leonides came to London in 1884. He opened a small restaurant in Soho. It succeeded. He opened another. Soon he owned 7 or 8, and they all made money hand over fist. He never made a mistake in anything he touched, Chief Inspector Taverner added. He had a natural instinct, my father continued. Eventually he was behind most of the well-known restaurants in London. Then he expanded into large-scale catering. He was involved in plenty of other ventures too, Taverner noted. Second-hand clothing, costume jewelry stores, all sorts of things. Of course, he added thoughtfully. He was always a bit of a twister. You mean he was a criminal? I asked. Taverner shook his head. No, not a criminal. Shrewd, yes, but not illegal. He was the type who found every possible way to skirt the law. He made a fortune doing it even during the last war, and he was old by then. Nothing he did was ever outright illegal, but as soon as he'd exploited a loophole, they'd have to pass a law to close it. By then, he'd already moved on to the next scheme. He doesn't sound very likable, I remarked. Oddly enough, he was. He had real personality. You could feel it. He wasn't much to look at. Just a gnome of a man, quite ugly, but he was magnetic. Women were always drawn to him. He made a rather astonishing marriage, my father said. Married the daughter of a country squire, a master of foxhounds. I raised my eyebrows. For money? The old man shook his head. No, it was a love match. She met him while arranging catering for a friend's wedding and fell for him. Her parents were furious, but she was determined. The man had charm, something exotic and compelling about him that appealed to her. She was utterly bored with her own social circle, and the marriage was happy. Surprisingly, yes. Their friends didn't mix. This was before money erased all class distinctions, but that didn't seem to bother them. They made do without many friends. He constructed a rather extravagant home in Swinley Dean, and they settled there, raising 8 children. This truly reads like a family saga. The elder Leonides showed some foresight in selecting Swinley Dean. It was just starting to become fashionable then, before the 2nd and 3rd golf courses were developed. The neighborhood was a blend of long-time residents who adored their gardens and grew fond of Mrs. Leonides, and wealthy businessmen from the city eager to cultivate a connection with Leonides, allowing the family to pick their social circle as they pleased. By all accounts, they lived quite contentedly until her death from pneumonia in 1905. That left him with 8 children, you say? 1 passed away in infancy. 2 sons lost their lives in the last war. A daughter married and moved to Australia, where she later died. An unmarried daughter was killed in a car crash. Another daughter died a few years back. 2 remain, the eldest son, Roger, who is married but childless, and Philip, who married a well-known actress and has 3 children, your Sophia, Eustace, and Josephine. They all reside at Three Gables, correct? Yes. The Roger Leonides family were bombed out early in the war. Philip and his family have lived there since 1938. There's also an elderly aunt, Miss de Haviland, sister of the first Mrs. Leonides. She apparently always despised her brother-in-law, but after her sister's death, she felt it her solemn duty to accept his invitation to move in and help raise the children. She takes duty very seriously, noted Inspector Taverner. But she isn't the type to revise her opinions of people. She consistently disapproved of Leonides and his business practices. Well, I remarked, that sounds like quite a full house. Who do you believe killed him? Taverner shook his head. It's too early, he said. Far too early to make that call. Come now, Taverner, I pressed. I'd wager you have a strong suspicion. We're not in a courtroom, man. No, Taverner replied gloomily, and we may never be. You mean he might not have been murdered? Oh, he was murdered, without a doubt, poisoned. But you know how these poisoning cases go. Gathering evidence is very delicate, extremely delicate. All the circumstances might point squarely in one direction. That's what I'm trying to get at, I said. You've already pieced it together in your mind, haven't you? It's a case of very strong probability, one of those glaringly obvious situations. The perfect setup, but I can't be certain. It's tricky. I looked to the old man for support, he said slowly. In murder cases, Charles, as you well know, the obvious solution is usually the correct one. Old Leonides remarried 10 years ago. When he was 75? Yes, he married a young woman of 24. I whistled softly. What sort of young woman? A young woman from a tea shop. Perfectly respectable. Good-looking in a rather pale, listless sort of way. And she's your strong probability? I ask you, sir, said Taverner. She's only 34 now. A dangerous age. She enjoys a comfortable life. And there's a young man in the house, the grandchildren's tutor. Didn't serve in the war due to a heart condition or something. They're as thick as thieves. I considered this thoughtfully. It was certainly a familiar and age-old pattern, the same old story. And the second Mrs. Leonides was, as my father stressed, very respectable. In the name of respectability, many murders have been committed. What was the poison? I asked. Arsenic? No. We haven't received the analyst's report yet, but the doctor suspects ezarine. That's somewhat unusual, isn't it? Surely it would be easy to trace the purchaser. Not in this instance. It was his own supply, you see. Eye drops. Leonides suffered from diabetes, my father explained. He received regular insulin injections. Insulin is dispensed in small bottles with a rubber cap. A hypodermic needle is pressed through the cap to draw up the dose. I anticipated the next part. And the bottle didn't contain insulin, but ezarine. Exactly, and who administered the injection? I asked. His wife. Now I grasped what Sophia had meant when she spoke of the right person. I pressed the inspector. How does the family feel about the second Mrs. Leonides? Not well. From what I gather, they barely speak to her. The picture was coming into focus, yet Inspector Taverner still seemed uneasy. What bothers you about it? I asked. If she's the one, swapping out the insulin afterward would have been simple. In fact, if she's guilty, I can't imagine why she didn't do exactly that. It does seem the obvious move. Was insulin readily available? Plenty, full bottles, empties. If she'd replaced it, the doctor probably wouldn't have noticed. Not much is documented about post-mortem signs of ezarine poisoning in humans. But as it happened, he checked the insulin in case the strength was off or something, and of course he quickly realized it wasn't insulin at all. So it appears, I said slowly, that Mrs. Leonides was either remarkably careless or remarkably clever. You mean? She might be betting you'll assume no one could be that foolish. What other possibilities are there? Any other suspects? My father answered quietly, practically anyone in the house could have done it. There was always a good stock of insulin, at least 2 weeks' worth. Someone could have tampered with one of the vials and put it back, knowing it would be used eventually. And nearly everyone had access to them? They weren't locked up. They sat on a shelf in the medicine cabinet in the bathroom of his wing. Everyone came and went freely there. Any strong motives? My father sighed. Charles Aristide Leonides was enormously wealthy. He'd already transferred a good deal to his family, true, but someone might have wanted more. And the one who'd want it most is the current widow. What about her young man? Any money of his own? None. Poor as a church mouse. A line clicked in my memory then, Sophia's earlier quotation. Suddenly the whole nursery rhyme came back. There was a crooked man, and he walked a crooked mile. He found a crooked sixpence against a crooked stile. He had a crooked cat, and it caught a crooked mouse. And they all lived together in a little crooked house. I turned to Taverner. "How does she strike you, Mrs. Leonides? What's your impression?" He answered slowly. "Hard to say, very hard. She's not easy to read. So quiet you never know what she's thinking. But she likes living comfortably, I'd swear to that. Puts me in mind of a cat, a big, purring, lazy cat. Not that I've anything against cats. Cats are all right," he sighed. "What we need," he said, "is evidence." Yes, evidence. That's what we all wanted, proof that Mrs. Leonides had poisoned her husband. Sophia wanted it, I wanted it, Chief Inspector Taverner wanted it. Then everything would be neatly wrapped up. But Sophia wasn't certain, and I wasn't certain, and I didn't believe Chief Inspector Taverner was certain either. 4. The next day I drove down to Three Gables with Taverner. My role was unusual, to say the least, hardly standard procedure. But the old man never was one for strict rules. I had a kind of standing. I'd worked with Special Branch at the Yard early in the war. This was different, of course, but those earlier jobs gave me a sort of unofficial credibility. My father had put it plainly. If we're going to crack this, we need inside knowledge. We have to understand the people in that house from the inside out, not just from the outside. You're the one who can get that for us. I didn't like it. Tossing my cigarette into the fireplace, I said, "Me? A police spy? Is that what this is? I'm supposed to get the inside story from Sophia, the woman I love, and who I believe loves and trusts me in return." The old man grew visibly annoyed. He snapped, "For heaven's sake, don't take the obvious angle. First off, you don't actually think your young lady killed her grandfather, do you? Of course not. That idea is completely ridiculous." "Exactly. We don't think so either. She's been away for years, always on perfectly good terms with him. She already has a generous allowance, and he would have been thrilled about her engagement to you, likely would have arranged a handsome marriage settlement. We aren't suspecting her. Why would we? But understand this clearly. If this case isn't solved, that girl won't marry you. From everything you've told me, I'm certain of it. And keep in mind, this is the kind of crime that might never be cleared up. We can be reasonably sure the wife and her boyfriend were in it together, but proving it is another matter entirely. There isn't even enough to bring before the district attorney yet. And unless we get solid evidence against her, there will always be a shadow of doubt hanging over everything. You see that, don't you?" "I did see it." Then the old man said calmly, "Why not just ask her? You mean ask Sophia if I broke off?" He was nodding vigorously. "Yes, exactly. I'm not suggesting you sneak around without telling her what you're doing. Hear what she has to say." So it happened that the next day I drove down to Swinley Dean with Chief Inspector Taverner and Detective Sergeant Lamb. Just past the golf course, we turned into a gateway where I imagined a pair of imposing gates had stood before the war. Patriotism or wartime requisition had swept them away. We followed a long, curving drive lined with rhododendrons and emerged onto a gravel sweep in front of the house. It was unbelievable. I wondered why it was called Three Gables. 11 Gables would have been more fitting. Strangely, the whole place had a distorted, almost dreamlike quality, and I thought I knew why. It was essentially a cottage design, but blown up to monstrous proportions. It felt like looking at a country cottage through a gigantic magnifying glass. The slanting beams, the half-timbering, the gables, it was a crooked little house that had mushroomed overnight. Yet I understood the vision, a Greek restaurateur's idea of something quintessentially English. It was meant to be an Englishman's home, only built on the scale of a castle. I found myself wondering what the first Mrs. Leonides had thought when she saw it. She probably hadn't been consulted or shown the plans. Most likely it was her exotic husband's grand surprise. Did she shudder or smile? Apparently she had lived there quite contentedly. "A bit overwhelming, isn't it?" Inspector Taverner remarked. The old gentleman added on quite a lot over the years, practically made it into 3 separate houses, each with its own kitchen and everything. Inside, it's all top-notch, fitted out like a luxury hotel. Sophia came out the front door. She was bareheaded, wearing a green shirt and a tweed skirt. She stopped short when she saw me. "You?" she said. I replied, "Sophia, I need to talk to you. Where can we go?" For a moment I thought she might refuse, but then she turned and said, "This way." We walked across the lawn. There was a sweeping view over Swinley Dean's premier golf course, stretching toward a cluster of pine trees on a distant hill and fading into the hazy countryside beyond. Sophia led me to a somewhat overgrown rock garden where an uncomfortable rustic wooden bench stood, and we sat down. "Well," she said, her tone far from welcoming. I laid it all out. Everything. She listened intently, her face giving away little. When I finally finished, she let out a deep, weary sigh. Your father, she said, is a very clever man. The old man has his moments. I have to say, I personally think it's a terrible plan, but she cut me off before I could finish. No, Charles, it isn't terrible at all. In fact, it might be the only thing that actually helps. Your father understands exactly what I've been thinking. He knows my mind better than you do right now. With a sudden, almost desperate intensity, she struck one clenched fist into her open palm. I need the truth, Charles. I have to know what really happened. Is this because of us? But, darling, it's not just about us. I need to know for my own peace of mind. You see, I didn't tell you last night. The truth is, I'm scared. Scared? Yes. Terrified, actually. The police believe it was Brenda. Your father believes it. Everyone seems to think so. The evidence points that way. Oh, I know it looks possible, probable even. But when I say Brenda probably did it, I'm only trying to convince myself because I want it to be true. Deep down, I don't really believe she could have. You don't believe it? I asked slowly. I don't know. You've heard the story from the outside, just as I wanted. Now let me show you the inside. I simply don't feel Brenda is that kind of person, the sort who would ever put herself in real danger. She's far too careful, too protective of her own comfort. What about the young man then, Lawrence Brown? Lawrence is a complete coward. He wouldn't have the nerve. Are you sure? No, we can't be sure, can we? People can surprise you in the most awful ways. You form an idea of someone, and sometimes you're completely wrong. Not always, but sometimes. Still, when I think of Brenda, she shook her head. She's always acted so predictably. She's what I'd call the harem type. Loves lounging about, eating chocolates, wearing nice clothes and jewelry, reading cheap novels, going to the movies, and it might sound strange remembering he was 85, but I honestly think she was rather dazzled by grandfather. He had a certain power, you know. I imagine he could make a woman feel, well, almost like a queen, like the favorite in a sultan's court. I've always thought he made Brenda feel exciting, romantic. He knew how to handle women all his life. It's a kind of art, and you don't lose the touch no matter how old you get. I set aside the question of Brenda for a moment and returned to something else Sophia had said that troubled me. Why did you say you were afraid? Sophia shivered slightly, clasping her hands tightly. Because it's true, she said quietly. It's important that you understand this, Charles. We're a very strange family. There's a streak of ruthlessness in all of us, and different kinds of ruthlessness. That's what's so unsettling. The different varieties. She must have seen the confusion on my face. She leaned forward, speaking with more force. Let me try to explain. Take grandfather, for example. Once when he was telling us about his childhood in Smyrna, he mentioned almost casually that he had stabbed 2 men. It was some kind of brawl, an insult he couldn't overlook. I don't recall the details, but to him it was just something that happened. He'd nearly forgotten about it. But hearing that story told so offhandedly here in England, it was chilling. I nodded. That's one kind of ruthlessness, Sophia continued. Then there was my grandmother. I only vaguely remember her, but I've heard plenty. I think she possessed the ruthlessness that comes from having no imagination at all. All those fox-hunting ancestors, the old generals, the shoot-first types. Full of moral certainty and arrogance, completely unafraid to make life-and-death decisions. Doesn't that sound a bit exaggerated? Maybe, but that type frightens me. They're so sure they're right and they don't hesitate. Then there's my own mother. She's an actress, an absolute darling, but she has no sense of proportion whatsoever. She's one of those unconscious egoists who can only view the world through how it impacts her. Honestly, it's a little terrifying at times. And Clemency, Uncle Roger's wife, she's a scientist, wrapped up in some critical research, and she's ruthless in this cold, detached way. Uncle Roger is the complete opposite, the kindest, most lovable soul you could meet, but he has a truly explosive temper. When something sets him off, his blood boils and he hardly knows what he's doing. Then there's Father. She paused, drawing out the silence. Father, she said slowly, is almost too controlled. You never know what he's thinking. He never shows a flicker of emotion. It's probably some unconscious defense against Mother's emotional storms, but sometimes it worries me. My dear, I replied, you're getting yourself worked up over nothing, when it comes down to it. I suppose everyone is capable of murder. I guess that's true. Even me. Not you. Oh yes, Charles, you can't make me an exception. I think I could murder someone. She fell quiet for a moment, then added with a wry smile, but it would have to be for something truly worthwhile. I couldn't help but laugh, and Sophia's expression softened. Maybe I'm being foolish, she said, but we have to uncover the truth about grandfather's death. We absolutely have to, if only it were Brenda. I suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Brenda Leonides. Just then, a tall figure came striding briskly down the path toward us, wearing a battered old felt hat, a shapeless skirt, and a bulky sweater. Aunt Edith, Sophia announced. The figure paused a couple of times, bending to inspect the flower beds, then continued forward. I stood up. This is Charles Hayward, Aunt Edith. My aunt, Miss de Haviland. Edith de Haviland was around 70, with a wild mane of grey hair, a weathered face, and a sharp, penetrating gaze. How do you do? She said. I've heard about you. Back from overseas. How's your father? A bit surprised, I told her he was well. Knew him as a boy, Miss de Haviland remarked. Knew his mother quite well. You look rather like her. Have you come to help us, or the other thing? I hope to help, I said, feeling somewhat awkward. She gave a brisk nod. We could use the help. This place is swarming with police officers popping up everywhere. Don't care for some of the types either. A boy from a decent school shouldn't end up in the police force. Saw Moira Kinnell's son the other day directing traffic near the city centre. Makes you feel the world's turned upside down. She turned to Sophia. Nanny's asking for you, dear. It's about the fish. Bother, Sophia sighed. I'll go call about it. She headed briskly toward the house. Miss de Haviland turned and began walking slowly in the same direction, and I fell into step beside her. Don't know what we'd all do without nannies, she mused. Nearly everyone has an old nanny. They come back to wash, iron, cook, keep house. Remarkably faithful. I picked this one myself years ago. She stooped and yanked viciously at a tangled strand of green. Hateful stuff, bindweed, the worst weed there is. It chokes and entangles everything, and you can't even get at it properly. It runs underground. She ground the handful of greenery under her heel with clear frustration. This is a bad business, Charles Hayward, she said, her eyes fixed on the house. What do the police make of it all? Suppose I shouldn't ask. Still seems strange to think of Aristide being poisoned. For that matter, it's odd to think of him gone at all. I never liked him. Never. But I can't quite get used to the idea of him being dead. Makes the house feel so empty. I stayed quiet. Despite her curt manner, Edith de Haviland seemed in a reflective mood. I was thinking this morning, I've lived here a very long time. Over 40 years came after my sister passed away. He was the one who asked me to stay. 7 children, with the youngest barely a year old. I couldn't possibly leave them to be raised by a foreigner, could I? It was an impossible match from the start. I've always believed Marcia must have been under some kind of spell. That unattractive, ordinary little outsider. To his credit, he gave me full control. Nurses, governesses, schools. I made sure they had proper, wholesome nursery meals, not those strange, heavily spiced rice dishes he was so fond of. And you've remained here all this time, I said quietly. Yes. It's odd, in a way. I suppose I could have left once the children were grown and married. But I'd grown fond of the garden by then. And then there was Philip. If a man marries an actress, he shouldn't expect much of a home life. I've never understood why actresses bother having children. The moment the baby arrives, they dash off to perform in some repertory theatre in Edinburgh or some other far-off place. Philip did the sensible thing. He moved in here with his books. What does Philip Leonides do? He writes books. I can't imagine why. No one wants to read them. They're all about obscure historical details. You've never even heard of them, have you? I had to admit I hadn't. Too much money, that's his problem, Mr. Haviland remarked. Most people have to give up their eccentric hobbies and earn a living. Don't his books bring in anything? Of course not. He's considered a great authority on certain periods, but he doesn't need the income. Aristide settled something like £100,000 on him, an absolutely staggering amount, all to avoid death duties. Aristide made sure they were all financially independent. Roger runs Associated Catering. Sophia receives a very generous allowance, and the children's money is held in trust. So no one stands to gain, especially from his death. She gave me an odd look. Actually, they all get more money, but they probably could have had it if they'd simply asked. Do you have any idea who poisoned him, Mr. Haviland? Her reply was typical. No, I certainly don't. It's deeply upsetting. Not pleasant to think there's some Borgia-like character wandering loose in this house. I expect the police will settle on poor Brenda. You don't think they'd be right to? I really couldn't say. She's always struck me as a rather dull and conventional young woman, not what I'd picture a poisoner to be. Still, when a 24-year-old marries a man nearing 80, it's fairly clear she's after his money. Under normal circumstances, she could have expected to become a wealthy widow soon enough. But Aristide was remarkably tough. His diabetes wasn't worsening. He honestly looked like he might live to be 100. I suppose she grew tired of waiting. In that case, I began, then hesitated. In that case, Mr. Haviland finished briskly, it will be more or less acceptable. There will be unpleasant publicity, of course. But after all, she isn't really one of the family. You have no other suspicions? I pressed. What other suspicions should I have? I wondered. I had a feeling there might be more going on beneath that worn felt hat than she was letting on. Behind the abrupt, almost disjointed speech, I sensed a very sharp mind at work. For just a moment, it even crossed my mind that Mr. Haviland herself might have poisoned Aristide Leonidas. The idea didn't seem far-fetched. I recalled how she had ground the bindweed into the soil with her heel, a gesture of almost vindictive thoroughness. I remembered the word Sophia had used, ruthlessness. I stole a sideways glance at Edith de Haviland, given what she considered good and sufficient reason. But what would Edith de Haviland regard as good and sufficient reason? To answer that, I would need to know her much better. The front door stood open. We walked through into a surprisingly spacious hall, furnished with restrained elegance, dark oak, well-polished and gleaming brass. At the rear, where the staircase would usually be, a white-panelled wall held a single door. That leads to my brother-in-law's part of the house. Mr. Haviland said the ground floor belonged to Philip and Magda. We turned left through a doorway into a spacious drawing room. Its walls were panelled in a soft blue, the furniture upholstered in thick brocade. Every table and wall space was crowded with photographs and paintings of actors, dancers, and theatrical scenes. A Degas painting of ballet dancers hung above the fireplace. The room was filled with flowers, huge brown chrysanthemums and tall vases of carnations. I imagine, Mr. Haviland stated. You wish to see Philip. Did I want to see Philip? I wasn't sure. My only goal had been to see Sophia, and I had accomplished that. She had strongly endorsed her grandfather's idea, but then she had vanished, presumably off to telephone about fish, leaving me with no instructions on how to proceed. Should I approach Philip Leonidas as a suitor for his daughter's hand, a casual visitor dropping by at an impossibly awkward time, or as someone connected to the police? Mr. Haviland offered no opportunity to ponder her question. It wasn't really a question at all, but more of a declaration. I had already decided Mr. Haviland was far more inclined to declare than to inquire. We'll proceed to the library, she announced. She guided me out of the drawing room, down a corridor, and through another door. It was a large room, overflowing with books. They weren't confined to the ceiling-high bookcases. They were piled on chairs, tables, and even the floor. Yet somehow the room didn't feel messy. It was chilly. There was a scent missing that I had unconsciously expected. The air smelled of old paper and a faint trace of beeswax. After a moment, I realized what was absent. The smell of tobacco. Philip Leonidas did not smoke. He rose from behind his desk as we entered, a tall, strikingly handsome man around 50. Everyone had made such a point of old Aristide Leonidas's ugliness that I had somehow expected his son to be unattractive as well. I was completely unprepared for this classical perfection. The straight nose, the clean line of his jaw, the fair hair streaked with grey sweeping back from a well-formed forehead. "This is Charles Hayward, Philip," said Edith de Haviland. "Ah, how do you do?" His tone gave no indication of whether he had ever heard my name. His handshake was cool, his expression politely blank and utterly incurious. It was unnerving. He stood there, patient and detached. "Where are those dreadful policemen?" demanded Mr. Haviland. "Have they been in here? I believe Chief Inspector—" He glanced at a card on his desk. "Taverner is coming to speak with me shortly. Where is he now?" "I've no idea, Aunt Edith." "Upstairs, I suppose?" "With Brenda?" "I really don't know. Looking at Philip Leonidas, it seemed utterly impossible that a murder could have occurred anywhere near him. He had the composed, untroubled air of a man reviewing library acquisitions, not one whose father had just been poisoned. "Is Magda awake yet?" "I don't know. She's rarely up before 11. "That sounds exactly like her," Edith de Haviland remarked. What then sounded like Mrs. Philip Leonidas was a high, rapid voice chattering at a frantic pace and growing rapidly closer. The door behind me flew open and a woman swept in. She somehow created the impression of 3 women arriving at once. She held a cigarette in a long holder and was draped in a peach satin negligee, which she gathered with one hand. A torrent of vibrant red hair cascaded down her back. Her face had that startling, naked look of a woman wearing no makeup, her blue eyes wide and dramatic. She spoke in a rapid, husky and oddly compelling voice, with painfully clear enunciation. "Darling, it's unbearable. I simply cannot bear it. Just think of the press notices. It isn't in the papers yet, but of course it will be, and I am utterly paralyzed trying to decide what one wears to an inquest. Something terribly, terribly subdued, or is a hint of tragic glamour permissible?" The sheer theatricality of her distress was almost impressive, a stark and jarring contrast to the cold, bookish silence of the library. The color wasn't black, more of a deep plum, and I don't have a single coupon to my name. I've misplaced the address for that awful man who sells them to me. You know, the garage somewhere near Shaftesbury Avenue. If I drove up there now, the police would surely follow and they could ask the most uncomfortable questions, couldn't they? What on earth would one even say? Philip, how can you be so utterly composed? Don't you understand we can finally leave this terrible house? Freedom. What a glorious thought. Oh, but how cruel, poor old sweetie. We'd never have abandoned him while he was alive. He truly adored us, didn't he? Even with all that trouble that woman upstairs tried to stir between us. I'm absolutely certain if we had walked away and left him to her, he would have written us out of everything. A horrible creature. After all, poor old Sweetie Pie was nearly 90. No amount of family loyalty could withstand a dreadful woman who was right there on the scene. You know, Philip, I genuinely believe this could be the perfect moment to stage the Edith Thompson play. This whole murder would give us tremendous advance publicity. Bildenstein mentioned he could secure the Thespian Theatre. That dreary verse play about miners is closing any day now. It's a magnificent part, truly magnificent. I know they always say I must stick to comedy because of my nose, but there's actually quite a bit of comedy to be mined from Edith Thompson. I don't think the author ever realized that. Comedy actually heightens the suspense. I know precisely how I'd portray her, commonplace, silly, lost in make-believe right up until the final moment, and then she flung out an arm, the cigarette tumbled from its holder onto the polished mahogany of Philip's desk and began to singe the wood. Without a flicker of emotion, he reached over, picked it up, and dropped it into the wastepaper basket. And then Magda Leonides whispered, her eyes suddenly growing wide, her face tightening into a mask, just sheer terror. That raw, stark fear held her features for a good 20 seconds before her expression softened, crumpling like a bewildered child about to weep. Then, as if wiped clean by a sponge, all emotion vanished. She turned to me and inquired in a brisk, businesslike tone, "Don't you agree that would be the way to play Edith Thompson?" I replied that I believed it would be precisely the way to play Edith Thompson. At that moment, I could only vaguely recall who Edith Thompson was, but I was keen to make a good impression with Sophia's mother. "Rather like Brenda, really, wasn't she?" Magda mused. "You know, I never considered that. It's quite fascinating. Should I point that out to the inspector?" The man behind the desk frowned almost imperceptibly. "There's really no need, Magda," he said, "for you to speak with him at all. I can relay anything he needs to know." "Not see him?" Her voice rose sharply. "But of course I must see him, darling. You are so terribly unimaginative. You don't grasp the importance of the details. He'll want to know exactly how and when everything unfolded, all the little things one noticed and wondered about at the time." "Mother," said Sophia, stepping through the open doorway, "you are not to tell the inspector a pack of lies." "Sophia, darling. I know, precious, you have it all prepared and you're ready to deliver a beautiful performance, but you have it all wrong, entirely wrong. Nonsense, you don't understand." "I do understand. You have to play it completely differently, darling." Subdued, saying very little, holding everything back, staying on your guard, protecting the family. Magda Leonides' face showed the naive confusion of a child. "Darling," she said, "do you really think?" "Yes, I do. Throw away that approach. That's the idea." A small, pleased smile began to touch Magda's lips as Sophia added, "I've made you some hot chocolate. It's in the drawing room." "Oh, good. I'm absolutely starving." She paused in the doorway. Her words seemed directed either at me or at the bookshelf behind my head. "You have no idea how wonderful it is to have a daughter." On that exit line, she swept out of the room. Only heaven knows, murmured Mr. Haviland, what she might tell the police. She'll manage, Sophia replied. Honestly, she could say just about anything. Don't fret over it, Sophia continued. She'll follow the director's lead. And I'm the director here. She hurried out after her mother, then turned back in the doorway to add, Father Chief Inspector Taverner is here to speak with you. You don't object to Charles remaining, do you? I noticed a flicker of confusion cross Philip Leonides' features, which was entirely understandable. Thankfully, his usual detached demeanor worked to my advantage. He responded with a vague, "Oh, of course, by all means." Chief Inspector Taverner entered the room, a solid, reliable presence whose efficient and prompt air was oddly reassuring. His whole manner seemed to communicate. Just a bit of necessary unpleasantness, and then we'll be out of your way for good. Believe me, no one will be happier about that than I am. We have no desire to linger. I'm not sure how he managed it without uttering a word, but simply by pulling a chair up to the desk, he conveyed that exact sentiment, and it worked. I quietly took a seat a little distance away. Yes, Chief Inspector, said Philip. Mr. Haviland interjected abruptly. You don't require me, Chief Inspector. Not at this precise moment, Mr. Haviland. Later, if I might have a brief word with you. Naturally, I'll be upstairs. She exited, closing the door firmly behind her. Well, Chief Inspector? Philip repeated. I'm aware you're an exceedingly busy man, and I won't take much of your time, Taverner began. But I can tell you in confidence that our suspicions have been confirmed. Your father's death was not natural. He died from an overdose of physostigmine, commonly called ezarine. Philip gave a slight nod, his expression revealing no particular emotion. Does that information suggest anything to you? Taverner pressed. What should it suggest? My own belief is that my father must have taken the poison accidentally. Do you genuinely think so, Mr. Leonides? Yes, it seems entirely plausible to me. You must remember he was nearly 90 and his eyesight was very poor. So, you propose he mistakenly poured the contents of his eye drop bottle into an insulin vial. Does that truly strike you as a credible scenario, Mr. Leonides? Philip did not answer. His face became even more unreadable. Taverner continued, We recovered the empty eye drop bottle from the dustbin. There were no fingerprints on it, which is itself peculiar. Normally one would expect to find prints, certainly your father's, and possibly his wife's or the valet's. Philip Leonides looked up. What about the valet? He asked. What about Johnson? Are you implying Johnson could be responsible? He certainly had the opportunity. However, when we consider motive, the picture changes. It was your father's practice to give him an annual bonus, a sum that increased each year. Your father made it clear this was in place of any legacy in his will. After 7 years of service, that bonus had grown to a very substantial annual amount and was still climbing. It was decidedly in Johnson's interest for your father to live as long as possible. Furthermore, they were on excellent terms, and Johnson's service record is impeccable. He is a thoroughly skilled and devoted attendant. He paused. We do not suspect Johnson.
I understand,
Philip replied flatly. Now, Mr. Leonides, perhaps you could provide me with a detailed account of your own movements on the day your father died. Certainly, Chief Inspector. I remained in this room for the entire day, aside from the necessary interruptions for meals, of course. Did you have any interaction with your father? Came the question. I greeted him after breakfast, as was my usual routine, I replied. Were the two of you alone at that time? My stepmother was present in the room. Did he appear to be his normal self? A touch of dry humor entered my voice as I answered. He gave no indication of foreseeing his own murder later that day. Is your father's section of the house completely isolated from this one? Yes, structurally. The only connecting point is the door in the main hallway. Is that door typically locked? No. Never locked. I have never known it to be locked. So, movement between the two sections was entirely unrestricted. Absolutely. The separation was purely a matter of household management, not security. How were you first informed of your father's death? My brother Roger, who lives in the West Wing on the floor above, came hurrying down to tell me our father had suffered a sudden attack. He was struggling to breathe and appeared gravely ill. What was your immediate response? I telephoned for the doctor, an action that, curiously, no one else had yet considered. The doctor was not in, but I left an urgent message for him to come at once. Then I went upstairs. And what did you find? My father was unmistakably in a critical state. He passed away before the doctor could arrive. My tone was flat, devoid of feeling, merely relaying the sequence of events. Where were the other members of the family? My wife was in London. She returned not long after. Sophia, I believe, was also away. The two youngest, Eustace and Josephine, were here in the house. I hope you will not take offense, Mr. Leonides, if I inquire how your father's passing impacts your own financial situation. I understand completely the need for full disclosure. My father provided for our financial independence many years ago. He appointed my brother as chairman and primary shareholder of Associated Catering, his largest company, entrusting him with its complete management. For me, he set aside what he considered an equivalent sum. In reality, it amounted to £150,000 in assorted bonds and securities, so I could deploy the capital as I saw fit. He also established very generous settlements for my two sisters, who have since died, but he himself remained a wealthy man. Not exactly. He chose to retain only a relatively modest personal income. He claimed it would keep him engaged in life. Ironically, I said, a faint, wry smile touching my lips for the first time. Through various ventures after that, he managed to become even wealthier than he was before. He transferred to me what he judged to be a comparable amount. I believe it was £150,000 in various bonds and securities, so I could manage the principal as I saw fit. He also provided very substantial settlements for my two sisters, both of whom have since passed away. But he remained a wealthy man himself. Actually, he kept only a relatively modest income for his own use. He claimed it would keep him engaged with life. Since then, Philip allowed a slight smile to touch his lips for the first time. Through various ventures, he has grown even wealthier than he was before. You and your brother came to live here. That wasn't due to any financial troubles. Not at all. It was simply a matter of practicality. My father had always said we were welcome to make our home with him. For several personal reasons, it suited me to do so. Philip added thoughtfully, I was also very fond of my father. My family and I moved here in 1937. I don't pay rent, but I do contribute my share of the property taxes. And your brother? My brother came after the Blitz, when his London house was bombed in 1943. Now, Mr. Leonides, do you have an understanding of your father's will? A very clear one. He made a new will shortly after peace was declared in 1945. My father wasn't secretive. He had a strong sense of family. He called a family meeting with his solicitor present, who, at his request, explained the terms to us. You likely already know these details. Mr. Gateskill has probably informed you. Roughly, a sum of £100,000, free of duty, was left to my stepmother, in addition to her already generous marriage settlement. The remainder of his estate was divided three ways, one portion to me, one to my brother, and a third held in trust for the three grandchildren. The estate is sizable, but the death duties, of course, will be substantial. Were there any bequests to staff or charities? No, bequests of any kind. Servants received annual raises if they stayed in his employ. Forgive me for asking, but you are not in any immediate financial need, Mr. Leonides. Income tax is considerable, as you know, Chief Inspector, but my income is more than sufficient for my needs and for my wife's. Besides, my father often gave us all generous gifts, and had any emergency arisen, he would have assisted without hesitation. Philip stated coolly and clearly, I can assure you I had no financial motive for wishing my father dead. I apologize if you thought I was suggesting that, Mr. Leonides. We must establish all the facts. Now I'm afraid I need to ask some rather sensitive questions. They concern the relationship between your father and his wife. Were they on good terms? As far as I could tell, perfectly so. No arguments? I don't believe so. There was a significant age difference. There was. Did you, forgive me, approve of your father's second marriage? My approval wasn't sought. That isn't an answer, Mr. Leonides. Since you insist, I considered the marriage unwise. Did you express that to your father? By the time I learned of it, it was already done. Must have been quite a shock. Philip remained silent. Was there any ill feeling over it? My father was entirely free to do as he wished. Your relations with Mrs. Leonides have been cordial. Perfectly so. You were on friendly terms with her? We rarely see each other. Chief Inspector Taverner changed tack. Can you tell me anything about Mr. Lawrence Brown? I'm afraid I can't. He was hired by my father. But he was hired to teach your children, Mr. Leonides.
That's correct.
My son had polio. Fortunately, a mild case, and it was decided not to send him to a traditional school. My father proposed that he and my young daughter Josephine should have a private tutor. The options were quite narrow at the time, as the tutor needed to be exempt from military service. This young man, Lawrence Brown, had suitable qualifications. Both my father and my aunt, who has always overseen the children's well-being, were content with the arrangement, so I agreed. I should note that I have no complaint about his instruction, which has been thorough and perfectly adequate. He stays in your father's wing of the house, not here with you. There was simply more space available over there. Forgive me for asking, but have you ever observed anything suggesting a close personal relationship between Lawrence Brown and your stepmother? I haven't had any occasion to notice such a thing. Have you picked up any rumors or chatter about them? I don't pay attention to gossip, Chief Inspector. Very admirable, Inspector Taverner replied. So you've seen nothing, heard nothing, and certainly aren't saying anything. You could phrase it that way, Chief Inspector? Inspector Taverner stood up. Well, thank you for your time, Mr. Leonidas. I followed him quietly out of the room. Good grief, Taverner muttered once we were in the hall. What an icy character. 7. Now then, said Taverner. Let's go speak with Mrs. Phillip. She uses the stage name Magda West. Is she any good? I asked. I recognize the name, and I think I've seen her in a few productions, though I can't quite recall where. She's what you'd call a perennial almost success, Taverner explained. She's had a leading role in the West End once or twice, built a reputation in repertory theatre, and often performs in those small, highbrow playhouses and Sunday theatre clubs. Honestly, I think not needing to rely on it for a living has held her back. She can afford to be choosy, to go where she pleases, and sometimes even help fund a production if she set her heart on a particular role, usually one completely wrong for her. The result is she's drifted a bit into the amateur sphere rather than staying firmly professional. She's talented, mind you, especially in comedy, but managers aren't too fond of her. They say she's too independent and stirs up trouble. She enjoys fueling disagreements and creating a bit of drama. How much of that is true? I can't say, but she isn't particularly popular among other actors. Sophia emerged from the drawing room. My mother is ready for you now, Chief Inspector. I followed Taverner into the large, formal living room. For a moment, I barely recognized the woman seated on the brocade sofa. Her vibrant red hair was swept up into an elegant Edwardian style, and she wore a smartly tailored dark grey suit with a finely pleated pale lavender blouse, fastened at the neck by a small cameo pin. For the first time, I noticed the charming tilt of her nose. She faintly reminded me of the actress Athene Seiler. It was almost impossible to believe this was the same tempestuous figure in the peach negligee from earlier. Inspector Taverner, she said, her voice low and carefully controlled. Please, come in and sit down. Would you care for a cigarette? This is all so dreadful, right now. I feel as though I simply can't process it. She maintained a tone of someone clinging tightly to her composure. Please tell me how I can assist you. Thank you, Mrs. Leonidas? Where were you when the tragedy occurred? I must have been driving back from London. I'd lunched at the Ivy with a friend, then we attended a fashion show. Later, we met some other friends for a drink at the Berkeley. After that, I started for home. When I arrived, everything was in an uproar. I was told my father-in-law had suffered a sudden attack. He was gone. Her voice wavered slightly. You were fond of your father-in-law? I was devoted to him. Her voice rose, then caught. Sophia subtly straightened a Degas painting on the wall. Magda's tone dropped back to its earlier subdued level. I was very fond of him, she said quietly. We all were. A distant look crossed her face as if she were recalling a private moment of kindness from the old man, a memory that now sharpened the loss. He was always very kind to us. Did you and Mrs. Leonidas have a good relationship? We didn't cross paths with Brenda all that often. Why do you think that was? Oh, we just moved in different circles, poor Brenda. I imagine some days were quite difficult for her. Sophia adjusted the Degas print on the wall. Difficult? How so? Just a feeling, really. Magda gave a small, melancholy smile. Was Mrs. Leonidas content in her marriage? I believe so. No arguments that you knew of? Again, that slight, smiling shake of the head. I truly couldn't say, Inspector. Their wing is quite separate from ours. She and Mr. Lawrence Brown seemed rather close, wouldn't you agree? Magda Leonidas drew herself up. Her eyes widened with a hint of reproach. I don't think, she said with considerable dignity, that is an appropriate question for me. Brenda was pleasant to everyone. She has a very agreeable nature. And your opinion of Mr. Brown? He's quiet. Perfectly nice, but you barely notice he's there. I haven't had much occasion to interact with him. Is he a satisfactory tutor? I assume so. Philip hasn't complained, so I suppose he's satisfied. Taverner tried a more direct approach. I apologize for the bluntness, but in your view, was there a romantic involvement between Mr. Brown and Mrs. Brenda Leonides? Magda stood. She was every inch the grand lady. I have never observed anything of that nature, she stated. Frankly, Inspector, I question whether you should ask me such a thing. She was my father-in-law's wife. I nearly clapped. The chief inspector rose as well. More a question for the household staff, perhaps, he suggested. Magda offered no reply. Thank you, Mrs. Leonides, said the inspector, and departed. You handled that perfectly, darling. Sophia told her mother with genuine admiration. Magda thoughtfully twisted a curl behind her ear, studying her reflection. Yes, she mused. I believe that was the correct tone to strike. Sophia then turned her gaze to me. Shouldn't you, she inquired, be with the inspector? Wait, Sophia. What exactly am I meant to? I stopped myself. I could hardly demand in front of her mother a clarification of my own role here. So far, Magda Leonides had shown no curiosity about my presence, beyond finding me a convenient prop for her exit line about daughters. To her, I could be a journalist, her daughter's fiancé, some obscure police attaché, or even the undertaker. All would simply fall under the broad category of audience. Looking down at her shoes with dissatisfaction, Mrs. Leonides remarked, These are all wrong, too frivolous. Following Sophia's urgent nod, I hurried out after Taverner. I caught him in the main hall, just at the door to the staircase. Heading up to see the older brother, he explained, I got straight to the point. Taverner, who exactly am I supposed to be? He looked puzzled. Who are you supposed to be? Yes. What's my purpose here? If someone asks me, what do I tell them?
Ah, I see.
He thought for a moment, then smiled. Has anyone asked you?
Well, no. Then why not leave it at that? Never explain. It's an excellent motto, especially in a house in this state. Everyone is too consumed with their own private anxieties and fears to be inquisitive. They'll accept you without question so long as you act like you belong. It's a serious error to offer information unnecessarily. He motioned toward the door. Now we go through here and up. Nothing's locked. You understand, of course, that most of these questions are just for show? It doesn't really matter a fig who was in the house or where they all were that particular day. Then why ask? Because, he continued, it gives me a chance to look them all over, to size them up, to hear how they talk, and to hope that, purely by chance, someone might let something useful slip. He was quiet for a beat, then murmured, I'd wager Mrs. Leonides knows more than she's letting on. Magda Leonides could certainly share a great deal if she felt like it, I remarked. Would any of it be trustworthy? I asked. Listen, Sophia, what exactly am I meant to? I cut myself off. It wasn't appropriate to ask outright, especially with Sophia's mother present, what my purpose here was supposed to be. So far, Magda Leonides had shown no curiosity about my presence beyond using me as a convenient audience for a remark about her daughter. To her, I could be a journalist, Sophia's fiancé, some obscure police associate, or even the undertaker, all neatly categorized as part of the general audience. Glancing down at her feet, she said with clear dissatisfaction, These shoes are all wrong, too frivolous. Following Sophia's urgent nod, I hurried after Inspector Taverner, catching him in the outer hall just as he was heading for the staircase. On my way to see the older brother, he explained, I got straight to the point. Taverner, who exactly am I supposed to be here? He looked momentarily puzzled. Who you're supposed to be? Yes. What's my reason for being in this house? If someone asks me, what do I tell them? Ah, I see. He thought for a moment, then offered a slight smile. Has anyone actually asked you yet? Well, no. Then why not leave it at that? Never explain, it's an excellent motto, especially in a house this unsettled. Right now, everyone is too wrapped up in their own private anxieties and fears to be in a questioning mood. They'll accept you without a second thought as long as you act like you belong. It's always a mistake to offer information when you don't have to. He gestured toward the stairs. Now we go through here and up. Nothing's locked. Of course, you've probably realized these routine questions I'm asking are mostly for show. It doesn't really matter who was in the house or where anyone was that particular day. Then why? Because, he continued, it gives me a chance to observe them all, to size them up,
to hear what they say and to hope that purely by chance someone might drop a useful hint. He paused, then added quietly, "I'd wager Mrs. Magdalenides could tell quite a story if she wanted to." "Would it be reliable?" I asked again. "Oh no," Taverner said flatly. "It wouldn't be reliable at all, but it might point us toward a new line of inquiry. Everyone in this damned house had the means and the opportunity. What I need is a motive." At the top of the stairs, a door separated the right-hand corridor. Taverner knocked, using the brass knocker. It was opened with surprising swiftness by a man who must have been standing just inside. He was a large, somewhat clumsy man with powerful shoulders, tousled dark hair, and a face that was both strikingly ugly and oddly pleasant. His eyes met ours briefly before darting away, that shy, slightly embarrassed manner often seen in genuinely honest people. "Oh, hello," he said. "Come in, please. I was just about to, but it doesn't matter. Come through to the sitting room. Let me get Clemency." "Oh, you're already here, darling. This is Chief Inspector Taverner. Are there any cigarettes?" "Just one moment, if you don't mind." He bumped into a folding screen, muttered "excuse me" to it in a flustered way, and hurried from the room. His exit had the chaotic energy of a bumblebee, leaving a palpable quiet behind him. Mrs. Roger Leonidas was standing by the window. I was immediately struck by her presence and by the atmosphere of the room itself. It was unmistakably her space. The walls were painted a stark, true white, not off-white or cream, but pure white. The only artwork was a single geometric piece above the fireplace, a composition of triangles in dark grey and slate blue. The room held only essential furniture, a few chairs, a glass-topped table, one small bookshelf. There were no decorative objects. The overall impression was one of light, space, and clarity. The room upstairs felt like a different world compared to the lavish, flower-filled drawing room below. Clemency Leonidas was as unlike Magda Leonidas as any two women could be. Where Magda seemed to shift between multiple personas, Clemency was unmistakably and entirely herself, a woman of sharp, definite character. I guessed her to be around 50, with short, elegant grey hair that suited her small, well-shaped head perfectly, avoiding the harshness I usually associated with such a cut. Her face was intelligent and sensitive, lit by pale grey eyes of a peculiarly penetrating intensity. She wore a simple, dark red wool dress that followed her slender frame. Immediately, I found her somewhat intimidating, sensing that her personal standards might not align with those of most people. I understood at once why Sophia had used the word ruthless to describe her. A chill hung in the air, and I suppressed a slight shiver. Clemency spoke in a calm, cultured voice. "Please sit down, Chief Inspector. Is there any new information?" "Your father-in-law died from ezarine poisoning, Mrs. Leonidas." She considered this thoughtfully. "So it was murder, then? It couldn't have been some sort of accident?" "No, it could not." "Then I must ask you to be very gentle with my husband, Chief Inspector. This will devastate him. He idolized his father and feels things deeply. He's an emotional man by nature. Were you and your father-in-law on good terms?" "We were civil," she replied quietly. "But I did not particularly like him. May I ask why?" "I disapproved of his life's ambitions and the methods he used to achieve them, and Brenda Leonidas." "Brenda?" "I had little to do with her. Is it possible there was something between her and Lawrence Brown? You mean an affair? I doubt it, but I really wouldn't know." Her tone was utterly disinterested, as if discussing the weather. Roger Leonidas burst back into the room with his usual agitated energy. "Sorry, I was held up on the phone. Well, Inspector, what have you found? What killed my father?" "Ezarine poisoning." "Ezarine! Then it was her. That woman couldn't wait." "He lifted her out of nowhere. And this is her gratitude?" "She murdered him in cold blood. The thought makes my blood boil." "Do you have specific reasons for suspecting her?" Taverner inquired. Roger paced wildly, pulling at his hair. "Reasons? Who else could it be? I never trusted her, never liked her. None of us did. Philip and I were horrified when Dad came home and told us what he'd done. At his age, it was sheer madness. My father was a remarkable man, Inspector. His mind was as young and vibrant as a man of 40. Everything I have I owe to him. He never failed me, and I failed him." He sank heavily into a chair, his anger dissolving into despair. His wife moved quietly to his side. "That's enough, Roger. Don't upset yourself further." "I know, dearest, I know," he murmured, taking her hand. "But how can I stay calm? How can I not feel? We must all remain calm. Clemency stated firmly. Chief Inspector Taverner needs our cooperation. You're right, of course, Roger muttered, but then his rage flared again. He jumped up, hands clenched. Do you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to strangle that woman myself. Denying that dear old man a few more years of life. If she were here right now, he made a violent wringing motion with his hands. I'd wring her neck, I tell you. Roger! Clemency's voice cut through sharply. He looked at her, instantly chastened. Sorry, dearest. Turning to us, he added awkwardly, I do apologize. My emotions overwhelm me sometimes. Please excuse me. With that, he hurried from the room once more. Clemency offered a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Honestly, she said, he couldn't harm a thing. Inspector Taverner acknowledged her comment with a polite nod before launching into his standard inquiries. Clemency Leonides answered each one with precision. Her husband, Roger, had been in London that day at the headquarters of the Associated Catering. He'd returned to Boxhouse in the early afternoon and, as was his habit, spent time with his father. She herself had been at her usual post at the Lambert Institute on Gower Street. She arrived home just before 6. Did you see your father-in-law then? No. The last time I saw him was the previous evening after dinner when we had coffee with him. So you didn't see him on the actual day he died? No. I did go over to his wing because Roger thought he'd left a favourite pipe there, but it was on the hall table, so I didn't need to disturb him. He often napped around that hour. When did you learn he was ill? Brenda came rushing over. It was just after 6:30. I knew these questions were largely procedural, yet I could sense Taverner's intense focus on the woman answering them. He asked about her work in London. She explained it involved studying the radiation effects from atomic processes. So, it's related to the atom bomb? Not at all. The Institute's research is focused entirely on potential medical applications. When Taverner rose, he asked to see their part of the house. She seemed momentarily surprised, but readily agreed. Their bedroom, with its twin beds, plain white spreads, and minimal furnishings, felt more like a sanitized cell than a home. The bathroom was starkly functional, devoid of luxuries or personal toiletries. The kitchen was impeccably clean and outfitted with practical, efficient appliances. It all felt so sterile it was almost unnerving. Then Clemency opened another door. This is my husband's study. Come in, come in. Roger's voice called out warmly. I felt an immediate sense of relief. The austere perfection of the rest of their quarters had been quietly oppressive. This room was gloriously, comfortingly personal. A roll-top desk was littered with papers, old pipes and ash. Well-worn armchairs sat on faded Persian rugs. The walls held an assortment of photographs, school teams, cricket matches, military groups, their colours softened with age. There were watercolour sketches too, desert scenes with minarets, sailing boats on choppy seas, quiet sunsets. This was the den of a kind, companionable man. Roger was clumsily clearing a space, sweeping books from a chair to pour drinks from a decanter set. Forgive the mess. I was sorting through a lifetime of papers. Say when, the inspector declined. I accepted. You must excuse my earlier display, Roger continued, bringing me my glass. He glanced toward the door where Clemency was no longer standing. My emotions got the better of me, but her, my wife, she's been incredible, absolutely steadfast through all of this. You have no idea how much I admire her. She's endured so much, long before me. His voice grew earnest. Her first husband was a brilliant man, a researcher in crystallography, but terribly ill. She supported him in every way, knowing all the while he was dying. She never complained, never once called it a sacrifice. She even insisted she was happy. After he passed, she was devastated. It took a long time before she agreed to marry me. He paused, looking around the cluttered, friendly room as if it were a sanctuary from the cold perfection outside. I was so relieved to be able to offer her a bit of peace and happiness. I truly wished she would just stop working, but naturally she felt it was her duty during wartime, and even now she seems to believe she must continue. She's been an incredible wife, truly the best a man could ever hope for. Goodness, I've been so fortunate. I'd do absolutely anything for her. Taverner offered a fitting reply. Then he launched back into his standard line of questioning. When had Roger first learned of his father's illness? Brenda came rushing over to get me. She said my father was sick, that he'd had some sort of attack. I'd been sitting with the dear old man only about 30 minutes before. He'd seemed perfectly fine then. I hurried over, his face had a bluish tint, and he was struggling for breath. I ran straight down to Philip. He called the doctor immediately. There was nothing we could do, of course. It never even crossed my mind back then that anything unusual had happened. Unusual? Did I say unusual? What a terrible word to use, with some effort. Taverner and I extracted ourselves from the heavy emotional air of Roger Leonides's room and stepped back into the hallway at the top of the stairs. Whew! Taverner exhaled. What a difference from the other brother, he added, almost as an afterthought. Rooms are strange things. They tell you a lot about the people living in them. I nodded in agreement, and he continued. It's also strange who ends up marrying whom, isn't it? I wasn't entirely sure if he meant Clemency and Roger or Philip and Magda. His comment applied equally well to either couple. Still, both marriages struck me as reasonably content, with Roger and Clemency's being particularly solid. I wouldn't peg him as a poisoner, would you? Taverner asked. Not at first glance? No. But you can never be sure. Now, she seems more the type. A rather relentless sort of woman. Possibly a touch unhinged. I agreed again. But I doubt, I said, that she'd kill someone simply because she disapproved of their lifestyle and goals. Maybe if she genuinely despised the old man, but are murders ever committed purely out of hatred? Very rarely, Taverner replied. I've maybe seen one myself. No, I think we're on much safer ground sticking with Mrs. Brenda. But heaven knows if we'll ever find any real proof. A parlour maid answered the door to the opposite wing. She appeared nervous, yet there was a hint of disdain in her look when she recognized Taverner. You wish to see the mistress? Yes, please. She led us into a large drawing room and left. The room's dimensions mirrored those of the drawing room directly below. It was decorated with brightly coloured cretonne fabrics and striped silk curtains. Above the mantelpiece hung a portrait that completely captured my attention, not only due to the masterful artistry, but because of the subject's compelling presence. It depicted a small, elderly man with intense, dark eyes. He wore a black velvet skullcap, his head settled low between his shoulders, yet a powerful vitality seemed to radiate from the canvas. Those sparkling eyes felt as though they were looking directly at me. That's him, Chief Inspector Taverner said, breaking grammatical convention. Painted by Augustus John. He had a presence, didn't he? Yes, I answered, feeling the single word was utterly insufficient. I finally understood what Edith de Havilland had meant when she said the house felt empty without him. This was the original crooked little man who had built the crooked little house, and without him the house had lost its very soul. That's his first wife over there, a sergeant, Taverner noted. I studied the painting hanging between the windows. It carried a certain sharpness, common in many of Sargent's portraits. The face seemed elongated, I thought, and there was a faint, undeniable suggestion of a horsey quality, an air of impeccable, rigid correctness. It was the portrait of a classic English lady from country society, not the fashionable set, handsome, yet somewhat lifeless. A most improbable wife for the grinning, formidable little tyrant above the fireplace. The door opened, and Sergeant Lamb entered the room. I've spoken with the staff, sir, he reported. Nothing useful came of it. Taverner let out a weary breath. Sergeant Lamb quietly retrieved his notebook and withdrew to a distant corner of the room, settling himself into a chair as if trying to become part of the wallpaper. The door swung open once more, and Aristide Leonides' widow entered. She was dressed head to toe in black, expensive, heavy fabric that draped her from throat to wrists. The colour suited her, and she moved with a languid, almost careless grace. Her face was pleasantly pretty, framed by brown hair styled in an overly intricate fashion. Though her makeup was carefully applied, the signs of recent tears were evident. Around her neck hung a strand of conspicuously large pearls, and her hands were adorned with a substantial emerald on one finger and a massive ruby on the other. But beyond the jewels and the finery, one thing was unmistakable. She looked utterly terrified. Good morning, Mrs. Leonides, Taverner began, his tone deliberately casual. I apologize for disturbing you again, she replied in a dull, flat voice. I suppose it's necessary. You are aware, Mrs. Leonides, that you are entitled to have your solicitor present if you wish. She seemed not to grasp the implication. With a touch of petulance, she said, I don't care for Mr. Gateskill. I don't want him here. You could have a different solicitor, of course. Do I have to? I find solicitors confusing. They make my head spin. That is entirely your decision, Taverner said, offering a practiced, meaningless smile. Shall we proceed? Sergeant Lamb moistened the tip of his pencil. Brenda Leonides sank onto a sofa opposite Taverner. Have you learned anything? She asked. I noticed her fingers nervously working a pleat in the chiffon of her dress, twisting and untwisting the delicate fabric. We can now state with certainty that your husband died from ezarine poisoning. So those eye drops killed him. It appears that the final injection you administered contained ezarine, not insulin. But I didn't know that. I had nothing to do with it, Inspector. I swear I didn't. Then someone must have deliberately substituted the eye drops for the insulin. What a horrible thing to do. Indeed, Mrs. Leonidas. Do you believe it was done on purpose? Could it have been an accident or some sort of cruel joke? Taverner replied smoothly. We do not consider it a joke, Mrs. Leonidas. It must have been one of the servants. Taverner remained silent, letting the suggestion hang in the air. It must have been. I can't see who else could have done it. Are you certain? Think carefully, Mrs. Leonidas. No ill feeling anywhere, no arguments, no old resentments? She stared back at him with wide, defiant eyes. I have no idea, she insisted. You stated you were at the cinema that afternoon. Yes. I returned at 6:30. It was time for the insulin. I gave him the injection, just as I always did, and then he went all strange. I was terrified. I ran straight to Roger. I've told you all this already. Must I keep repeating it? Her voice climbed, edged with hysteria. I'm very sorry, Mrs. Leonidas. Now, may I speak with Mr. Brown? With Lawrence. Why? He doesn't know anything about it. I would still like to speak to him. She eyed him with suspicion. Eustace is having a Latin lesson with him in the schoolroom. Do you want him to come here? No, we'll go to him. Taverner moved swiftly from the room with the sergeant and me following. Once in the corridor, Sergeant Lamb murmured, You've certainly rattled her, sir. Taverner merely grunted in response. He led us up a short flight of steps and along a passage to a large room overlooking the garden. Inside, a fair-haired man in his 30s and a handsome, dark-haired boy of about 16 were seated at a table. They looked up as we entered. Sophia's brother, Eustace, glanced curiously at me. Lawrence Brown, however, fixed a gaze of pure agony on Chief Inspector Taverner. I have never seen a man look so completely paralyzed by fear. He half rose from his chair, then sank back down. His voice emerged as a strained squeak. Oh, good morning, Inspector. Good morning, Taverner replied, his tone curt and businesslike. Could I speak with you for a moment? The Chief Inspector asked. Certainly, I'm happy to, that is. Eustace rose from his chair. Would you prefer I leave, Chief Inspector? His tone was polite, yet carried a subtle hint of superiority. We can always resume our lessons later, his tutor added quickly. Eustace moved toward the door with an air of casual indifference, his gait somewhat rigid. Just as he stepped through the doorway, he caught my eye, drew a finger sharply across his own throat in a silent, grim gesture, and flashed a knowing grin before closing the door behind him. Well, Mr. Brown, Inspector Taverner began, his voice steady. The laboratory results are conclusive. Mr. Leonidas was killed by ezarine. You mean he was actually poisoned? I had been hoping it was some sort of mistake. He was poisoned, Taverner stated flatly. Someone replaced his insulin with ezarine eye drops. I can't believe it. It seems impossible. The real question is, who stood to gain? No one. Absolutely no one. Lawrence Brown's voice climbed, edged with panic. Would you like your attorney present? Taverner inquired calmly. I don't have an attorney. I don't want one. I have nothing to conceal. Nothing at all. And you fully understand that your statements are being recorded. I'm innocent. I swear to you, I'm innocent. I haven't suggested otherwise. Taverner let a moment pass. Mrs. Leonidas was considerably younger than her husband, wasn't she? I suppose so. I mean, yes, she was. She must have felt isolated at times. Lawrence Brown didn't reply. He wet his parched lips nervously. Having someone closer to her own age living here must have been a comfort, Taverner pressed. No, not at all. I mean, I wouldn't know. The tutor's words tumbled out in a fluster. It seems only natural that a bond might have developed between you. The young man reacted with fierce denial. It didn't. Nothing like that happened. I understand what you're implying, but it simply isn't true. Mrs. Leonidas was always kind to me, and I held the utmost respect for her. Nothing more, I assure you. It's outrageous to imply such things. Outrageous. I could never harm anyone, or tamper with medicine bottles, or anything of the sort. I have a very sensitive disposition. The mere thought of killing is horrifying to me. The military tribunal understood that perfectly. I have conscientious objections to taking life. I did alternative service, stoking boilers at a hospital, exhausting, heavy labor I couldn't continue, so they allowed me to take up teaching. I've done my best here with Eustace and Josephine. She's a clever child, but challenging. Everyone has been extraordinarily kind to me, Mr. Leonides, Mrs. Leonides, Mr. Haviland, and now this terrible event. And you suspect me of murder? Inspector Taverner studied him with a slow, assessing gaze. I didn't say that, but you're thinking it. I know you are. They all are, the way everyone looks at me. I can't continue this. I don't feel well. He rushed from the room, leaving a strained silence behind. Taverner turned his head slowly toward me. Well, what's your impression? He's terrified. Obviously. But does that make him a killer? If you want my opinion, Sergeant Lamb chimed in, he doesn't have the backbone for it. He'd never bludgeon someone or fire a gun, the chief inspector agreed. But for this particular crime, what was required? Just a simple switch of 2 bottles. Just helping a very elderly man slip away with minimal suffering. Almost an act of mercy, the sergeant mused. And then after a suitable period, perhaps a marriage to a woman who inherits a fortune tax-free, who already has a substantial trust, and who owns a collection of pearls, rubies, and emeralds the size of pigeon eggs. He let out a low whistle. Ah, well, Taverner sighed. It's all speculation. I certainly rattled him, but that proves nothing. An innocent man can be just as frightened. Frankly, I'm not even convinced he's the one who physically did it. The woman seems the more likely suspect, but then why wouldn't she have disposed of the insulin bottle, or at least rinsed it clean? He glanced toward the sergeant. Have the servants reported anything unusual between them? The parlour-maid insists they're fond of each other. On what grounds? The way he watches her when she pours his coffee. That wouldn't hold up in court. No actual evidence of an affair. Nothing anyone has witnessed. Trust me, if there had been anything to see, they'd have seen it. You know, I'm starting to think there genuinely is nothing between them. He turned to me. Go back and speak with her. I want your impression. I went, partly reluctant, yet curious. I found Brenda Leonides exactly where I had left her. She looked up sharply as I entered. Where's Inspector Taverner? Is he coming back? Not at the moment. Who are you? Finally, the question I had been expecting all morning. I answered with a measure of honesty. I work with the police, but I'm also a friend of the family. The family? They're vile. I hate every one of them. She stared at me, her mouth trembling. She looked both sullen and afraid, simmering with anger. They've been horrible to me from the very beginning. Why shouldn't I have married their precious father? What did it matter to them? They already had plenty of money. He gave it to them. None of them would have had the sense to earn a penny on their own. She continued, her voice rising. Why shouldn't a man remarry, even if he's older? And he wasn't really old, not in spirit. I was fond of him, truly fond of him. She gave me a defiant look. I see, I said quietly. I suppose you don't believe that, but it's true. I was tired of men. I wanted a home. I wanted someone to care for me, to say kind things. Aristide said beautiful things to me. He made me laugh, and he was clever. He always found clever ways around all those silly rules and regulations. He was brilliant. I'm not glad he's gone. I miss him. She leaned back on the sofa. Her mouth was rather wide, curling into a peculiar drowsy smile. I've been happy here. I felt safe. I went to all those expensive dressmakers, the ones I'd only read about. I was just as good as anyone, and Aristide gave me beautiful things. She stretched out her hand, admiring the ruby on her finger. For just a second, her hand and arm reminded me of a cat's outstretched claw, and her voice took on a purring quality. She was still smiling to herself. What's wrong with that? She demanded. I was good to him. I made him happy. She leaned forward. Do you know how we met? She didn't wait for an answer. It was at the Gay Shamrock. He'd ordered scrambled eggs on toast, and when I brought them, I was crying. Sit down, he said, and tell me what's wrong. Oh, I can't, I told him. I'd lose my job if I did something like that. No, you won't, he said. I own this place. I really looked at him then. At first I thought he was just a funny little old man, but he had a kind of power. I told him everything. You've probably heard their version by now, painting me as some sort of bad lot. But I wasn't. I was brought up properly. We had a shop, a very high-class art needlework shop. I was never the sort to run around with lots of boyfriends or make myself cheap. But Terry was different. He was Irish, and he was being sent overseas. He never wrote, not a word. I suppose I was a fool. So there I was, in trouble, just like some common little maid. Her voice dripped with disdainful snobbery. Aristide was wonderful. He promised everything would be all right. He said he was lonely. We'd be married right away, he said. It felt like a dream. And then I discovered he was the great Mr. Leonidas. He owned countless shops and restaurants and nightclubs. It was like something out of a fairy tale, wasn't it? One version of a fairy tale, I replied dryly. We were married in a small city church, and then we left the country. When I asked about the child, her gaze drifted back from somewhere far away. There was no child in the end. It was a misunderstanding. She gave me that familiar crooked sideways smile. I promised myself I would be the best wife possible, and I truly was. I learned to cook all his favorite meals, wore the colors he preferred, and did everything I could to make him happy. And he was happy. But his family never gave us any space, always dropping by, always needing something, always underfoot. Old Mr. Haviland should have moved out once he married. I said so. But Aristide just told me, she's been here too long. This is her home now. The truth was, he enjoyed having them all around, even when they were awful to me. He never seemed to notice or care. Roger despises me. Have you met Roger? He's always despised me. It's pure jealousy. And Philip acts so superior he barely speaks to me. Now they're all trying to claim I killed him, but I didn't. I swear I didn't. She leaned in closer, her voice pleading. You have to believe me. I found her deeply pitiable. The way the Leonidas family spoke of her with such contempt, their quickness to assume her guilt. It struck me as almost cruel. Here she was, utterly alone, defenseless, and pursued. And if it isn't me, she continued, they think it's Lawrence. What about Lawrence? I asked. I feel terribly for Lawrence. He's fragile. He couldn't go off to war. It wasn't cowardice. He's just sensitive. I've tried to lift his spirits to make him feel valued. Teaching those awful children wears him down. Eustace is constantly mocking him. And Josephine, well, you've seen Josephine. You know how she is. I mentioned I hadn't actually met Josephine yet. Sometimes I wonder if that girl is quite right in the head. She has these sly, unsettling habits, and the way she stares, she gives me chills sometimes. I steered the conversation back to Lawrence Brown. Who is he exactly? Where did he come from? I'd phrased it poorly. She flushed. He isn't anyone particular. He's like me. What chance do people like us have against all of them? Aren't you being a little hysterical? No, I'm not. They're determined to pin this on Lawrence or on me. Even the police seem to be on their side. What hope do I have? Try not to let it overwhelm you, I said. Why couldn't it have been one of them, or an outsider, or a servant? They'd say there's a lack of motive. Motive? What motive do I have, or Lawrence? I felt awkward as I said it. They might suppose that you and Lawrence care for each other, that you wanted to be together. She straightened sharply. That's a horrible thing to say, and it isn't true. We've never spoken like that. I've only ever tried to comfort him. We're friends, nothing more. You believe me, don't you? I did believe her that they were, as she said, only friends. Yet I also sensed that, perhaps without realizing it herself, she had deeper feelings for him. With that thought lingering, I went downstairs to find Sophia. As I approached the drawing room, she stepped out from a door down the hall. Hello, she said. I was helping Nanny with lunch. I started to join her, but she closed the door, took my arm, and guided me into the empty drawing room. Well, she asked, you saw Brenda. What did you think? Honestly, I replied, I felt sorry for her. Sophia looked amused. I see, she said. So she got to you. It irritated me a little. The point is, I told her, I can understand her perspective. Apparently not, I replied. What side are you talking about? Seriously, Sophia, has anyone in this family ever shown her genuine kindness or even basic decency since she arrived? No, we haven't been kind. Why should we be? Simple human decency, if nothing else. You're adopting quite the righteous stance, Charles. Brenda must have been very convincing. Honestly, Sophia, I don't recognize you right now. I'm simply being truthful and dropping the act. You claim to see her perspective. Now consider mine. I have no admiration for the sort of woman who spins a sob story to secure a marriage with a wealthy, elderly man. I am entirely within my rights to dislike that sort of person, and there's no reason on earth why I should pretend otherwise. If the plain facts were laid out in black and white, you wouldn't admire her either. Was the story fabricated? I asked. The one about the child? I can't say for certain. My own opinion is that it was. And you're angry that your grandfather believed it? Oh, grandfather was never fooled. Sophia gave a short laugh. He was never fooled by anyone. He wanted Brenda. He wanted to play the part of the king, choosing the beggar maid. He knew exactly what he was doing, and it all went perfectly according to his design. From his point of view, the marriage was a total success, just like all his other ventures. Was hiring Lawrence Brown as the tutor another one of your grandfather's triumphs? I asked, my tone laced with irony. Sophia's expression grew thoughtful. You know, I'm beginning to think it might have been. He wanted to keep Brenda content and occupied. He may have decided that jewels and fancy clothes weren't sufficient. Perhaps he thought she needed a little harmless romantic drama in her life. He might have calculated that someone exactly like Lawrence Brown, someone completely safe and manageable, would serve the purpose perfectly. A wistful, soulful friendship with a touch of sadness to prevent her from seeking a real affair elsewhere. I wouldn't put it past grandfather to have engineered something along those lines. He was rather a cunning old character, you know. He must have been, I agreed, though he certainly couldn't have foreseen it leading to murder. And that, said Sophia, her voice suddenly fierce, is precisely why, much as I'd like to believe it, I can't truly accept that she did it. If she had planned to kill him, or if she and Lawrence had plotted it together, grandfather would have known. I realize that might sound far-fetched to you. I have to admit it does, I said. But you didn't know grandfather. He absolutely would not have consented to his own murder. So there you have it. We've hit a dead end. She's terrified, Sophia, I said. Absolutely terrified. Chief Inspector Taverner and his cheerful squad. Yes, I imagine they are rather intimidating. I suppose Lawrence is in a complete state, essentially. He made, in my opinion, a thoroughly pathetic spectacle of himself. I don't understand what any woman could see in a man like that. Don't you, Charles? The truth is, Lawrence possesses a certain kind of appeal. A weakling like that? I said, incredulous. Why do men always assume women are only attracted to brutish types? Lawrence has appeal, all right, but I wouldn't expect you to notice it. She looked directly at me. Brenda has certainly gotten under your skin. Don't be ridiculous. She isn't even particularly attractive, and she certainly didn't. Overtly flirt? No, she just made you feel sorry for her. She isn't a great beauty, she's not especially clever, but she has one very pronounced talent. She creates discord. She's already managed to stir trouble between you and me. Sophia! I cried, horrified. Sophia moved toward the door. Forget I said it, Charles. I need to see to lunch. Let me help. No, you stay here. It will fluster Nanny to have a gentleman in the kitchen. Sophia, I called as she left. Yes, what is it? Just a domestic issue. Sophia had just left, and I settled into one of the large brocaded chairs, letting my thoughts wander. Upstairs, I had seen Brenda's perspective. Here, Sophia had made her family's viewpoint perfectly clear. They resented an outsider who had entered their world through what they considered dishonorable means. Honestly, they had every right to feel that way. As Sophia put it, on paper, the situation didn't look good at all, but there was the human element, the side I saw, and they couldn't. They had always been wealthy and secure. They couldn't possibly understand the desperation of someone starting with nothing. Brenda Leonides had craved security, nice things, and a real home. In return, she claimed she had made an old man happy. I felt for her. Talking with her, my sympathy was genuine. But now, sitting here, was I still so sure? Two sides, two completely different viewpoints, which one held the real truth? I hadn't slept much the night before and was up early with Taverner. Now, surrounded by the warm floral scent of Magda Leonides's drawing room, cushioned deeply in the chair, my eyelids grew heavy. My thoughts of Brenda, Sophia, and the old man's portrait blurred into a pleasant haze. I drifted off. I woke up so gradually I didn't even realize I had been asleep. The flower scent was still there. A pale, round shape seemed to float in the air before me. It took a moment to understand I was looking at a face hanging in space just a couple of feet away. As my mind cleared, the vision sharpened. The face still had a goblin-like quality, round with a high forehead, hair slicked back, and small, bright black eyes, but it was attached to a body, a small, skinny frame. It was staring at me with intense focus.
Hello, it said.
Hello, I replied, blinking. I'm Josephine. I had already guessed that. Sophia's sister, Josephine, looked about 11 or 12. She was remarkably plain, bearing a strong resemblance to her grandfather. I suspected she might have inherited his sharp mind, too. You're Sophia's boyfriend, Josephine stated. I acknowledged that was correct. But you came here with Chief Inspector Taverner. Why did you come with him? He's a friend of mine. Is he? I don't like him. I won't tell him things. What sort of things? The things I know. I know a lot of things. I like knowing things. She perched on the arm of my chair, continuing her intense examination of my face until I started to feel uneasy. Grandfather was murdered, did you know? Yes, I said. I knew. He was poisoned. With eserine, she pronounced the word with careful precision. It's interesting, isn't it? I suppose it is. Eustace and I are very interested. We like detective stories. I've always wanted to be a detective. I'm being one now. I'm collecting clues. She struck me as a rather morbid child. She wasn't finished. Mother threw a huge fit last week and fired the cook for using real butter, she added, as if sharing a vital piece of evidence. Now we're back to having sandwiches for dinner. It's all very dramatic, but not very filling. The man accompanying Chief Inspector Taverner is also a detective, correct? In novels, they always say you can spot a plainclothes officer by their footwear, yet this one was wearing suede shoes. Times are changing, I remarked. Josephine took my comment in her own direction. Absolutely, she said. I imagine there will be many changes around here now. We'll probably move to a house along the Thames in London. Mother has wanted that for ages. She'll be thrilled. I doubt Father will care much, even if his books have to go. He couldn't manage it financially before. He lost a terrible amount of money on Jezebel. Jezebel? I asked. You didn't see it? She replied. Oh, was it a stage production? No, I missed it. I've been out of the country. It didn't last long. Frankly, it was a complete disaster. I don't believe Mother is really the right type for Jezebel, do you? I weighed my memories of Magda. Whether in her peach dressing gown or her smart suit, she had never given off a Jezebel vibe, yet I was prepared to accept there were sides to her I hadn't witnessed. Perhaps not, I said carefully. Grandfather always predicted it would fail. He refused to invest in what he called those solemn biblical dramas. He said it would never draw a crowd, but Mother was desperately enthusiastic. I didn't care for it much either. It wasn't very faithful to the original story. I mean, this Jezebel wasn't truly wicked like in the Bible. She was portrayed as patriotic and rather pleasant. That made it boring. Although the ending was decent, they did throw her from a window. But no dogs came to eat her. I think that was a missed opportunity, don't you? The part about the dogs consuming her is the best bit. Mother claims you can't have dogs on stage, but I don't see why not. You could use trained dogs, she recited with relish. And they ate her all but the palms of her hands. Why wouldn't they eat the palms of her hands? I haven't the faintest idea, I said. You wouldn't think dogs would be so fussy. Our dogs certainly aren't. They'll eat practically anything. She pondered this scriptural puzzle for a moment. I'm sorry, the play flopped. Yes, Mother was devastated. The reviews were absolutely savage. When she read them, she sobbed for hours and even hurled her breakfast tray at Gladys, which was rather amusing. I see you have a taste for drama, Josephine, I said. They performed a post-mortem on Grandfather, Josephine stated, to determine his cause of death. They call it a PM. I find that a bit confusing because PM also stands for Prime Minister and for afternoon, she added thoughtfully. Are you sad about your grandfather's death? I inquired. Not especially. I didn't like him much. He forbade me from taking ballet lessons. She gave a pragmatic shrug. It would be pointless now anyway, since ballerinas are rather old-fashioned, like pincushions, and nobody uses those anymore. Certainly not. Josephine, do you know why your Uncle Roger was planning to leave? She cast me a sly, sideways look. I have an idea. It had something to do with his London office, I rather suspect, though I'm not certain that he had misappropriated funds. What gives you that impression? Josephine leaned in close, her breath warm on my cheek. On the day Grandfather was poisoned, Uncle Roger was shut in the room with him for a very long time. They were talking and talking. Uncle Roger kept saying he'd been a failure, that he'd disappointed Grandfather, and that it wasn't just about the money, but about proving himself unworthy of trust. He was in a terrible state. I looked at Josephine with a mixture of disapproval and curiosity. Josephine, I said, has no one ever told you that eavesdropping is impolite? Josephine nodded emphatically. Of course they have, but if you want to discover things, you have to listen at doors. I'll bet Chief Inspector Taverner does it, don't you? I considered this. Josephine continued with passion. And even if he doesn't, the other one does, the one with the suede shoes. They rifle through people's desks and read all their letters, uncovering every secret. The irony is, they're still rather clueless. Josephine spoke with a chilly, superior air. I was foolish enough to miss the implication at first. The disagreeable child continued. Eustace and I are aware of plenty, though I know more than he does, and I won't share it with him. He claims women can never be great detectives. I disagree. I intend to record every detail in a notebook, and then, once the police are utterly stumped, I'll step forward and announce, I can tell you who's responsible. Do you read many detective stories, Josephine? Tons of them. I imagine you believe you know who killed your grandfather? I have a strong idea, but I need to gather a few more clues first. She paused, then added bluntly, Chief Inspector Taverner suspects Brenda, doesn't he? Or perhaps Brenda and Lawrence together since they're in love. You really shouldn't say things like that, Josephine. Why not? It's true. They are in love. I've seen their letters. Josephine, how could you possibly know that? Because I've read them. They're terribly sentimental. Lawrence is like that. He was too scared to serve in the war. He hid in basements tending boilers. When the flying bombs came over, he'd turn pale green. Honestly, green. Eustace and I found it hilarious. What I might have said next was lost as a car pulled up outside. Instantly, Josephine darted to the window, pressing her snub nose against the glass. Who is it? I asked. It's Mr. Gateskill, grandfather's lawyer. Probably here about the will, she said, her voice tinged with excitement. She hurried from the room, no doubt, to resume her sleuthing. Magda Leonides entered and, to my surprise, came straight over to take my hands. Thank goodness you're still here, my dear, she said. One needs a man's presence at a time like this. She released my hands, moved to a high-backed chair, adjusted it slightly, checked her reflection in a mirror, then picked up a small Battersea enamel box from a table, opening and closing it thoughtfully. It was a practiced, attractive pose. Sophia appeared at the door and whispered urgently, Gateskill's here. I know, Magda replied calmly. A moment later, Sophia returned with a small, elderly man. Magda set down the enamel box and went to greet him. Good morning, Mrs. Phillip. I'm on my way upstairs. There seems to be some confusion regarding the will. Your husband wrote to me under the impression it was in my custody, but I understood from Mr. Leonides himself that it was in his bank vault. You wouldn't happen to know anything about it? About poor Sweetie's will? Magda's eyes widened in feigned astonishment. No, of course not. Don't tell me that dreadful woman upstairs has destroyed it. Now, Mrs. Phillip, he said, shaking a cautioning finger, no wild speculation. It's simply a matter of where your father-in-law kept the document. But he told us he sent it to you after signing it. He was quite clear. The police have gone through Mr. Leonides's private papers, Mr. Gateskill stated. I'll just have a word with Chief Inspector Taverner. He left the room. Darling, Magda exclaimed, turning to Sophia. She has destroyed it, I'm sure of it. Don't be absurd, Mother. She wouldn't do something so foolish. It wouldn't be foolish at all if there's no will. She inherits everything. Quiet. Here's Gateskill coming back. The lawyer re-entered, accompanied by Chief Inspector Taverner and Phillip. I was under the impression from Mr. Leonides, Gateskill was saying, that he had placed his will with the bank for safekeeping. Taverner shook his head. I've been in touch with the bank. They hold no private papers of Mr. Leonides beyond certain securities. Phillip suggested, perhaps Roger or Aunt Edith might know. Sophia, would you ask them to come down? But Roger Leonides, summoned with the others, could offer no help. This is ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous, he insisted. Father signed the document and stated clearly that he would mail it to Mr. Gateskill the very next day. If I recall correctly, Mr. Gateskill said, settling back in his chair and letting his eyes drift half shut. It was on November 24th of last year that I sent a draft prepared according to Mr. Leonides' specifications. He reviewed it, sent it back with his approval, and in time I forwarded the final will for his signature. After a week had passed, I took the liberty of reminding him that I had not yet received the signed and witnessed document, inquiring if he wished any changes. He responded that he was entirely satisfied and mentioned that, after signing, he had dispatched the will to his bank for safekeeping. That's absolutely correct, Roger interjected eagerly. It was right around the end of November last year, you remember, Phillip? Father gathered us all one evening and read the will aloud to the family. Inspector Taverner turned to Philip Leonides. Does that match your recollection, sir? Yes, Philip confirmed. It felt rather like a scene from The Voysey Inheritance, Magda remarked with a pleased sigh. There's always something so theatrical about a will reading, don't you think? Miss Sophia? Taverner prompted. Yes, Sophia said. I remember it perfectly. And the terms of that will? Taverner asked. Mr. Gateskill drew a breath to reply in his meticulous way, but Roger Leonides spoke first. It was quite straightforward. With Electra and Joyce gone, their shares from the family settlements had reverted to father. Joyce's son, William, was killed in action in Burma, and his inheritance passed to his father. That left Philip, myself, and the children as the remaining relatives. Father explained all that. He left £50,000, free of estate tax, to Aunt Edith. Brenda was to receive £100,000, also tax-free, and either this house or a suitable London residence purchased for her, whichever she preferred. The remainder of the estate was to be split 3 ways. 1 share to me, 1 to Philip, and the 3rd share divided equally among Sophia, Eustace, and Josephine, with the portions for the 2 younger ones held in trust until they came of age. That's essentially it, isn't it, Mr. Gateskill? Those are, broadly speaking, the provisions of the instrument I prepared, Mr. Gateskill agreed, a touch of sharpness in his tone at having been preempted. Father read it out to us, Roger continued. He asked if anyone had any comments. Naturally, no one did. Brenda made a comment. Mr. Haviland stated coolly. Oh, yes, Magda said with relish. She said she couldn't stand her darling old Aristide talking about death. It gave her the creeps, she said, and she claimed that after he was gone, she wouldn't want any of the horrid money. That, Mr. Haviland observed, her voice like ice, was a trite, conventional protest, utterly typical of her background. It was a small, vicious remark, and in that moment the depth of Edith de Haviland's dislike for Brenda became painfully clear. A very equitable and sensible disposition of his assets, Mr. Gateskill pronounced. And after the reading, what happened? Inspector Taverner pressed. After the reading, Roger said he signed it. Taverner leaned forward. Describe precisely how and when he signed it. Roger glanced somewhat helplessly at his wife. Clemency responded to the silent appeal, while the rest of the family seemed content to let her take the lead. You wish to know the exact sequence of events? If you would, Mrs. Roger. My father-in-law placed the will on his desk and asked one of us, Roger, I believe, to ring the bell. Roger did so. When Johnson, the butler, answered, my father-in-law asked him to fetch Janet Woolmer, the parlour-maid. Once they were both present, he signed the will and asked them to sign their own names as witnesses directly below his signature. The proper procedure, Mr. Gateskill noted. A will must be signed by the testator in the simultaneous presence of 2 witnesses, who must then add their own signatures at that same time and place. And afterward, Taverner asked. My father-in-law thanked them and they left the room. Clemency concluded. My father-in-law carefully placed the will into a long envelope, stating he would send it to Mr. Gateskill the next day. Inspector Taverner scanned the room. Does everyone agree this is an accurate account of what happened? A low murmur of assent filled the air. You mentioned the will was on the desk, Taverner continued. How close did any of you get to it? Not very close at all, came the reply. Perhaps 5 or 6 yards was the nearest anyone stood. When Mr. Leonides read the will aloud, was he seated at the desk? Yes. Did he rise from the desk or leave it between reading the document and signing it? No, he did not. Could the servants see the text when they signed as witnesses? Clemency answered no. My father-in-law placed a blank sheet of paper over the upper portion of the document. Quite proper, Philip added. The contents were none of the servants concerned. I see, said Taverner, though his tone suggested otherwise. Or rather, I don't see. With a swift motion, he produced a long envelope and handed it to the lawyer. Examine this, please, and tell me what it is. Mr. Gateskill withdrew a folded document. He studied it with growing bewilderment, turning it over in his hands. This is most unexpected, he said. I cannot comprehend it. Where was this found? Amongst Mr. Leonides's papers in the safe. But what is it? Roger demanded. What's the issue? This is the will I prepared for your father's signature, Roger, the lawyer explained. Yet, based on your collective testimony, it makes no sense. It is unsigned. What? It must be a draft copy. No, Mr. Gateskill insisted. Mr. Leonides returned the original draft to me. I then drew up this exact will. He tapped the paper and sent it to him for execution. According to your evidence, he signed it in front of you all, and 2 witnesses added their signatures. And yet this document bears no signature. That's simply not possible, Philip Leonides exclaimed, his voice unusually animated. Taverner pressed on. How was your father's eyesight? He had glaucoma. He used very strong reading glasses. Was he wearing them that evening? Certainly. He didn't remove them until after the signing. Isn't that correct? Quite correct, Clemency confirmed. And you're all certain, Taverner asked, that no one approached the desk before the will was signed? Magda frowned, trying to recall. If only we could picture it all again. Nobody went near the desk, Sophia stated firmly, and grandfather sat there the entire time. The desk was in its current position, not near a door, window, or any curtains. It was exactly where it is now, Taverner mused aloud. I am considering how a substitution could have been managed. A substitution there must have been. Mr. Leonides believed he was signing the document he had just read. Could the signatures have been removed? Roger asked. No, Mr. Leonides, not without leaving clear traces. There is one other possibility that this is not the document I sent to Mr. Leonides, the one he signed in your presence. On the contrary, Mr. Gateskill said, I could swear this is the original. There is a slight flaw in the paper at the top left corner. It fancifully resembles a small airplane. I noticed it at the time. The family exchanged blank, confused looks. A most peculiar situation, Mr. Gateskill remarked. Quite without precedent in all my years of practice. The whole thing is impossible, Roger insisted, a note of frustration in his voice. We were all there. It couldn't have happened. Mr. Haviland gave a dry, dismissive cough. It's never any use claiming something that did happen couldn't have happened, she said pointedly. What I'd like to know is, what is the legal position now? Mr. Gateskill immediately adopted his most cautious legal demeanor. The position, he said carefully, will require very thorough examination. The document naturally invalidates all previous wills. A significant number of witnesses observed Mr. Leonides signing what he genuinely believed to be this will, acting in complete good faith. A fascinating situation. It presents quite the legal puzzle. Taverner checked his watch. I'm afraid I've kept you from your lunch, he said. Won't you stay and have lunch with us, Chief Inspector? Philip asked. Thank you, Mr. Leonides, but I'm meeting Dr. Cray over in Swinley Dean. Philip then turned to the lawyer. You'll join us, Gateskill? Thank you, Philip. Everyone rose. I moved discreetly toward Sophia. Should I go or stay? I whispered, the phrase sounding absurdly like some old-fashioned song title. Go, I think, Sophia replied. I slipped quietly from the room to catch up with Taverner. Josephine was swinging back and forth on a baize door leading to the service quarters, looking immensely pleased about something. The police are so stupid, she announced. Sophia emerged from the drawing room. What have you been doing, Josephine? Helping Nanny. I believe you've been eavesdropping outside the door. Josephine made a face at her and disappeared. That child, Sophia sighed, is becoming a real problem. So the kid told you? Taverner said. She seems to know everything that happens in that house. Children usually do, my father remarked dryly. This information, if accurate, changed everything. If Roger had indeed been, as Josephine so confidently put it, cooking the books at Associated Catering, and if the old man had discovered it, silencing Aristide Leonides and fleeing the country before the truth emerged might have been essential. Roger could have made himself criminally liable. It was agreed that inquiries into the affairs of Associated Catering should begin immediately. If that company goes under, it will be a spectacular collapse, my father noted. It's a massive enterprise. Millions are at stake. If it's truly on the brink, it gives us our motive, said Taverner. The father confronts Roger. Roger breaks down and confesses. Brenda Leonides was out at the movies. Roger only needed to leave his father's room, step into the bathroom, empty an insulin vial, and replace it with the concentrated ezarine solution. There you have it. Or his wife could have done it. She went over to the other wing after returning home that day, claimed she went to fetch a pipe Roger had left, but she could have gone to make the switch before Brenda returned to give him his injection. She'd be perfectly calm and capable of it. I nodded. Yes, I can picture her as the one who actually carried it out. She's cool enough for anything, and I don't believe Roger Leonides would naturally think of poison. That insulin trick has a distinctly feminine touch to it. Plenty of men have been poisoners, my father said dryly. Oh, I know, sir, said Taverner. Don't I just know, he added with feeling. All the same, I wouldn't have said Roger was the type. Pritchard, the old man reminded him, was considered a very sociable fellow. Let's assume they were in it together, with the emphasis on Lady Macbeth, my father said as Taverner left. Is that how she strikes you, Charles? I pictured the slender, graceful figure standing by the window in that austere room. Not exactly, I said. Lady Macbeth was fundamentally a greedy woman. I don't think Clemency Leonidas is. I don't believe she wants or cares for material things, but she might care desperately about her husband's safety. That, yes, and she could certainly be, well, ruthless. Different kinds of ruthlessness. That was what Sophia had said. I looked up to find the old man watching me. What's on your mind, Charles? But I didn't tell him then. I was summoned the following day and found Taverner and my father together. Taverner looked pleased with himself and slightly keyed up. Associated Catering is on the rocks, my father stated. Due to crash at any moment, Taverner confirmed. I noticed there had been a sharp fall in the shares last night, I said. The news had sent a ripple of unease through the financial circles I occasionally glanced at, a distant tremor hinting at the coming quake. They appeared to be in better spirits this morning. We've had to proceed with extreme care, Taverner explained. No straightforward questions, nothing to spark alarm or to tip off the man who's run off. But we have our own confidential channels and the intelligence we've gathered is quite clear. Associated Catering is on the brink of collapse. There's simply no way it can meet its obligations. The reality appears to be years of severe mismanagement. Under Roger Leonidas? Correct. He held ultimate authority, you understand? And he's been helping himself to funds. No, Taverner cut in. We don't believe that's the case. To be blunt, he might be a killer, but we don't think he's a thief. Frankly, he's just been a fool. He seems to have possessed no real judgment whatsoever. He expanded when he should have pulled back, and he hesitated and retreated when bold action was needed. He handed over responsibility to precisely the wrong individuals. He's a trusting sort, and his trust was repeatedly misplaced. At every turn, on every decision, he chose the wrong path. There are people like that, my father remarked, and they aren't necessarily unintelligent. They're simply poor judges of character. Their enthusiasm flares up at all the wrong moments. A man like that has no business being in business, Taverner stated. He probably wouldn't be, my father replied. If not for the accident of being Aristide Leonidas's son, that operation was thriving when the old man passed it to him. It should have been a gold mine. You'd think he could have just sat back and let the thing run itself. No, my father said, shaking his head. No enterprise runs itself. There are always decisions. Someone fired here, someone hired there, minor policy questions. And with Roger Leonidas, the answer always seems to have been wrong. Exactly, Taverner agreed. He's a loyal fellow, for one thing. He kept on the most hopeless incompetents, just because he felt fond of them, or because they'd been around a long time. Then he'd get these wildly impractical ideas and force them through, no matter the enormous cost involved. But nothing illegal, my father pressed. No, nothing illegal. Then why murder? I asked. He may have been a fool and not a crook, Taverner said. But the outcome was the same, or nearly so. The only thing that could save Associated Catering from total ruin was an immense injection of cash by next. He checked a small notebook by next Wednesday at the latest. A sum like the one he would inherit, or believed he'd inherit, under his father's will, precisely. But he wouldn't be able to get that sum in cash. No, but he'd get credit. It amounts to the same thing. The old man gave a slow nod. Wouldn't it have been simpler to go to old Leonidas and ask for help, he suggested. I believe he did, said Taverner. I think that's what the child overheard. The old man likely refused point blank to throw good money after bad. He would, you know. I thought Taverner was right about that. Aristide Leonidas had refused to back Magda's play. He'd said it wouldn't be a box office success. Events had proven him correct. He was generous to his family, but he wasn't a man to waste money on losing ventures, and Associated Catering involved thousands, probably hundreds of thousands. He had refused outright, and the only way for Roger to escape financial disaster was for his father to die. But the motive was certainly there. My father glanced at his watch. I've asked him to come here, he said. He should be arriving any moment now. Roger. Yes. Will you walk into my parlour? Said the spider to the fly, I murmured. Taverner looked at me, somewhat scandalized. We will provide him with all the proper legal cautions, he said sternly. The scene was set, the stenographer in place. Soon the buzzer sounded, and a few minutes later, Roger Leonidas walked into the room. He entered the room with an eager, almost clumsy energy. nearly tripping over a chair leg. Once again, he reminded me of a big, friendly dog. In that moment, I felt certain he wasn't the one who had physically transferred the Esserine into the insulin bottle. He would have fumbled it, spilling the contents or breaking the vial. No, that precise hand had been Clemency's, though Roger was undoubtedly in on the plan. His words tumbled out in a rush. "You wanted to see me? Have you learned something?" "Oh, hello, Charles. I didn't notice you there. Thanks for coming. But please, Sir Arthur." He was such a genuinely likable man. Of course, plenty of murderers had been described as likable by their shocked friends afterward. Feeling a pang of guilt, I managed to smile. My father, however, was all cold official procedure. The formal phrases rolled out. Statement taken down, no obligation. Your solicitor. Roger Leonides waved them away with his characteristic impatient energy. I caught the faint, sardonic twist of Chief Inspector Taverner's lips, and could almost read his mind. These types are always so sure of themselves. They think they're too clever to ever slip up. I settled quietly into a corner to listen. "I have asked you here, Mr. Leonides," my father began, "not to provide you with new information, but to request some from you information you have previously chosen to withhold." Roger looked utterly bewildered. "Withheld? But I've told you everything. Absolutely everything." "I think not. You spoke with the deceased on the afternoon of his death?" "Yes, I had tea with him. I told you that." "You told us that?" "Yes. You did not tell us what you discussed. We just talked about daily things. The house, Sophia." "What about associated catering? Was that mentioned up until that moment? I'd held onto a faint hope that Josephine had invented the entire story." That hope vanished instantly. Roger's face transformed, his eagerness melting into something close to despair. "Oh, God," he murmured. He sank into a chair and buried his face in his hands. Taverner's smile was that of a contented cat. "You admit then, Mr. Leonides, that you have not been entirely frank with us. How did you find out? I thought no one knew. I don't see how anyone could." "We have our methods, Mr. Leonides," my father said with a weighty pause. "I believe you now see it is best to tell us the full truth." "Yes, of course. I'll tell you. What do you want to know? Is it true that Associated Catering is on the verge of collapse? Yes. There's no stopping it now. The crash is inevitable. If only my father could have died without ever knowing. I feel so ashamed, so disgraced. Is there a possibility of criminal prosecution?" Roger sat up sharply. "No, not at all. It will be bankruptcy, but an honorable one. Creditors will be paid in full if I contribute my personal assets, which I will do. No, the disgrace is in having failed my father. He trusted me. He handed over this, his largest and favorite enterprise. He never interfered, never questioned what I was doing. He just trusted me, and I let him down." My father's tone was dry. "You claim there was no likelihood of criminal prosecution, then why had you and your wife made plans to go abroad without informing anyone? You know about that too?" "Yes, Mr. Leonides. But don't you understand?" He leaned forward, his eagerness returning, tinged with desperation. I couldn't face him with the truth. It would have looked like I was begging for money, like I wanted him to bail me out again. He was very fond of me. He would have wanted to help. But I couldn't. I just couldn't go on. It would have meant failing all over again. I'm no good. I don't have the skill. I'm not the man my father was. I've always known it. I've tried. But it's no use. I've been so miserable. My God, you have no idea. You can't imagine how miserable I've been, trying to claw my way out of this mess, hoping to just get square, praying the dear old man would never have to hear a word about it. Then it hit. There was no more avoiding the crash. Clemency, my wife, she understood completely. She agreed with me. We hatched this plan together, tell no one, just disappear, and let the storm break after we were gone. I intended to leave a letter for my father confessing everything, telling him how ashamed I was and begging his forgiveness. He's always been so good to me, you have no idea. But by then it would be too late for him to step in. That was the whole point. I didn't want to ask him for help or even appear to be asking. We'd start over somewhere fresh, live simply, humbly, grow things, maybe coffee, maybe fruit, just the bare necessities, hard on Clemency, but she swore she didn't mind. She's incredible, absolutely wonderful. I understand, my father said, his tone dry. So what changed your mind? Changed my mind? Yes. What made you decide to go to your father and ask for financial assistance after all? Roger stared at him, bewildered. But I didn't. You've got it all wrong. I never went to him. He sent for me. He'd heard something, a rumor in the city, I suppose. He always knew things. Someone must have told him. He confronted me about it, and then, of course, I broke down. I told him everything. I said it wasn't just about the money. It was the feeling that I'd let him down after he'd trusted me. Roger swallowed hard. "The dear old man," he murmured. "You can't imagine how kind he was. No reproaches. Just kindness. I told him I didn't want his help, that I'd rather not take it, that clemency and I had our plan to go away and start fresh. But he wouldn't listen. He insisted on coming to the rescue, on putting Associated Catering back on its feet." Taverner leaned in sharply. "You're asking us to believe your father intended to provide you with financial assistance?" "Of course he did. He wrote to his brokers right then and there, giving them instructions." Roger must have seen the doubt on their faces because he flushed. "Look here," he said. "I've still got the letter. I was going to post it, but later, with the shock and the confusion, I forgot. It's probably in my pocket now." He pulled out his wallet and rummaged through it. Finally, he produced a creased envelope with a stamp, addressed to Messrs. Greatorex and Hanbury. "Read it for yourselves," he insisted. "If you don't believe me." My father tore open the letter. Taverner moved behind him to look over his shoulder. I didn't see the contents then, but I did later. It instructed Messrs. Greatorex and Hanbury to liquidate certain investments and requested a representative to come down the following day to take instructions regarding the affairs of Associated Catering. Some of the financial jargon went over my head, but the intent was clear. Aristide Leonides was preparing to salvage the company. Taverner said, "We'll give you a receipt for this, Mr. Leonides." After accepting the receipt, Roger stood. "Is that all?" "You do see how it was, don't you?" Taverner pressed on. "Your father gave you this letter, and then you left him." "What did you do next?" "I hurried back to our part of the house. My wife had just come in. I told her what my father planned to do, how wonderful he'd been. I was so overwhelmed, I hardly knew what I was doing." "And your father fell ill. How long after that?" "Let me think, maybe half an hour or an hour." Brenda came rushing in, frightened. She said he looked strange. I went over with her immediately. But I've already told you all this. During your earlier visit, did you enter the bathroom adjoining your father's room at all?" "I don't think so." "No, I'm sure I didn't." "Why, you can't possibly think that." My father cut off the sudden flare of indignation. He stood and shook Roger's hand. "Thank you, Mr. Leonides. You've been very helpful. But you should have told us all this sooner." The door closed behind Roger. I rose and moved to examine the letter resting on my father's desk. "It might be a fake," Taverner suggested, a note of optimism in his voice. "It might indeed," my father agreed, "but I doubt it. I believe we must take it at face value. Old Aristide was ready to rescue his son from this financial disaster. He could have managed it far more effectively alive than Roger can now, after his death, especially since it appears no valid will is to be located, leaving the exact sum Roger inherits uncertain. That means delays and complications. As matters stand, the collapse is inevitable. No, Taverner, Roger Leonides and his wife had no reason to wish the old man gone. Quite the opposite." He paused, repeating the phrase thoughtfully, as if a new idea had struck him. "Quite the opposite." "What are you thinking, sir?" Taverner inquired. My father spoke slowly. If Aristide Leonides had lived just one more day, Roger would have been secure, but he didn't get that day. He died suddenly, dramatically, in little over an hour. Taverner grunted. "Are you suggesting someone in that house wanted to see Roger ruined? Someone with a conflicting financial stake seems far-fetched." "What is the situation with the will?" my father asked. "Who actually stands to inherit the old man's fortune?" You know how lawyers are? Impossible to get a straight answer. There's an older will, drafted when he married the second Mrs. Leonides. It leaves her the same amount, a bit less to Mr. Haviland, and the remainder split between Philip and Roger. I'd have thought if this new will isn't valid, the old one would apply, but apparently it's not that simple. Drafting the new one revoked the former, and there are witnesses to its signing, plus the whole matter of testator's intention. It's almost a coin toss whether he died intestate. In that case, the widow likely gets everything, or at least a life interest. So if the will has vanished, Brenda Leonides profits most. Correct? If there's been any funny business, she's the most probable beneficiary, and there clearly has been funny business, but I'll be dashed if I can see how it was managed. I couldn't see it either. I suppose we were being incredibly dense, But we were approaching it, of course, from entirely the wrong direction. After Taverner left, a brief silence settled. Then I asked, "Father, what are murderers like?" The old man looked up at me thoughtfully. We understand each other so well, he knew precisely what lay behind my question. He answered with utmost seriousness. "Yes," he said, "that is important now, vitally important for you. Murder has come close. You can't remain an outside observer any longer." I had always taken an amateur interest in some of the more sensational cases the department handled, but, as my father said, it had been a spectator's interest, peering in through the window, so to speak. Now, as Sophia had realized much quicker than I, murder had become a dominant personal reality. The old man continued. "I'm not sure I'm the right person to ask. I could refer you to a couple of the psychiatrists who consult for us. They have it all neatly categorized. Or Taverner could give you the official perspective. But you want, I gather, to hear what I personally think, based on my experience with criminals?" "That's exactly what I want," I said gratefully. My father traced a small circle on the desktop with his finger. "What are murderers like, some of them?" he said, a faint, rather wistful smile touching his lips. "Have been thoroughly decent fellows." I must have looked startled. "Oh, they have," he insisted. "Perfectly ordinary men like you or me, or like that man who just left Roger Leonides. Murder, you see, is often an amateur's crime. I'm speaking, of course, of the kind of murder you're considering, not organized gangster violence. One often gets the impression that these seemingly ordinary people have stumbled into murder almost by accident. They find themselves in a desperate situation, or they crave something intensely, money, a particular woman, and they kill to obtain it. The restraint that holds most of us back simply doesn't function for them. A child, after all, turns desire into action without a second thought. A child angry with a kitten might declare, "I'll kill you," and strike it with a hammer, only to be heartbroken when the kitten doesn't revive. Many children have tried to remove a baby from a pram to drown it, simply because the infant steals attention or disrupts their play. They learn quite early that such an act is wrong, meaning it will bring punishment. Later, they develop a genuine feeling that it is wrong. Yet some individuals, I suspect, remain morally stunted. They understand intellectually that murder is forbidden, but they don't feel it. In my experience, I don't believe any murderer has ever truly felt remorse, and that perhaps is the true mark of Cain. Murderers are set apart. They are different. Murder is wrong, but not for them. For them, it is necessary. The victim asked for it. It was the only way. "Do you believe," I inquired, "that if someone harbored a deep, long-standing hatred for old Leonides, that could be motive enough?" "Pure hatred?" "I'd say that's very unlikely." My father studied me with curiosity. "When you speak of hate, I assume you mean an extreme, obsessive dislike. A jealous hatred is different. It springs from affection and frustration. Take Constance Kent. Everyone said she was fond of the baby brother she killed, but she likely wanted the attention and love lavished on him. I think people more often kill those they love than those they hate. Possibly because only the people you love can truly make life unbearable for you." He paused, then added, "But all this speculation isn't helping you much, is it? If I understand correctly, you're searching for some telltale sign, a universal indicator that would help you identify a murderer within a household of apparently normal, pleasant people. That's exactly it. Is there a common denominator, I wonder?" He fell into thought. "If there is, I'd be inclined to say it's vanity." "Vanity?" "Yes, I've never met a murderer who wasn't vain. It's their vanity that leads to their downfall, 9 times out of 10. They may fear being caught, but they can't resist strutting, boasting. And usually they're convinced they've been far too clever to be caught." He continued, "And here's another thing. A murderer wants to talk." "To talk?" "Absolutely. You see, committing a murder places you in a position of profound loneliness. You'd love to tell someone all about it, and you never can. That makes the desire to talk even stronger. So if you can't discuss how you did it, you can at least talk about the murder itself. Discuss it, propose theories, go over it repeatedly. If I were you, Charles, I'd watch for that. Go back down there, mingle with them all, get them talking. Of course it won't be straightforward. Guilty or innocent, they'll be eager to talk to a stranger because they can say things to you they'd never say to each other. But it's possible, I think, that you might notice a difference. A person with something to hide can't really afford to talk freely. The intelligence officers knew that during the war, if captured, you gave only your name, rank, and unit. Nothing more. People who try to offer false information nearly always slip up. Get that household talking, Charles, and watch for a slip or a flash of self-revelation. I then told him what Sophia had said about the streak of ruthlessness in the family, the different forms it took. He was intrigued. Yes, he said. Your young woman has a point there. Most families have a defect, a chink in their armor. Most people can handle a single flaw, but two distinct weaknesses might be too much. Heredity is a curious thing. Consider the de Havilland family's ruthlessness and what we might term the Leonidas family's unscrupulous nature. The de Havillands are generally fine because, while ruthless, they aren't unscrupulous. The Leonids are usually all right because, though unscrupulous, they possess a fundamental kindness. But imagine a descendant who inherits both traits. Do you see the potential danger? I hadn't considered it from that perspective, my father continued, but I wouldn't trouble yourself too much with theories of heredity. It's an impossibly complex subject. No, son, go down there and listen to what they have to say. Your Sophia is correct on one point. Only the truth will serve either of you now. You need to know. As I was leaving the room, he added, and watch out for the child. Josephine? You mean I shouldn't let her know what I'm doing? No, that's not what I meant. I meant look after her. We don't want anything to happen to her. I stared at him, surprised. Really, Charles, there's a calculated killer in that house. Josephine seems to be aware of nearly everything that happens. She certainly knew all about Roger's troubles, even if she jumped to the conclusion he was a swindler. Her report of what she overheard was remarkably accurate. Precisely. The child's testimony is often the most reliable evidence there is. I'd trust it every time. It's no good in a courtroom, of course. Children falter under direct questioning. They mumble or look blank and claim they don't know. They're at their best when they're showing off. That's what the child was doing with you. Showing off? You'll learn more from her the same way. Don't ask her questions outright. Pretend you think she knows nothing at all. That will provoke her, he concluded. But take care. She may know a little too much for someone's comfort. I travelled down to the Crooked House, as I'd begun to think of it, with a faint sense of guilt. While I had relayed Josephine's revelations about Roger to Taverner, I had said nothing about her claim that Brenda and Lawrence Brown exchanged love letters. I justified this by telling myself it was likely just childish fantasy, with no reason to believe it was true. But in truth, I felt a strange reluctance to heap further suspicion upon Brenda Leonidas. Her position in the house had affected me, surrounded by a hostile, unified family. If such letters existed, Taverner and his team would doubtless find them. I disliked being the instrument that brought fresh trouble to a woman in such a difficult spot. Moreover, she had assured me solemnly that nothing of that nature existed between her and Lawrence, and I was more inclined to believe her than that spiteful little imp, Josephine. Hadn't Brenda herself said that Josephine was not all there? I pushed aside a nagging certainty that Josephine was in fact very much all there. I recalled the sharp intelligence in her beady black eyes. I had telephoned Sophia and asked if I might visit again. Please do, Charles. How are things there? I'm not sure. They keep searching the house. What are they looking for? I have no idea. We're all becoming terribly nervous. Come as soon as you can. I'll go mad if I can't talk to someone. I told her I would come straight down. No one was in sight when my taxi pulled up to the front door. I paid the driver, and he left. Hesitating, I wondered whether to ring the bell or simply walk in, as the door stood open. As I paused, I heard a slight rustle behind me. Turning sharply, I saw Josephine standing in the gap of the yew hedge, watching me, her face partly hidden behind a large, half-eaten apple. As I turned, she quickly moved away. Hello, Josephine. She didn't answer, vanishing behind the hedge. I crossed the drive and followed her. She sat perched on the rough wooden bench beside the goldfish pond, legs swinging rhythmically as she took a loud bite from her apple. Over its rosy curve, her eyes fixed on me with a solemn, almost accusatory stare. I came back down, Josephine. I offered, the words feeling weak under her unblinking silence. Her tactical patience was unnerving. Is that apple any good? I tried again. This time she deigned to answer with a single dismissive word. Mealy. What a shame, I said. I can't stand a mealy apple. Nobody does, Josephine retorted with clear scorn. Why wouldn't you say hello to me earlier? I didn't feel like it. Why not? She lowered the apple, her expression sharpening for a proper accusation. You went and snitched to the police. Oh, I said, caught off guard. You mean about About Uncle Roger. But it's perfectly fine, Josephine, I assured her. Everything's settled. They know he didn't commit a crime. He hadn't taken any money or anything like that. Josephine shot me a look of pure frustration. You just don't get it. I'm sorry. I wasn't worried about Uncle Roger. It's that you've ruined the detective work. Don't you know you never go to the police until the very end? Oh, I understand, I said, feeling genuinely contrite. I'm sorry, Josephine. Truly, I am. You should be, she replied, her tone heavy with betrayal. I trusted you. I apologized a third time, and she seemed to soften slightly, taking 2 more deliberate bites. But the police would have found out about all this eventually, I reasoned. You and I couldn't have kept it secret forever. You mean because he's going bankrupt? Josephine asked, proving once again how well-informed she was. I suppose that's where it's headed. They're going to argue about it tonight, Josephine announced. Father and Mother and Uncle Roger and Aunt Edith. Aunt Edith would give him her money, only she doesn't actually have it yet. But I don't think Father will. He says if Roger got himself into this mess, he has to face the consequences, and it's pointless to throw good money after bad. And Mother refuses to help because she wants Father to invest in a play about Edith Thompson. Do you know who she was? She was married, but hated her husband. She was in love with a sailor named Bywaters who got off a ship, and he followed her husband down a dark street after the theatre and stabbed him in the back. I was struck, not for the first time, by the vast scope of Josephine's knowledge and her sharp dramatic sense, which laid out every crucial detail with only a slight haze around the pronouns. It sounds like a good story, said Josephine, but the play probably won't be like that. It'll be another boring Jezebel. She sighed dramatically. I still wish I knew why the dogs wouldn't eat the palms of her hands. Josephine, I pressed, you told me you were almost certain who the murderer was. So? Who is it? Her look was pure contempt. I see, I said. Not until the final act, not even if I promise not to tell Inspector Taverner. I need a few more clues, Josephine stated. Besides, she added, tossing her apple core into the goldfish pond with a splash, I wouldn't tell you anyway. If you're anyone in this, you're Watson. I swallowed the insult. Fine, I said. I'll be Watson. But even Watson was given the facts. The what? The data. And then he drew all the wrong conclusions. Wouldn't it be fun for you to watch me bungle the deductions? For a brief moment, she seemed tempted. Then she shook her head firmly. No, she declared, and added, besides, I'm not really into Sherlock Holmes anymore. It's terribly old-fashioned. They ride around in those silly horse carts. What about those letters? I asked, shifting tactics. What letters? The ones you said Lawrence Brown and Brenda wrote to each other. I made that up, Josephine said flatly. I don't believe you. Yes, I did. I make things up all the time. It amuses me. I stared at her, and she stared right back, her expression unreadable. Josephine, listen, I know a fellow at the British Museum who's practically an expert on the Bible. If I can get him to explain why the dogs didn't touch Jezebel's hands, will you finally tell me about those letters? For a moment, Josephine actually seemed to waver. Not far off, a twig broke with a sharp, startling snap. Her reply, when it came, was blunt and final. No, I won't. I had to admit defeat. A little belatedly, I recalled my father's old tactic. Oh, well, I said, trying to sound casual. It's just a silly game anyway. You probably don't really know anything important. Her eyes flashed, but she didn't take the bait. I stood up. I should go find Sophia now, I told her. Come on inside with me. I'm staying here, Josephine announced. No, you're not, I said, and without ceremony, I pulled her to her feet. She looked startled, even offended, but gave in with reasonable cooperation, partly, I suspected, because she wanted to watch how everyone reacted to my arrival. At the time, I couldn't have said why I was so insistent she come along. It wasn't until we were stepping through the front door that it hit me. It was because of that sudden, sharp crack of a twig outside. From the main drawing room, I could hear the low murmur of voices. I paused, but didn't go in. Instead, I drifted farther down the hall and, acting on impulse, pushed open a heavy baize door. The corridor beyond was dim, but then a door swung wide, flooding the space with light from a big, warm kitchen. Framed in the doorway stood a comfortably round old woman in a spotless white apron. The moment I saw her, I felt a deep, instinctive calm, the kind only a truly wonderful nanny can provide. I'm 35, but right then I felt like a reassured little boy of 4. Though she'd never met me, she said at once, You must be Mr. Charles. Come into the kitchen and let me fix you a cup of tea." It was a large, welcoming room that felt instantly safe. I sat at the central table, and Nanny brought over a cup of tea in a plate with 2 sweet biscuits. The nursery feeling washed over me again. Everything was going to be all right. The shadows and unknowns of the dark room faded away. "Miss Sophia will be so glad you're here," Nanny said. "She's been working herself up lately." Then she added, with clear disapproval, "They all have, really." I glanced behind me. "Where's Josephine? She came in with me." Nanny made a soft, disapproving click with her tongue. "Eavesdropping at doors again, I expect, scribbling in that silly little notebook she carries everywhere. She ought to be in school with other children her own age. I've said as much to Miss Edith, and she agrees, but the master insisted she was better off here at home." "I suppose he's very fond of her," I said. "He was, sir. He was fond of them all." I must have looked puzzled, wondering why Philip's affection for his children was spoken of so firmly in the past tense. Noticing my expression, Nanny flushed slightly and corrected herself. "When I said the master, I meant old Mr. Leonides." Before I could reply, the kitchen door flew open and Sophia hurried in. "Oh, Charles," she began, then quickly added, "Nanny, I'm so relieved he's here. I know you are, love." Nanny gathered an armful of pots and pans and carried them into the scullery, shutting the door behind her. I rose and went to Sophia, wrapping my arms around her. "Darling," I murmured, "you're shaking. What's wrong?" She leaned into me, her voice barely a whisper. "I'm frightened, Charles. Truly frightened. I love you," I told her. "If I could just take you away from all this." She pulled back and shook her head. "No, we can't. We have to see it through. But Charles, it's horrible. Knowing that someone in this house, someone I see and talk to every single day, is a cold, calculating poisoner." Her voice trailed off, heavy with dread. I had no easy answer for her. With someone like Sophia, empty reassurances would be worse than useless. "If only we could be certain," she murmured. "That's the worst part, isn't it?" I agreed. Her voice dropped to a whisper. "What truly terrifies me is the possibility we may never find out." I could easily picture the torment of that uncertainty. It seemed entirely likely the mystery of old Leonidas' death would remain unsolved. That thought, however, sparked a question I had meant to ask Sophia about a detail that intrigued me. "Sophia," I began, "let me ask you something. How many people in this house were actually aware of the Esserine eye drops? Specifically, I mean, who knew he had them, and who understood they were poisonous, and what amount would be fatal? I see where you're going, Charles, but it doesn't narrow things down. We all knew, all of us. Vaguely, perhaps, but in precise detail." "In precise detail," she insisted. "We were all having coffee with grandfather in the library one afternoon. He enjoyed having the family around. His eyes had been bothering him terribly. Brenda fetched the Esserine to administer the drops, and Josephine, who questions everything, pointed at the bottle and asked, 'Why does it say eye drops not to be taken on the label? What would happen if someone drank the whole thing?' Grandfather just smiled and explained, 'If Brenda ever made a mistake and gave me an injection of this instead of my insulin, I imagine I'd gasp, turn rather blue, and then die. My heart isn't strong, you see.' Josephine gasped, and he added, 'So we must be very careful Brenda doesn't confuse the two, mustn't we?' Sophia paused, letting the memory settle. We were all there, listening. Every one of us heard it. I understood completely. I'd harbored a faint notion that some specialized knowledge was required. Now I realized old Leonidas had practically handed his murderer a blueprint. No scheme needed to be devised. A simple, effective method had been laid out by the victim himself. I took a slow breath. Sophia, reading my thoughts, said softly, "It's horrible, really." "You know, Sophia," I said after a moment, "one thing does occur to me." "What's that?" "That you're correct. It couldn't have been Brenda. Not that way. Not after you'd all heard the conversation and would remember it. I'm not so sure. She can be remarkably obtuse sometimes." "Not that obtuse," I countered. "No, it rules Brenda out." Sophia took a step back, putting a little distance between us. "You don't want it to be Brenda, do you?" she asked, her tone sharpening with a sudden, unexpected edge. And what could I say? I couldn't bring myself to state bluntly, "Yes, I hope it is." Why not? Was it some misplaced chivalry? A reflex to side with the solitary figure against the united front of the formidable Leonidas family. I pictured her on that expensive sofa, draped in rich mourning, the hopelessness in her voice, the fear shadowing her eyes, a woman adrift in a hostile sea. Nanny returned from the kitchen then, perhaps sensing a new tension in the room. "Going on about murders again," she said with clear disapproval. "You should put it from your minds. Let the police handle their nasty business. It's not for you. Oh, Nanny, you must see that the murderer is someone in this house." "What nonsense, Miss Sophia. I've no patience with it. With the front door standing open half the day and every lock undone, you're practically inviting trouble. Anyone could have walked in. But nothing was stolen. Why would a burglar break in just to poison someone?" "I didn't say it was a burglar," Nanny replied, folding her arms with an air of finality. "I said the doors were open. It could have been anyone. If you ask me, it was the communists." She gave a firm, satisfied nod. "They're behind everything these days, or so everyone says. But if it wasn't the communists, believe me, it was the Catholics. They're the Scarlet Woman of Babylon, plain and simple." With the air of someone delivering the final verdict, Nanny vanished back into the scullery. Sophia and I exchanged an amused glance. "A true old-school black Protestant," I remarked. "Absolutely," Sophia agreed. "Come on, Charles, let's go into the drawing room. There's a bit of a family summit happening. It was supposed to be tonight, but it's kicked off early." "I probably shouldn't intrude, Sophia. If you're serious about joining this family, you might as well see us with our gloves off. It's an education." "What's the trouble?" "Roger's financial mess. You're already tangled up in it, from what I hear. But you're out of your mind if you think Roger could have hurt Grandfather. Roger worshipped him." "I never really believed Roger did it. I wondered about clemency for a moment, only because I put the idea in your head. You're wrong there, too. I don't think Clemency will care one bit if Roger loses everything. I suspect she'd be almost relieved. She has this strange passion for living without possessions. Come on." When we stepped into the drawing room, the conversation halted abruptly. Every eye turned toward us. The whole clan was assembled. Philip occupied a large crimson brocade armchair, his aristocratic features frozen into a stern, judicial mask. He looked like a magistrate preparing to pass sentence. Roger was perched on a large ottoman by the fireplace, having run his fingers through his hair until it stood on end. His left trouser leg was hitched up, his tie was crooked, and his face was flushed from debate. Clemency sat slightly apart, her slender frame almost lost in an overstuffed chair. She was gazing dispassionately at the wall panels, detached from the others. Edith sat rigidly upright in a grandfather chair, knitting with furious intensity, her lips pressed into a thin line. The most striking sight in the room was Magda and Eustace, who looked like a Gainsborough portrait come to life. They sat together on the sofa, the dark, handsome boy wearing a sullen expression, and beside him Magda, the picture of a duchess in a taffeta gown with one brocaded slipper extended gracefully before her. Philip frowned. "Sophia," he said, his voice cool, "I must ask you to excuse us. We are discussing private family matters." The clicking of Mr. Haviland's knitting needles filled the brief silence. I was about to offer an apology and withdraw, but Sophia spoke first, her voice clear and resolute. "Charles and I intend to be married," she announced. "I want him here." "And why on earth shouldn't he be?" Roger exploded, leaping up from the ottoman. "I keep telling you, Philip, there's nothing private about this. The whole world will know by tomorrow or the next day. Besides, my dear fellow," he added, coming over to clap a friendly hand on my shoulder, "you're already in the know. You were there this morning." "Oh, do tell," Magda interjected, leaning forward with theatrical curiosity. "What is Scotland Yard really like? One always imagines a desk, some chairs. What about the curtains? No flowers, I assume. Is there a dictaphone?" "Give it a rest, Mother," said Sophia. "Besides, you told Vavasaur Jones to cut that Scotland Yard scene. You said it was an anticlimax. It makes it feel too much like a common detective story," Magda explained. "Edith Thompson is a psychological drama, or perhaps a psychological thriller, which sounds more compelling." "You were at Scotland Yard this morning, Philip?" asked me sharply, then recalled. "Ah, yes, because of your father." He frowned, and I felt my presence was more unwelcome than ever, but Sophia's grip on my arm tightened. Clemency quietly pushed a chair forward. "Please, sit down," she offered. I gave her a grateful nod and took the seat. "You can say what you like," Mr. Haviland resumed, picking up the thread of the earlier discussion. "But I believe we have a duty to respect Aristide's wishes. Once the matter of the will is resolved, Roger, everything I leave behind is yours to do with as you wish," Edith stated. Roger ran his hands through his hair in agitation. "Absolutely not, Aunt Edith. I couldn't possibly accept, he insisted. Philip cleared his throat. I wish my own position allowed for such generosity, but one must be practical about these financial obligations. Phil, you're missing the point entirely, Roger interrupted. I won't accept a single dollar from anyone. He most certainly will not, Clemency stated flatly. Magda, smoothing her dress, added, Edith, if the will is properly executed, he'll have his own inheritance to manage. But can any of that be settled in time to make a difference? Eustace inquired, his tone doubtful. Philip shot him a look. You're not fully aware of the circumstances, Eustace. He's hit on the exact problem, Roger said, almost with a strange enthusiasm. It's too late to stop what's coming. Nothing can prevent the collapse now. Nothing at all. Clemency waved a dismissive hand. Then there's truly nothing left to debate. Roger agreed, his voice rising. What does any of it matter now? Our father is gone. He's dead. And here we are, arguing over accounts and assets as if they mean anything. A flush crept into Philip's usually pale face. We are attempting to be helpful, Roger, he said stiffly. I know, Phil, I know you are. But no one can help. So let's just end this conversation. After a tense pause, Philip ventured, I might be able to secure a loan. The market is down, of course, and a portion of my capital is tied up in Magda's settlement. But perhaps... Magda cut in swiftly. Darling, you can't possibly raise that kind of money. It would be a terrible strain and hardly fair to the children's future. I'm not asking anyone for anything, Roger shouted, his voice growing hoarse. I've said it until I'm blue in the face. I am prepared to face the consequences. It's a matter of family reputation, Philip pressed. Father's name, our name. It was my business, Phil. Mine alone. Philip met his brother's gaze steadily. Yes, it was entirely your concern. Edith de Havilland rose to her feet, her knitting gathered in her hands. I believe we have discussed this quite enough, she announced, her tone brooking no argument. The familiar note of authority in her voice had its usual effect. Philip and Magda stood up. Eustace slouched toward the door, his walk noticeably stiff and halting, though not quite a limp. Roger clapped an arm around Philip's shoulders. You're a real stand-up guy for even considering it, Phil, he said. The two brothers left the room together. Magda murmured something about all this unnecessary drama as she followed, and Sophia excused herself to attend to a guest room. Edith remained, carefully rolling her yarn. She glanced toward me, and for a moment I thought I saw a flicker of something like a plea in her eyes. But she seemed to think better of it, sighed softly, and departed. Clemency had moved to the window, staring out at the garden. I joined her there. She turned her head slightly. Thank goodness that performance is over, she said, then added with clear distaste, What a ridiculous room this is. You don't care for it? I feel like I can't breathe in here. It always smells of wilting lilies and old velvet. I thought her criticism was a bit harsh, but I understood her meaning. The room was intensely interior, a feminine and somewhat exotic sanctuary, insulated from the world outside. It wasn't a place where a man would comfortably read the paper or put his feet up. Personally, I still preferred it to Clemency's stark, surgical-looking sitting room upstairs. Given the choice, I'd take a boudoir over an operating theatre any day. It's merely a stage set, Clemency continued, a designed backdrop for Magda to perform against. She looked directly at me. You do see what that was, don't you? Act 2, the family conference. Magda orchestrated the whole scene. It was meaningless. There was nothing to actually discuss. Everything is already decided. It's over. There was no trace of sorrow in her voice. If anything, she sounded satisfied. She noticed my studying her and held my gaze. Oh, can't you see? She snapped, her patience clearly frayed. We're finally free, completely free. Roger has been utterly miserable for years, trapped in a life he never wanted. He has no head for business, none at all. What he truly loves are animals, the quiet of the countryside, simple, honest work. But he worshipped his father. They all did. That's the real problem with this family, too much devotion. I'm not saying the old man was a tyrant, he wasn't. He gave them every advantage, freedom, money, unwavering support, and they repaid him with that same unwavering devotion, which became its own kind of prison. Is that so wrong? I asked. In my view, yes, she insisted. Once your children are grown, you should step back, fade into the background, even make them learn to live without you. Make them. That sounds rather severe. Isn't forcing separation just another form of control? If he hadn't been such a commanding presence. You don't choose to become a presence like that, I countered. He simply was one. And he was far too much of one for Roger, she said, her voice dropping. Roger idolized him. He desperately wanted to be the son his father envisioned, to fulfill every expectation, but he couldn't. His father handed over associated catering to him. It was the old man's pride and joy, and Roger tried with all his might to follow in those footsteps. He just didn't have the knack for it. In business matters, let me be blunt, Roger is hopeless. It's been breaking his heart for years, watching everything he touched slowly fall apart, launching one enthusiastic plan after another that only made things worse. To feel like a constant failure, year after year, you have no idea how deeply unhappy he's been. But I do. She turned to face me fully, her gaze intense. You actually thought, you suggested to the police that Roger might have killed his own father for money. The very idea is absurd beyond words. I realize that now, I said quietly. When Roger finally accepted that the collapse was inevitable, that he couldn't hold it off any longer, he was almost relieved, truly. He was anxious about his father finding out, of course, but about nothing else. He was looking forward to the new life we were planning. Her expression softened, a faint tremor in her voice. Where were you headed? I asked. Barbados, she replied. A distant cousin of mine passed away recently and left me a small property there. Nothing grand, but it was a place to go. We would have been very poor, just scraping by, but the cost of simply living is low there. We would have been together, finally unworried, away from all of them. She let out a sigh. Roger is silly sometimes. He'd fret about me being poor. I suppose the Leonides attitude toward money is too ingrained in him. When I was married to my first husband, Richard, we had nothing, and Roger thinks I was so brave and noble then. He doesn't understand that I was happy, genuinely happy. I haven't felt that kind of happiness since. Her eyes grew distant, then focused on me again with startling clarity. And yet, I never loved Richard the way I love Roger. For a moment, her eyes half closed, and I could feel the raw intensity of her emotion. Then she looked directly at me and stated, So you see, I would never kill for money. I don't even like money. I believed her completely. Clemency Leonides was one of those rare individuals utterly indifferent to wealth. She distrusted luxury, preferred a sparse life, and viewed possessions with suspicion. Still, even those unmoved by money can be tempted by the influence it brings. You might not want it for yourself, I ventured. But money, directed wisely, can accomplish significant things. It can fund important research, for instance. I had wondered if she might be a zealot about her scientific work, but she merely shook her head. I doubt large endowments do much real good. The funds usually get misspent. The breakthroughs that matter come from individual passion and drive from someone with a natural vision, not just a large checkbook. Sophisticated equipment, extensive training, and carefully designed experiments rarely deliver the outcomes one anticipates. The resources allocated often end up in the wrong hands entirely. Will you miss your work when you leave for Barbados? I inquired. You are still planning to go, I assume? Absolutely, the moment the police allow it. And no, I won't miss the work in the slightest. Why should I? I dislike being idle, but I certainly won't be idle there. She continued with a note of frustration. If only this whole mess could be resolved quickly so we could just go. Clemency. I pressed. Do you have any suspicion at all about who is responsible? Assuming you and Roger are innocent, which I genuinely believe, surely someone of your intelligence must have formed some theory. She shot me a strange, fleeting glance. Her tone lost its earlier ease, becoming hesitant and almost uncomfortable. It's unscientific to speculate without evidence, she replied stiffly. One can only note that Brenda and Lawrence are the most obvious candidates. So you believe they did it? Clemency merely shrugged. She paused, seeming to listen for a moment, before leaving the room just as Edith de Havilland entered. Edith came directly to me. I need to speak with you, she announced. My father's warnings flashed through my mind. Was this the moment? But she continued without pause. I hope you haven't misinterpreted Philip, she said. He can be difficult to understand. He might appear cold and distant, but that's merely a mannerism. Underneath, he is quite different. I hadn't really thought I started, but she carried on earlier. Regarding Roger, it isn't that Philip is stingy. He has never been ungenerous with money. He's truly a kind person, always has been, but he requires a certain understanding. I tried to look receptive, and she went on. Part of it stems from being the second son. There's often something about a second child they can feel overshadowed. He adored his father. You see, All the children adored Aristide, and he adored them, but Roger was his particular pride and joy as the firstborn. I believe Philip felt that keenly. He retreated into himself, turning to books and history, things removed from daily life. He suffered for it. Children do suffer. She paused briefly before adding, "What I suppose I mean is that he has always been envious of Roger. I doubt he's even conscious of it, but the fact that Roger has failed so publicly, it's an awful thing to say, and I'm sure Philip doesn't realize it, but I suspect he isn't as sympathetic as he ought to be." "You mean he's somewhat pleased that Roger has made a fool of himself?" "Yes," Mr. Haviland confirmed. "That is precisely what I mean." Frowning slightly, she added, "It troubled me that he didn't immediately offer to help his brother." "Why should he?" I countered. "Roger is a grown man who mismanaged his affairs. If he were ill or destitute, naturally the family would step in, but I expect Roger would prefer a completely fresh start on his own terms." "Oh, he would. It's only clemency he worries about, and clemency is an odd sort. She genuinely enjoys discomfort, drinking from a single plain mug. It's very modern, I suppose. She has no appreciation for the past or for beauty." Her sharp eyes assessed me. "This is a dreadful ordeal for Sophia," she remarked. "I hate that her youth is being shadowed by it. I love them all, you know. Roger and Philip, Sophia and Eustace and Josephine, all Marcia's dear children. Yes, I love them dearly." She halted, then added pointedly, "But mind you, not to the point of idolatry." With that, she turned and left abruptly. I was left with the distinct impression that her final remark carried a meaning I hadn't fully grasped. "Your room is all set," Sophia told me, standing beside me as we gazed out at the garden. Under the grey sky, the nearly bare trees swayed in the wind, making the whole scene appear bleak and empty. Sophia seemed to read my mind, murmuring, "It looks so desolate now." As we watched, a figure emerged from the yew hedge near the rock garden, followed soon after by another. In the fading light, they both had a grey, almost ghostly quality. Brenda Leonides came first, wrapped in a chinchilla coat that seemed to swallow the remaining daylight. There was something unnervingly smooth and silent in her movement, a kind of eerie grace as she slipped through the twilight. When she passed the window, I caught the faint, crooked smile on her face, the same unsettling expression I'd noticed earlier. Minutes later, Lawrence Brown appeared, looking slender and diminished, moving with the same insubstantial, furtive air. They didn't walk like two people returning from a casual stroll. They moved like apparitions. I found myself wondering which of them had stepped on that snapping twig I'd heard earlier. That sound naturally led my thoughts elsewhere, and I asked, "Where's Josephine?" "Most likely up in the schoolroom with Eustace," Sophia said, then frowned deeply. "Charles, I'm really concerned about Eustace." "What's troubling you?" "He's become so withdrawn and strange, ever since that awful illness. I can't figure out what's going on in his head. Sometimes it feels like he resents all of us. He'll likely move past this. It's probably just a difficult phase." "I suppose so," she sighed. "But it worries me all the same." "Why does it worry you so much, my dear?" "Honestly, I think it's because Mother and Father never seem to worry themselves. They don't act like typical parents at all. That might not be such a bad thing. Often children are more burdened by too much meddling than by being left to find their own way." "You're right about that," Sophia conceded. "You know, I never really saw it until I returned from overseas, but they are a truly peculiar pair. Father is utterly lost in his obscure historical research, and Mother absolutely thrives on orchestrating dramatic scenes. That ridiculous performance this evening was entirely her doing. There was no need for it. She just felt like staging a family drama because she's bored out here in the country and needs to stir up some excitement." For a wild moment, I pictured Sophia's mother poisoning the old man in some frivolous experiment, just to witness a real-life murder mystery with herself as the star. It was a darkly amusing thought, which I quickly brushed aside, though it left a faint, uneasy feeling behind. "Mother," Sophia continued with a note of exasperation, "requires constant supervision. You truly never know what she might do next. Forget about your family for now, Sophia," I said firmly. "I'd love nothing more," she replied. "But that's easier said than done at the moment. I was perfectly happy in Cairo when I had managed to put them all out of my mind." I recalled then how Sophia had never once spoken of her home or her relatives during our time abroad. "Is that why you never mentioned them?" I asked. "Because you wanted to forget they existed?" That whole ridiculous performance tonight was entirely my mother's doing. There was absolutely no reason for it. She just felt like staging a dramatic family gathering. You see, she gets so bored down here and has to invent some excitement. For a fleeting moment, I pictured Sophia's mother casually poisoning her elderly father-in-law just to experience a real-life murder mystery with herself as the star. An entertaining idea, but I quickly pushed it aside, though it left me feeling a bit unsettled. My mother, Sophia explained, requires constant supervision. You can never predict what she'll do next. Forget about your family for now, Sophia, I insisted. I would love nothing more, but it's not so simple at the moment. I was truly content back in Cairo when I managed to put them all out of my mind. I recalled how Sophia had never spoken of her home or relatives. Is that why you never mentioned them? I asked. Because you wanted to forget? I believe so. We've always been too involved in each other's lives. We care about each other deeply, perhaps too deeply. It's not like those families who despise one another. That would be awful. But in some ways it's even harder to be so entangled in complicated, conflicting affections. She continued, I think that's what I meant when I said we all lived in a crooked little house. Not crooked as in dishonest, but in the sense that none of us grew up truly independent, standing straight on our own. We're all a bit bent and intertwined. I remembered Edith de Havilland grinding a weed into the garden path with her heel as Sophia added softly, like clinging vines. Suddenly Magda burst into the room, flinging the door open. Darlings, why are you sitting in the dark? She exclaimed. She flipped the light switches and the room was instantly illuminated. Together, Sophia and I drew the heavy rose-colored curtains enclosing us in the flower-scented space. Magda threw herself onto the sofa and sighed dramatically. What an unbelievable scene that was, wasn't it? Eustace was furious. He told me he found the whole thing utterly tasteless. Boys can be so amusing. She went on. Roger is such a dear. I adore when he messes up his hair and starts knocking things over. Wasn't it touching of Edith to offer her inheritance to him? She was completely sincere. It wasn't just for show, but it was rather unwise. It might have pressured Philip into feeling he should do the same. Of course, Edith would do anything for this family. There's something so poignant about a spinster's devotion to her sister's children. Someday I'll play one of those dedicated, inquisitive, stubborn aunts. It must have been difficult for her after her sister passed, I remarked, steering clear of another discussion about Magda's potential roles, especially if she disliked old Leonides as much as she claimed. Magda cut me off. Disliked him? Who told you that? Don't be silly. She was in love with him. Sophia tried to interject. Mother? But Magda waved her off. Now, Sophia, don't argue with me. At your age, you probably think love is only for young, attractive couples in the moonlight. She told me herself that she always disliked him, I said. Maybe at first when she arrived. She was upset with her sister for marrying him. I'm sure there was some tension all along, but she was absolutely in love with him. Darlings, I know what I'm talking about. Of course, with all the rules about marrying a deceased wife's sister, he couldn't have married her even if he wanted to, and I doubt he ever considered it. She probably didn't either. She was content looking after the children and bickering with him, but she was not pleased when he married Brenda. Not one bit. No more than you and Father were, Sophia pointed out. Of course we hated it, naturally, but Edith resented it the most. Darling, you should have seen the way she looked at Brenda. Magda then shot Sophia an affectionate, slightly guilty glance, like a mischievous child who knows she's been caught. Magda continued, seemingly unaware of any shift in the conversation. I've made up my mind. Josephine absolutely has to go away to school. Josephine? To boarding school? I asked. Exactly. To Switzerland. I intend to make the arrangements tomorrow, honestly. I believe we could have her packed and ready within days. This dreadful situation is terrible for her. She's becoming positively gloomy. What she needs is to be around other girls her own age. A proper school environment. I've always believed that. Grandfather was very opposed to her going away to school, Sophia reminded her, her voice deliberate. Darling old sweetie pie just wanted us all under his roof. Elderly people can be rather possessive that way. A child belongs with other children. And Switzerland is so wonderfully healthy. All the winter sports, the mountain air, and the food is infinitely better than what we manage here. Aren't there complications now with currency rules? I ventured. It might be tricky. Don't be silly, Charles. There's some educational scheme. Or you do an exchange with a Swiss family. There are always methods. Rudolf Alsteer is in Lausanne. I'll wire him tomorrow to handle everything. We could have her on a train by the weekend. Magda gave a cushion a playful thump. flashed us a brilliant smile, and drifted to the doorway. She paused, glancing back over her shoulder with a perfectly charming expression. "Only the young truly matter," she declared, and in that moment it sounded like a beautiful, profound line. They must always come first. And, darlings, just imagine the scenery, the fields of blue gentians, the narcissus. In November, Sophia pointed out, but Magda had already swept out. Sophia released a sigh of pure frustration. "Honestly," she said, "Mother is impossible. She gets these impulsive notions, fires off a storm of telegrams, and expects the entire world to reorganize instantly. Why must Josephine be rushed off to the Alps in such a frantic hurry? The school idea itself might have merit," I offered. "Being with peers could be good for her." "Grandfather didn't think so," Sophia insisted stubbornly. I felt a flicker of irritation. "Sophia, my dear, do you genuinely believe a gentleman in his 80s is the best authority on modern child-rearing? He was the wisest person in this entire household," Sophia retorted. "Wiser than your Aunt Edith." "Well, perhaps not. She did rather advocate for school. I'll admit Josephine has developed some trying habits, that awful tendency to eavesdrop and snoop, but I truly think it's just a phase, her playing at being a detective." Was concern for Josephine's well-being the only force behind Magda's abrupt plan, I wondered. Josephine had an uncanny knowledge of various events leading up to the tragedy, matters that were certainly none of her business. A vigorous school life filled with sports and routine would likely do her immense good, yet the suddenness and urgency of it gave me pause. Switzerland was a considerable distance. The old man had advised, "Let them talk to you." As I shaved the next morning, I considered how far that instruction had gotten me. Edith de Havilland had talked to me. She had sought me out specifically for that purpose. Clemency had spoken with me, or had I been the one doing most of the talking? Magda had, in a sense, addressed me, though I was merely part of an audience for one of her performances. Sophia, of course, had talked to me. Even Nanny had shared her thoughts. Had any of it made me wiser? Was there a single revealing word or telling phrase? More importantly, had I detected the abnormal vanity my father had emphasized? I couldn't say I had. The only person who had shown a complete and utter disinterest in speaking to me about anything at all was Philip. Wasn't that, in itself, somewhat odd? He must know by now of my intentions toward his daughter, yet he persisted in behaving as if I were invisible. Presumably, he resented my presence. Edith de Havilland had apologized for his manner, calling it just his way. She had seemed worried about him. Why? I turned my thoughts to Sophia's father. He was, in every sense, a deeply repressed man. He had been a lonely, jealous boy, forced inward, finding solace in books and the distant past. That studied reserve of his might hide a well of deep feeling. The simple motive of financial gain from his father's death felt hollow. I couldn't picture Philip Leonides committing murder just because he wanted more money. Yet there could be a darker psychological need driving him. Philip had returned to live under his father's roof, and later, after the Blitz, Roger joined them. Day after day, Philip had to watch Roger being the clear favorite. Could things have reached a breaking point in his tormented mind, where his father's death seemed the only relief? And what if that death pointed directly at his older brother? Roger was desperate for money, on the edge of ruin. Unaware of that final, generous conversation between Roger and their father, might Philip have believed the financial motive would be so obvious that Roger would instantly fall under suspicion? Was Philip's mental state so fractured it could lead him to kill? I nicked my chin with the razor and cursed. What was I doing? Trying to pin a murder on Sophia's own father. That's a fine way to repay her trust. It wasn't why she asked me here. Or was it? There had always been something unspoken behind her plea. If even a shadow of suspicion about her father lingered in her mind, she would never agree to marry me, not with that fear between us. And because she is Sophia, clear-sighted and brave, she wanted the truth, however harsh, because uncertainty would forever stand in our way. Wasn't she really saying, "Show me this terrible thing I imagine isn't true, but if it is, then prove it, so I can face the worst and know where I stand"? Did Edith de Havilland know or guess that Philip was guilty? What did she mean by this side idolatry? And what about that odd look Clemency gave me when I asked whom she suspected, and she replied, "Laurence and Brenda are the obvious choices, aren't they?" The entire family wanted it to be Brenda and Laurence, hoped desperately it would be them, but in their hearts, they didn't truly believe it. Of course, the whole family could be wrong, and it might really be Lawrence and Brenda after all, or perhaps it was Lawrence alone without Brenda. That would be a far more comfortable solution. I finished tending to my cut and went down to breakfast, resolved to speak with Lawrence Brown at the earliest chance. It was only over my second cup of coffee that I realized the crooked house was getting to me, too. I also was hoping to find not the real answer, but the one that suited me best. After breakfast, I walked through the hall and up the stairs. Sophia had mentioned I'd find Lawrence teaching Eustace and Josephine in the schoolroom. Pausing on the landing outside Brenda's door, I wondered whether to knock or simply enter. I decided to treat the place as part of the Leonides home rather than Brenda's private quarters and let myself in. Inside, everything was quiet and still. To my left, the door to the large drawing room was shut. On my right, two open doors revealed a bedroom and an adjoining bathroom, the one connected to Aristide Leonides' room, where the Ezarine and insulin had been kept. The police were done with it now. I pushed the door open and stepped inside, struck by how easily anyone in the house or even an outsider could have slipped up here unseen. The thought sent a chill through me, a reminder that in this twisted home, secrets moved through the shadows as freely as the family through its halls. Paused in the bathroom, taking in the luxurious details. The space was fitted with polished tiles and a deep, sunken tub. Along one wall, a collection of electric appliances stood ready. A hot plate with a grill beneath, an electric kettle, a small saucepan and a toaster. Everything a valet attending an elderly gentleman might require. I opened the white enameled cupboard on the wall. Inside were medical supplies, 2 medicine glasses, an eye cup, an eyedropper, and several labeled bottles containing aspirin, boracic powder, iodine, and elastoplast bandages. On a separate shelf sat a neat stack of insulin vials, 2 hypodermic needles, and a bottle of surgical spirit. A third shelf held a bottle simply marked the tablets, with instructions to take 1 or 2 at night as directed. This was undoubtedly where the bottle of eye drops had once been placed. The arrangement was clear, orderly, and easily accessible for legitimate need or just as easily for murder. I could have tampered with any bottle and slipped quietly back downstairs without a soul knowing I'd been there. None of this was new information, but it drove home the sheer difficulty of the police's task. The truth, it seemed, could only come from the guilty themselves. Taverner's advice echoed in my mind. Rattle them. Get them on the run. Make them think we're closing in. Stay in the spotlight. Sooner or later, if we keep at it, our culprit will stop playing it safe and try to outsmart us, and that's when we'll have them. So far, though, the criminal hadn't taken the bait. I left the bathroom and moved along the corridor. The dining room door on my left was shut. To the right, Brenda's bedroom and bathroom stood quiet, though I could hear a maid moving about inside the latter. From a room farther down, Edith de Havilland's voice carried clearly as she placed her usual call to the fishmonger. A spiral staircase led upward, and I climbed it. This floor held Edith's bedroom and sitting room, along with 2 more bathrooms and Lawrence Brown's room. Beyond that, a short flight of steps descended to the large schoolroom built out over the servants' quarters at the rear. I stopped outside the door. Lawrence Brown's voice, slightly raised, came from within. Maybe Josephine's habit of eavesdropping was contagious. Without a shred of shame, I leaned against the doorframe and listened. A history lesson was underway, covering the French Directoire period. What I heard next widened my eyes in astonishment. To my great surprise, Lawrence Brown was a magnificent teacher. I'm not sure why it shocked me so. After all, Aristide Leonides had always had an eye for talent. Behind that mousy exterior, Lawrence possessed the rare gift of igniting enthusiasm and imagination in his students. The drama of Thermidor, the decree of outlawry against the Robespierrists, the grandeur of Barras, the cunning of Fouché, even the half-starved young artillery lieutenant Napoleon, all sprang to life, vivid and immediate. Then Lawrence paused, posing a question to Eustace and Josephine, urging them to step into the shoes of various historical figures. While Josephine's reply was muffled as if she had a head cold, Eustace sounded utterly unlike his usual sullen self. He showed sharp intelligence and a keen historical sense, a trait he'd likely inherited from his father. Chairs scraped back across the floor, signaling the lesson's end. I retreated up the steps and pretended to be just coming down as the door opened. Eustace and Josephine emerged. "Hello," I said. Eustace looked surprised to see me. "Can I help you with something?" he asked politely. Josephine, uninterested, slipped past me without a word. "I just wanted to see the schoolroom," I offered, rather lamely. You saw it the other day, didn't you? Eustace replied. It's really just a place for kids. This used to be the nursery, and it's still full of old toys. He held the door open, and I stepped inside. Lawrence Brown was standing near the table. He glanced up, his face flushing, mumbled a reply to my greeting, and quickly left the room. You frightened him, Eustace remarked. He startles very easily. Do you like him, Eustace? Oh, he's fine. A complete fool, obviously. Is he a decent teacher, though? Actually, yes. He can be quite interesting, knows a surprising amount. He gets you to look at things differently. I had no idea Henry VIII wrote poetry to Anne Boleyn, naturally, and it's rather good stuff. We chatted for a while about topics like the rhyme of the Ancient Mariner, Chaucer, the political motives behind the Crusades, the medieval worldview, and the fact, which astonished Eustace, that Oliver Cromwell had outlawed Christmas celebrations. Behind his scornful, irritable manner, I sensed a curious and capable mind. It didn't take long to understand the root of his frustration. His illness hadn't just been a scary experience, it was a major disruption right when he was enjoying life the most. I was supposed to be on the cricket team next term. I'd even earned my house colours. It's pretty rotten to be stuck at home doing lessons with a child like Josephine. She's only 12, for heaven's sake. But you don't study the same things, do you? No, she certainly isn't doing advanced math or Latin. Still, having to share a tutor with a girl is humiliating. I tried to ease his wounded pride by suggesting Josephine was quite bright for her age. Do you really think so? I find her painfully dull. She's obsessed with this detective nonsense, snooping around everywhere, scribbling in a little notebook, acting like she's uncovering great secrets. She's just a silly child, Eustace declared with superiority. Besides, he added, girls can't be detectives, I told her that. I think Mother is absolutely right. The sooner Jo is shipped off to Switzerland, the better. Wouldn't you miss her? Miss a kid her age, Eustace said haughtily. Of course not. Good grief, this house is utterly impossible. Mother is always racing off to London, badgering playwrights to rewrite scenes for her and making enormous fusses over nothing. Father is locked away with his books, sometimes not even hearing you when you speak. I don't see why I should be saddled with such peculiar parents. Then there's Uncle Roger, so aggressively cheerful it makes you cringe. Aunt Clemency is all right, she leaves you alone, though I sometimes think she's a bit odd. Aunt Edith isn't too bad, but she's ancient. Things have livened up a bit since Sophia returned, though she can be pretty cutting. But it is a strange household, don't you agree? Having a step-grandmother young enough to be your aunt or older sister. It makes you feel like a total idiot. I understood something of what he felt. I recalled, however dimly, my own hypersensitivity at his age, my dread of seeming unusual or having relatives who strayed from the ordinary. What about your grandfather, I asked. Were you fond of him? A strange look passed over Eustace's face. Grandfather, he said, was decidedly antisocial. In what way? All he cared about was making money. Lawrence says that attitude is entirely wrong. He was a pure individualist. That whole mindset has to disappear, don't you think? Well, I said bluntly, he has disappeared. A good thing, really, Eustace replied. I don't mean to sound heartless, but you can't possibly enjoy life at that age. Didn't he? He couldn't have. Anyway, it was his time. Eustace stopped abruptly as Lawrence Brown re-entered the room. Lawrence began shuffling some books around, but I noticed he was watching me from the corner of his eye. He checked his watch and spoke firmly. Make sure you're back here exactly at 11, Eustace. We've lost enough time already this week. Sure thing. Eustace ambled out, a casual whistle on his lips. Once he was gone, Lawrence Brown turned his sharp gaze back to me. He licked his lips nervously, and it was clear he'd returned to the schoolroom just to speak with me. After a moment of shuffling books and pretending to search for a missing one, he finally spoke. So, how is it all going? He asked. How is what going? The police, of course. His nose twitched. He reminded me of a mouse caught in a trap. They don't exactly confide in me, I replied. Oh, but I thought your father was the assistant commissioner. He is, I said, deliberately making my tone sound officious. But he wouldn't share confidential information, naturally. So you have no idea if they plan to. His voice faded into silence before he managed. They aren't about to make an arrest, are they? Not that I'm aware of, but as I said, I might not be told. Inspector Taverner's words echoed in my mind. Get them on the run. Get them rattled. Well, Lawrence Brown was certainly rattled. He began speaking rapidly, his nerves on full display. You can't imagine the strain, not knowing what comes next. They just appear, asking endless questions, some that seem to have nothing at all to do with the case. He stopped abruptly. I stayed quiet, letting the silence urge him on. He clearly wanted to talk. You were there when that chief inspector made that outrageous suggestion, weren't you? About Mrs. Leonides and me? It was monstrous. It leaves you feeling utterly helpless. You're powerless to stop people from thinking the worst, and it's all so viciously untrue. Just because she was so much younger than her husband. People have such ugly minds. I can't help feeling it's all a deliberate plot. A plot now, that's interesting? It was interesting, though, not for the reasons he believed. The family, you understand? Mr. Leonides' family. They've never accepted me. They were always distant. I always felt they looked down on me. His hands began to tremble, just because they've always had money and influence. What was I to them? Just the tutor. Just some pathetic, conscientious objector, and my objections were sincere. They truly were. I offered no response, letting the quiet hang between us. All right, then, he suddenly burst out. What if I was afraid? Afraid I'd bungle it. Afraid that if I ever had to pull a trigger, I might not be able to force myself to do it. How can you be certain the person you're aiming at is some Nazi monster? It might just be some decent young man, a farm boy with no political views, simply drafted to serve his country. I believe war is wrong. Do you understand me? I believe it is fundamentally wrong. I maintained my silence. It was achieving more than any argument could. Lawrence Brown was arguing with himself, and in the process, revealing a great deal. Everyone has always laughed at me, he said, his voice shaking. I have a real talent for making myself look ridiculous. It's not that I lack courage, I just always manage to do the right thing in the wrong way. Once, I ran into a burning house to rescue a woman they said was trapped. I got lost immediately. The smoke overwhelmed me, and the firemen had a terrible time finding me. I heard one of them mutter, "Why couldn't the fool leave it to us?" Nothing I try works. Everyone is against me. Whoever killed Mr. Leonides set it up so I would be suspected. Someone did this just to ruin me. What about Mrs. Leonides? I asked. He flushed, his demeanor shifting from that of a timid mouse to something more defiant. Mrs. Leonides is an angel, he declared, an absolute angel. Her kindness and sweetness toward her elderly husband were remarkable. To even associate her with poison is absurd, utterly laughable, and that obtuse inspector is too blind to see it. He's prejudiced, I remarked. His case files are probably full of instances where elderly husbands were poisoned by their sweet young wives. The insufferable fool, Lawrence Brown said angrily. He crossed to a corner bookcase and started sorting through the volumes. Sensing I wouldn't get anything further from him, I left the room. Moving down the hallway, a door on my left swung open, and Josephine nearly collided with me, appearing as abruptly as a trickster in a vintage stage show. Her face and hands were smudged with grime, and a cobweb dangled from one ear. "Where have you been hiding, Josephine?" I glanced through the partly open door. A short set of steps led up to a cramped attic-like space where the shadowy outlines of pipes and tanks were just visible. "In the cistern room," she stated. "What on earth were you doing in there?" Josephine answered with brisk efficiency. "Detecting?" "Detecting what among the water tanks?" She shrugged. "I need to wash up." "I'd say that's a very good idea." Josephine slipped into the nearest bathroom but turned back to add, "Don't you think it's time for the next murder?" "What next murder?" "In mystery novels, there's always a second victim around now. Someone who knows a secret gets silenced before they can talk." "You read too many detective stories, Josephine. Real life isn't like that, and if anyone in this house knows something, they're doing everything but share it." Her reply was partly muffled by the rush of water from the faucet. Sometimes it's what they don't realize they know. I paused, turning her words over, then left her to wash up and headed downstairs. Just as I reached the front door to the staircase, Brenda hurried out from the drawing room. She stepped close, resting a hand on my arm and searching my face. "Well?" she asked. It was the same question Lawrence had posed, but delivered with far more urgency. A single word, yet it carried a world of need. I shook my head. "Nothing." She released a long, shaky sigh. "I'm so frightened, Charles, terrified." Her fear was palpable, seeping into that narrow entryway. I felt a sharp urge to comfort her, to shield her. Once again, I saw her as utterly isolated, surrounded by hostility. It was as if she were silently pleading, "Who is on my side?" And what would the answer be, Lawrence Brown? But what was Lawrence, really? No pillar of strength, just another fragile soul. I recalled the two of them coming in from the garden the previous evening, adrift and vulnerable. I wanted to help her. Desperately. Yet there was little I could say or do. Beneath it all lurked a guilty unease, as if Sophia's disapproving gaze were fixed on me. I could almost hear her voice, "So she got to you." Sophia refused to see Brenda's side, a woman alone, suspected of murder, with no one to stand by her. "The inquest is tomorrow," Brenda whispered. "What? What will happen?" There, at least I could offer some reassurance. "Nothing immediate," I told her. "It will be adjourned so the police can continue their investigation. It will probably stir up the press, though. So far, the papers have treated it as a natural death. The Leonides family has influence. But once the inquest is adjourned, the circus will begin." Why did I call it a circus? What a careless choice of words. Will they be awful? If I were you, I wouldn't give any interviews." "Brenda, you really should have a lawyer." She flinched, a look of horror crossing her face. "Not in the way you're thinking. Someone to protect your interests, advise you on what to say and what not to say, guide you through the process." I added softly, "You're very much on your own here." Her fingers tightened on my arm. "Yes," she said. "You understand that. You've been a great help, Charles. Truly you have." I descended the stairs with a comforting sense of warmth and accomplishment. Then I saw Sophia waiting by the front door. Her tone was cool, almost brittle. "You were up there in age," she remarked. "London called for you. Your father wants you at the yard." "Did they say why?" "No." She shook her head, her eyes shadowed with concern. I pulled her close. "Don't fret, darling," I assured her. "I won't be long." The air in my father's office felt charged, tense. The old man was behind his desk. Chief Inspector Taverner lounged against the window frame, and in the client's chair, Mr. Gateskill sat looking thoroughly discomposed. A most extraordinary breach of professional confidence. The lawyer was saying sharply. Quite, my father soothed. "Ah, Charles, you made good time. A rather unexpected development has come to light." "Unprecedented," snapped Mr. Gateskill, clearly ruffled to his core. Taverner caught my eye from behind him and offered a faint, knowing grin. "Let me summarize," my father began. "Mr. Gateskill received a surprising communication this morning, Charles. It was from a Mr. Agrodopoulos, the owner of the Delphos restaurant. He's an elderly gentleman, Greek by birth, who was greatly helped in his youth by Aristide Leonides. He remained deeply grateful, and it appears Leonides placed considerable trust in him. I would never have believed Mr. Leonides to be so suspicious and secretive," Mr. Gateskill interjected. "Of course, he was very advanced in years, practically in his dotage, one might say." "National character shows through," my father said gently. "When you are that old, Gateskill, your mind often lingers on the friends of your youth." "But I had handled Leonides's affairs for well over 40 years, the lawyer protested. 43 years and 6 months, to be precise." Taverner's grin widened. "What happened?" I asked. Mr. Gateskill opened his mouth, but my father continued. "Mr. Agrodopoulos explained he was following instructions given by his friend. About a year ago, Leonides entrusted him with a sealed envelope to be forwarded to Mr. Gateskill immediately upon Leonides's death. If Agrodopoulos died first, his son, who is also Leonides's godson, was to carry out the duty. He apologizes for the delay. He's been ill with pneumonia and only learned of the death yesterday." "The entire affair is most irregular," Mr. Gateskill declared. When Mr. Gateskill opened the envelope and examined its contents. My father went on. He decided it was his duty. Given the peculiar circumstances, Gateskill inserted stiffly, "To bring the enclosures to your attention. They consist of a will duly signed and witnessed, and a covering letter." "So the will has finally appeared," I said. Mr. Gateskill turned a shade of plum. "It is not the same will," he retorted. "This is not the document I prepared at Mr. Leonides's request. This one is handwritten by the old man himself, a profoundly unwise thing for any amateur to do. It seems his intention was to make me appear a complete fool." Chief Inspector Taverner tried to smooth the lawyer's bristling pride. "He was a very old man, Mr. Gateskill. They get a bit quirky at that age, you know. Not unsound, mind you, just a touch eccentric." Mr. Gateskill gave a dismissive sniff. Honestly, the man was acting as if he'd been personally insulted by a ghost. "Gateskill telephoned us," my father said, "outlined the will's main provisions, and I asked him to come in with the documents. I also called for you, Charles. I didn't quite see why my presence was required. The whole situation struck me as decidedly unorthodox for both my father and Taverner. I would have found out about the will eventually, and honestly, how the old man left his money was none of my concern. Is it a new will? I inquired. Does it change how his estate is divided? Significantly, Mr. Gateskill replied. My father was watching me. Chief Inspector Taverner was also studying me with a careful, unnerving focus. I felt a vague sense of unease settle over me. Something was clearly occupying both their thoughts, something I couldn't begin to grasp. I turned my questioning look back to Gateskill. It's not my affair, I know, I said. But, he obliged with an answer, Mr. Leonidas' final wishes are not, of course, confidential, he stated. I deemed it my duty to present the facts to the police first and to follow their guidance on how to proceed. I understand, he paused, choosing his words, that there is an understanding, let us say, between you and Miss Sophia Leonidas. I intend to marry her, I said, though she refuses to formalize an engagement right now. Very prudent, remarked Mr. Gateskill. I didn't agree, but this wasn't the moment for debate. By this will, Gateskill continued, dated November 29th of last year, Mr. Leonidas leaves his entire estate, all property and assets to his granddaughter, Sophia Catherine Leonidas, after a separate bequest of £150,000 to his wife. I was stunned. Whatever I had anticipated, it wasn't this. He left everything to Sophia? I said, my voice barely above a whisper. That's incredible. Did he say why? He explained his reasons quite plainly in an accompanying letter, my father said, picking up a sheet of paper from the desk. You have no objection to Charles reading this, Mr. Gateskill? I defer to your judgment, Mr. Gateskill said coolly. The letter does at least provide an explanation, and perhaps, though I am sceptical, a justification for Mr. Leonidas' highly unorthodox actions. My father handed me the letter. It was written in a tight, angular script with very black ink. The handwriting possessed character and force. It didn't seem like an old man's, except perhaps for the precise formation of each letter, a trait from a time when literacy was a hard-won skill deeply valued. It read, Dear Gateskill, you will be surprised to receive this and likely displeased. But I have my own reasons for acting in what may appear to you an unduly secretive fashion. I have long believed in the strength of the individual. In any family, a lesson I learned in my youth and never forgot. There is invariably one person of strong character who assumes the care and burden of the rest. In my family, that person was me. I came to London, built a life here, supported my mother and elderly grandparents back in Smyrna, rescued one brother from legal trouble, freed my sister from a miserable marriage, and so on. God has granted me a long life, allowing me to watch over and provide for my children and their children. Many have been lost to death. The rest, I am thankful, remain under my roof. When I die, the responsibility I have carried must pass to another. I have considered dividing my fortune as equally as possible among my loved ones, but that would not, in the end, create true fairness. People are not born equal. To counter nature's inherent imbalance, one must tip the scales back. In short, someone must be my successor, must shoulder the responsibility for the family's welfare. After close observation, I do not consider either of my sons suited for this duty. My beloved son Roger possesses no business acumen, and though his nature is affectionate, he is too impulsive for sound judgment. My son Philip lacks the confidence to engage with life, choosing instead to withdraw from it. My grandson Eustace is still quite young, and I fear he lacks the maturity and sound judgment required for such a responsibility. He tends toward idleness and is far too impressionable, readily adopting the views of whomever he last spoke with. In my view, only my granddaughter Sophia possesses the necessary positive attributes. She has intelligence, discernment, bravery, an impartial perspective, and, I believe, a truly generous heart. To her, I entrust the well-being of our family and the care of my dear sister-in-law, Edith de Havilland, whose lifelong dedication to us all I deeply appreciate. This reasoning is reflected in the document enclosed herewith. What may be more difficult to explain, especially to you, my old friend, is the small deception I employed. I deemed it prudent to avoid any premature speculation regarding the disposition of my estate, and I have no intention of informing my family that Sophia is to be my heir. Given that my 2 sons have already received substantial settlements, I do not believe my final arrangements will leave them in an undignified position. To quell curiosity and conjecture, I requested you to draft a will. I read this version aloud to my gathered family. I then placed it upon my desk, covered it with a sheet of blotting paper, and summoned 2 servants. When they arrived, I slid the blotting paper up slightly, exposing only the signature area of a document. The real will I now enclose, signed my name, and had them add theirs as witnesses. The document they signed was not the one you prepared, and I read aloud. I cannot expect you to fully comprehend my motives for this little charade. I merely ask your forgiveness for keeping you unaware. A very old man enjoys preserving his small secrets. Thank you, my dear friend, for the diligent care you have always shown in managing my affairs. Please give Sophia my fondest love. Ask her to watch over the family diligently and to protect them from harm. Yours very sincerely, Aristide Leonides. I absorbed this astonishing letter with rapt attention. Remarkable, I murmured. Utterly remarkable, echoed Mr. Gateskill, standing up abruptly. I must say again, I believe my old client, Mr. Leonides, could have trusted me. Not at all, Gateskill, my father countered. He was a natural contrarian. He enjoyed, if I may phrase it this way, taking the winding path. You've hit the nail on the head, sir. Chief Inspector Taverner agreed with feeling. The man was a born schemer. Gateskill departed, visibly unappeased and professionally offended to his core. It's shaken him, Taverner observed after he left. Gateskill, Callum and Gateskill is a highly respectable firm. No shady dealings with them. Whenever old Leonides had a questionable transaction, he never routed it through Gateskill. Callum and Gateskill. He kept a roster of different solicitor firms on hand. Oh, he was a crafty one, and never craftier than when orchestrating his will, my father added. We were fools, Taverner admitted. When you think about it, the only person who could have possibly tampered with that will was the old gentleman himself. It simply never crossed our minds that he would want to. I recalled Josephine's smug little smile when she had declared, "Aren't the police stupid?" But Josephine hadn't been in the room during the will signing. Even if she had been eavesdropping at the door, which I fully believed she was capable of, she could hardly have deduced what her grandfather was actually doing. So why the superior attitude? What did she know that led her to dismiss the police? Or was it, once more, just childish posturing? Noticing the sudden quiet in the room, I glanced up sharply. Both my father and Taverner were studying me intently. Something in their combined gaze compelled me to blurt out defensively. Sophia knew nothing about this. Absolutely nothing. Is that so? My father said, his tone leaving it unclear whether he was agreeing or probing further. She'll be completely stunned. Will she? Completely. A heavy pause settled over us. Then, with jarring abruptness, the telephone on my father's desk shattered the silence. He picked up the receiver, listened for a moment, and said, "Put her through." His eyes shifted back to me. "It's Sophia," he told me, his voice tense. "She says, it's urgent." I took the phone from him. "Sophia?" "Charles." "It's Josephine," she said, her voice trembling. "She's been hurt. Someone hit her on the head. The doctors say it's a concussion. It's serious. They aren't sure she'll pull through." I turned to the others in the room. "Josephine's been attacked," I said. My father reached for the receiver, his expression grim. "I warned you to watch that girl," he said sharply before speaking into the phone. Within minutes, Taverner and I were speeding towards Swinley Dean in a police car. I thought of Josephine emerging from behind the water tanks, her casual remark about it being time for the second murder ringing in my ears. The poor kid had no idea she might be the next target. My father's silent accusation was justified. I should have protected her. While Taverner and I had no solid leads on old Leonides's poisoning, Josephine likely knew something. What I'd dismissed as childish boasting might have been a dangerous clue. Josephine, with her love of snooping, could have stumbled upon information she didn't fully understand. I recalled the snapped twig in the garden, that fleeting sense of danger I'd felt, and then brushed off as paranoia. I should have known better. This was murder, and a killer with everything to lose wouldn't hesitate to strike again. Maybe Magda's frantic push to send Josephine to Switzerland wasn't just maternal fussiness, but a raw instinct that her daughter was in real danger. Sophia met us as we arrived. Josephine had been rushed to Market Basing General Hospital, she explained, and Dr. Gray would update them after the X-ray. "How did it happen?" Taverner asked. Sophia led us around to the back of the house, through a door into a small, neglected yard. A wash-house door stood slightly open in the corner. "She loved to swing on this door," Sophia said, pointing to a cat flap at the bottom she used as a foothold. "I remembered doing the same thing as a boy. The wash house was dim and cluttered with old boxes, a garden hose, some broken tools and discarded furniture. Just inside the doorway lay a heavy marble doorstop shaped like a lion, the one usually by the front door. It must have been balanced on top, Sophia said. Taverner reached up. The door was low, the top only a foot above his head. A booby trap, he muttered, giving the door a gentle swing. He knelt by the marble block but didn't touch it. Has anyone handled this? No, Sophia replied. I made sure no one did. Good. Who found her? I did. She missed lunch. Nanny said she'd seen her head out to the stable yard about 15 minutes earlier, probably to bounce her ball or swing on that door. I went to fetch her. Sophia's voice was steady, but her hands were clenched. Did others know this was her habit? Taverner pressed. Probably everyone in the house, Sophia said with a shrug. Who uses this wash house? The gardeners. Hardly anyone. It's mostly forgotten. Taverner looked around the secluded yard. So anyone could have slipped out from the house or around front, set the trap and vanished. But it would be risky. He stopped, his gaze fixed on the door, gently pushing it back and forth. Nothing's guaranteed. It's a gamble, and more likely to fail than succeed. But she had bad luck. For her, it worked. Sophia trembled. He studied the floor, noting several indentations. Seems like someone tested it first to see exactly how it would land. The noise wouldn't reach the house.
No, we didn't hear a thing.
We had no idea anything was wrong until I came outside and found her lying face down, completely sprawled out. Sophia's voice wavered slightly. There was blood in her hair.
Is that her scarf?
Taverner indicated a checked woolen muffler on the floor.
Yes.
Using the scarf, he carefully lifted the block of marble.
There might be fingerprints, he said, though without much optimism. But I suspect whoever did this was cautious.
He turned to me. What are you looking at? I was examining a broken-backed wooden kitchen chair among the discarded items. On its seat were a few small fragments. Interesting, remarked Taverner. Someone stood on that chair with muddy shoes. Now, why would they do that? He shook his head. What time did you find her, Miss Leonides? It must have been about 5 minutes past 1. And your nanny saw her going out roughly 20 minutes earlier. Who was the last person known to be in the wash-house before that? I have no idea. Probably Josephine herself. I know Josephine was swinging on the door this morning after breakfast. Taverner nodded. So between then and 1:45, someone set the trap. You mentioned that piece of marble is the doorstop for the front door. Any idea when it went missing? Sophia shook her head. The door hasn't been propped open at all today. It's been too cold. Any idea where everyone was this morning? I went for a walk. Eustace and Josephine had lessons until 12:30, with a break at 10:30. Father, I believe, was in the library all morning. Your mother? She was just coming out of her bedroom when I returned from my walk around. 12:15. She doesn't rise very early. We went back into the house. I followed Sophia to the library. Philip, pale and worn, sat in his usual chair. Magda was crouched at his knees, weeping softly. Sophia asked, have they called from the hospital yet? Philip shook his head. Magda sobbed. Why wouldn't they let me go with her? My baby. My funny, plain little baby, and I used to call her a changeling and make her so mad. How could I be so cruel? Now she'll die. I know she will. Quiet, my dear, said Philip. Quiet. Feeling like an intruder in this scene of family anguish, I slipped away to find Nanny. She was sitting in the kitchen, crying quietly. It's a judgment on me, Mr. Charles, for the harsh thoughts I've been having. A judgment. That's what it is. I didn't press her to explain. There's wickedness in this house, that's the truth. I didn't want to see it or believe it, but seeing is believing. Somebody killed the master, and that same somebody must have tried to kill Josephine. Why would anyone try to kill Josephine? Nanny moved her handkerchief from her eye and gave me a knowing look. You understand well enough what she was like, Mr. Charles. She loved knowing things, always been that way, even as a little girl, used to hide under the dinner table and eavesdrop on the maids, then hold it over them. Made her feel important. You see, she was overlooked, in a manner of speaking, by her mother. She wasn't a pretty child like the other two. Always just a plain little thing. A changeling, the mistress called her. I blame the mistress for that. I believe it soured the girl's heart. In a strange way, she managed to get her revenge by uncovering people's secrets and making sure they knew she was aware of them. But that's a dangerous game when there's a poisoner on the loose. No, it certainly hadn't been safe. That thought sparked another question in my mind. I turned to Nanny and asked, "Do you have any idea where she kept that small black notebook, the one she was always scribbling in?" "I know exactly what you're talking about, Mr. Charles. She was very secretive with it. I'd catch her chewing on her pencil, writing something down, then chewing on it again. Stop that. I'd tell her, 'You'll give yourself lead poisoning.' And she'd just say, 'Oh no, I won't, because pencils aren't really made of lead.' It's carbon, though. I don't understand why they call it a lead pencil if there's no lead in it." "You'd think that would be the case," I agreed. But actually, she was correct. Josephine was always right, wasn't she? So, about this notebook, any clue where she hid it? "I haven't the faintest idea, sir. She was sly about that, one of her little mysteries. It wasn't with her when she was found. Oh no, Mr. Charles, there was no notebook. Had someone taken it? Or had she hidden it somewhere in her room?" The idea struck me to go and look. I wasn't sure which room was hers, but as I paused in the hallway, Taverner's voice called out. "Get in here," he said. "I'm in the kids' room. Have you ever seen such a mess?" I stepped inside and froze. The small room looked like a tornado had swept through. Dresser drawers were yanked out, their contents strewn across the floor. The mattress and bedding were torn from the bed. Rugs were piled in heaps. Chairs were overturned, pictures ripped from the walls, and photographs torn from their frames. "Good grief," I muttered. "What was the point of all this? What do you think? Someone was searching for something." "Exactly." I glanced around and let out a low whistle. "But who on earth? Surely no one could come in here, tear the place apart, and not be seen or heard." "Why not, Mrs.? Leonides spends her mornings in her bedroom, painting her nails, calling friends, and fussing with her wardrobe. Philip is usually in the library, lost in his books. The nurse is in the kitchen, peeling potatoes or snapping beans. In a household where everyone knows each other's routines, it would be surprisingly easy. And I'll tell you something else. Anyone in this house could have set that trap for the girl and ransacked her room. But it was someone in a hurry, someone who didn't have the luxury of a quiet, thorough search. Anyone in the house, you're saying? Yes, I've checked. Everyone has a stretch of time that's unaccounted for. Philip, Magda, the nurse, your own young lady. Same goes for the upstairs. Brenda was alone most of the morning. Lawrence and Eustace had a half-hour break from 10:30 to 11. You were with them part of that time, but not all of it. Mr. Haviland was out in the garden by herself. Roger was shut in his study. Only Clemency was in London at her job. Not even she's in the clear. She stayed home today with a headache alone in her room, supposedly resting. Any of them, every single one, and I don't know which. If I only knew what they were looking for in here. His eyes swept over the chaotic room. And if I knew whether they found it, something nudged at my memory, a faint recollection. Taverner pressed me. "What was the kid doing when you last saw her?" "Hold on," I said. I hurried out of the room and up the stairs. I went through the left-hand door and climbed to the top floor. Pushing open the door to the cistern room, I stepped up, ducking my head under the low, sloped ceiling, and looked around. When I had asked Josephine what she was doing up here, she had told me she was detecting. I couldn't imagine what there was to detect in this dusty, cobweb-filled attic with its water tanks. The attic seemed like the perfect spot to hide something. I had a strong feeling Josephine had stashed away an item she knew she shouldn't have. If that was the case, finding it shouldn't take long. It only took 3 minutes behind the largest water tank, its constant hiss filling the space with an unsettling sound. I discovered a bundle of letters wrapped in torn brown paper. I opened the first one. "Oh, Lawrence, my darling, my own dear love. Last night was magical when you recited that poem. I knew it was for me, even though you never looked my way. Aristide remarked on how well you read verse. He had no idea what we were both feeling. My love, I truly believe everything will be resolved soon. We'll be grateful he never knew, that he died content. He has been kind to me. I don't wish for him to suffer, but honestly, what joy is there in living past 80? I wouldn't want to. Soon we'll be together forever. Imagine how wonderful it will be when I can finally call you my dear, dear husband. We were made for each other. I love you, love you, love you. There is no end in sight for us." There was more, but I'd read enough. With a grim expression, I went downstairs and handed the packet to Taverner. It's possible, I told him, that this is what our mystery visitor was after. Taverner skimmed a few lines, let out a low whistle, and shuffled through the stack. He looked up at me with the smug satisfaction of a cat that just finished a bowl of cream. "Well now," he said softly, This just about seals Mrs. Brenda Leonides' fate, and Mr. Lawrence Brown's along with it. So it was them, after all. Looking back, it's strange how quickly my pity and sympathy for Brenda Leonides evaporated once I read those letters to Lawrence Brown. Was it my wounded pride, realizing her sugary, obsessive love was for him, and that she'd lied straight to my face? I can't say for sure, I'm no psychologist. I'd rather believe it was the image of young Josephine, struck down in a ruthless act of self-preservation, that dried up any compassion I had left. Brown rigged that booby trap, if you ask me, Taverner declared, and it finally explains what was bothering me about it. What exactly was bothering you? The whole setup was just so stupid. Think about it. The kid gets hold of these absolutely damning letters. Your first move is to try and snatch them back. After all, if she talks but has no proof, you can dismiss it as a childish fantasy. But you can't find them, so the only option left is to silence the child for good. You've already committed one murder. What's another? You know, she likes to play on that old door in the deserted yard. The smart, simple thing is to wait behind it and knock her out with a poker, an iron bar, or a piece of hose, all readily available. Why go through the ridiculous hassle of balancing a marble lion on top of the door? It could easily miss her, and even if it hits, it might not finish the job, which is exactly what happened. I ask you, why such a convoluted plan? Well, I replied, what's your theory? My initial thought was it had to do with someone's alibi. Someone would have a rock-solid alibi for the exact time Josephine was supposed to be attacked. But that doesn't hold up. First, nobody seems to have a proper alibi anyway. Second, someone was bound to go looking for the girl around lunchtime. They'd find the booby trap and the lion immediately, making the whole clumsy method perfectly obvious. Of course, if the killer had taken the block away before the chip was discovered, we might have been completely fooled, he said. But as things stand, the entire situation simply doesn't add up. He spread his hands wide. So what's your current theory? The human factor, a personal quirk, a kind of madness. Lawrence Brown's particular oddity, he has an aversion to violence. He can't bring himself to commit a physical act of harm. He absolutely could not have waited behind that door and struck the child on the head, but he might have been able to rig a trap from a distance and let events unfold without watching. I understand, I replied, thinking it over. That ties back to the ezarine in the insulin bottle, then. Precisely. Do you believe he did that without Brenda's knowledge? It would clarify why she never disposed of the insulin bottle. Naturally, they could have planned it together, or perhaps she conceived the poisoning scheme entirely on her own, a smooth, painless end for her weary old husband, all for the best in a perfect world. But I doubt she engineered the booby trap. Women rarely trust mechanical contraptions to work correctly, and aren't they justified? My own view is the ezarine was her idea, but she had her infatuated accomplice carry out the swap. She's the type who usually arranges to keep her own hands clean. That way she preserves a lovely, clear conscience. He paused briefly before continuing. With these letters, I believe the Director of Public Prosecutions will agree we have a case. They'll be rather difficult to explain away. Then, if the child recovers fully, everything will be just fine. He shot me a sidelong glance. How does it feel to be engaged to roughly £1 million? I flinched. Amid the turmoil of the last several hours, I had completely forgotten the developments concerning the will. Sophia doesn't know yet, I said. Should I tell her? I understand Gateskill plans to deliver the sombre or cheerful news after the inquest tomorrow. Taverner paused, studying me thoughtfully. I wonder, he mused, what the family's reactions will be. The inquest proceeded largely as I had predicted. It was adjourned at the police's request. Our spirits were lifted because news had arrived overnight from the hospital. Josephine's injuries were far less severe than initially feared, and her recovery was expected to be swift. For the time being, Dr. Gray stated, she was to have no visitors, not even her mother. Especially not her mother, Sophia whispered to me. I made that perfectly clear to Dr. Gray. He knows mother well enough anyway. I must have looked somewhat skeptical because Sophia said sharply, why that disapproving expression? Well, surely a mother has a right. I'm glad you hold some nice old-fashioned sentiments, Charles, but you still don't fully appreciate what my mother is capable of. The darling can't help it, but there would inevitably be a grand dramatic performance, and dramatic scenes are not the ideal prescription for someone recovering from a head injury. You really do think of everything, don't you, my dear? Well, someone has to do the thinking now that grandfather is gone. I looked at her thoughtfully. Old Leonides's sharp judgment had not failed him. The weight of his responsibilities was already settling on Sophia's shoulders. After the inquest, Gateskill accompanied us back to Three Gables. He cleared his throat and announced with formal gravity, "There is a statement I am duty-bound to make to all of you." For this purpose, the family gathered in Magda's drawing room. On this occasion, I had the rather gratifying sensation of being the man behind the curtain. I already knew what Gateskill was going to say. I prepared myself to observe everyone's reactions. Gateskill was brief and dry, any personal feelings or irritation carefully restrained. He read first Aristide Leonides' letter, and then the will itself. It was fascinating to watch. I only wished my eyes could be everywhere at once. I didn't pay much attention to Brenda and Lawrence. The provision for Brenda in this will remain unchanged. My focus was primarily on Roger and Philip, and afterward on Magda and Clemency. My initial thought was that everyone was handling themselves quite well. Philip remained silent, his lips pressed into a tight line, his fine head resting against the high back of his chair. Magda, however, began speaking the moment Mr. Gateskill concluded, her full, vibrant voice washing over his reedy tones like a powerful wave, overwhelming a tiny stream. "My darling Sophia, how utterly astonishing, how perfectly romantic. To think dear old Sweetie Pie could be so sly and secretive, just like a mischievous child. Didn't he have faith in us? Did he imagine we'd be upset? He never appeared to favor you over the rest of us. But honestly, it's all terribly theatrical." Suddenly, Magda sprang lightly to her feet, glided over to Sophia, and executed an exaggerated formal curtsy. "Madame Sophia, your destitute and decrepit old mother humbly begs for charity." Her voice shifted into a mocking Cockney whine. "Spare a coin for your poor ma. Love, she fancies a trip to the cinema." Her hand curled into a grasping claw, twitched urgently toward her daughter. Without shifting in his seat, Philip spoke through stiff lips.
"Really, Magda, there's no need for this absurd performance." "Oh, but Roger?" Magda cried, whirling suddenly toward him. "Poor dear Roger. Sweetie was going to save the day, and then, before he could manage it, he passed, and now Roger receives nothing." "Sophia," she commanded, turning imperiously, "you absolutely must do something for Roger." "No," stated Clemency, stepping forward. Her expression was defiant. "Nothing, not a thing." Roger ambled over to Sophia like a gentle, oversized bear. He took her hands warmly. "I don't want a single cent, my dear. Once this whole affair is settled, or more likely, fades away, Clemency and I are off to the Caribbean to live simply. If I'm ever truly desperate, I'll come begging to the head of the family." He grinned at her encouragingly. "But until that day, I want nothing. I'm a very straightforward man, truly. Ask Clemency if I'm not." An unexpected voice interjected. It was Edith de Havilland's. "That's all very noble," she said. "But you must consider appearances. If you go bankrupt, Roger, and then simply vanish to the far corners of the earth without Sophia offering the slightest assistance, there will be a great deal of nasty gossip, and it won't reflect well on Sophia at all. What does public opinion matter?" Clemency asked scornfully. "We know it means nothing to you, Clemency," Edith de Havilland retorted sharply. "But Sophia lives in the real world. She's an intelligent, kind-hearted young woman, and I've no doubt Aristide was entirely correct in choosing her to steward the family's wealth, though bypassing both his sons in their lifetime seems very odd by our English standards. But I think it would be most unfortunate if word spread that she acted selfishly in this, that she let Roger fail without lifting a finger to help." Roger went to his aunt, putting his arms around her in a hug. "Aunt Edith," he said, "you're a treasure and a tenacious defender, but you don't understand in the slightest. Clemency and I know precisely what we want and what we don't." Clemency, two bright spots of color appearing in her thin cheeks, stood facing them all defiantly. "None of you," she declared, "understand Roger. You never have. I don't suppose you ever will. Come on, Roger." They left the room just as Mr. Gateskill began clearing his throat and straightening his papers, his face a mask of profound disapproval. He had clearly disliked the preceding scene immensely. My gaze finally settled on Sophia herself. She stood tall and composed by the fireplace, her chin raised, her eyes steady. She had just been left a vast fortune, but my overriding impression was of her sudden, profound isolation. A barrier had been erected between her and her family. From now on, she was set apart from them, and I sensed she already recognized and accepted that stark reality. Old Leonides had placed a heavy burden upon her shoulders.
He had been aware of its weight, and now she knew it too. He had always thought her capable of carrying this burden, yet in that instant I was overwhelmed with pity for her. So far she had remained silent, hardly given an opportunity to speak, but soon words would be dragged from her. Beneath the family's show of warmth, I could already detect a simmering resentment. Even in Magda's elegant performance, I sensed a thread of quiet spite, and there were deeper, shadowy currents still hidden beneath the surface. Mr. Gateskill cleared his throat once more before speaking with careful precision. "Congratulations, Sophia," he said. "You are now an exceptionally wealthy woman. I would caution against any hasty decisions. I can provide the immediate funds required for day-to-day needs. Whenever you're ready to discuss long-term plans, I'll be glad to offer my best counsel. Just schedule a meeting at my office in Lincoln's Inn once you've had ample time to reflect." Edith de Havilland began. "Roger," but Mr. Gateskill cut in smoothly. "Roger will have to manage on his own. He's a grown man. What, 54? And Aristide Leonidas was correct, you know? He isn't a businessman. Never has been. Never will be." He turned his gaze to Sophia. "If you ever consider reviving Associated Catering, don't labor under the illusion that Roger could run it successfully." "I have no intention of reviving Associated Catering," Sophia replied. It was her first time speaking, and her tone was sharp and practical. "That would be an utterly foolish move," she added. Gateskill glanced at her from under his brows, a faint smile touching his lips. Then he bid everyone farewell and departed. A heavy silence settled over the room, the kind that comes when a family is left alone with its raw emotions. Philip rose stiffly from his chair. "I must return to the library," he announced. "I've lost a great deal of time already." "Father," Sophia's voice wavered, almost pleading. I felt her tremble and withdraw as Philip turned cold, hostile eyes toward her. "You must excuse me for not offering congratulations," he said. "This has been a profound shock. I never imagined my father would humiliate me like this, that he would dismiss a lifetime of devotion. Yes, devotion." For the first time, the natural man broke through his icy restraint. "My God," he cried out, "how could he do this to me? He was never fair. Never. Oh, Philip, no, you mustn't think that." Edith de Havilland insisted. "Don't see this as another slight. It isn't. When people grow old, they naturally turn toward the younger generation. I assure you it's only that. Besides, Aristide had a sharp business mind. I've heard him say many times that double death duties. He never cared for me," Philip muttered, his voice low and rough. "It was always Roger. Roger, well, at least." A sudden, ugly expression twisted his handsome features. "At least father realized Roger was a fool and a failure. He cut Roger out too. What about me?" Eustace's voice cut through the tension. I hadn't paid him much attention until now, but I saw he was shaking with raw emotion. His face was flushed, his eyes glistening with what looked like tears. "It's an outrage," he burst out, his voice trembling hysterically. "A damned outrage! How dare grandfather do this to me? How dare he? I was his only grandson, passing me over for Sophia. It's not fair. I hate him. I hate him. I'll never forgive him, not as long as I live." That tyrannical old man. I wanted him gone. I wanted out of this house. I wanted to be my own master. And now I'd be bossed around by Sophia, made to look like a fool. I wish I were dead. His voice cracked, and he bolted from the room. Edith de Havilland clicked her tongue sharply. "No self-control?" she murmured under her breath. "I understand exactly how he feels," Magda exclaimed. "I'm quite sure you do," Edith replied, her tone dripping with acidity. "The poor dear, I should go after him. Now, Magda." But Edith was already hurrying out behind her, their voices fading down the hall. Sophia held Philip's gaze, and I thought I saw a flicker of desperation in her eyes. It was met with nothing but icy composure. He was fully in command again. "You handled that perfectly, Sophia," he stated flatly before leaving. I turned to her, aghast. "That was unnecessarily harsh, Sophia." Her hands reached for me, and I drew her close. "This is too heavy a burden for you, my dear." "I understand their position perfectly," Sophia murmured into my shoulder. "That wicked old man, your grandfather, never should have placed this on you." She pulled back, squaring her shoulders with a determined breath. "He believed I could handle it, and I will. I only wish. I wish Eustace weren't taking it so hard. He'll come around in time, will he?" she wondered aloud, her voice tinged with doubt. "He's the sort to dwell on things, to let them fester, and it pains me to see my father wounded by all this." Your mother seems to be managing. She minds in her own way. It grates on her to have to petition her own daughter for funding for her productions. Mark my words, she'll be pressuring me to finance that dreadful Edith Thompson play before the week is out. And what will you tell her, if it makes her happy? Sophia stepped completely out of my embrace, her chin lifting defiantly. I will tell her absolutely not. It's a terrible script, and she is utterly wrong for the lead. It would be a complete waste of money. A soft laugh escaped me before I could stop it. What's so funny? Sophia asked, eyeing me with suspicion. I'm starting to see exactly why your grandfather left his fortune to you, I said. You're his spitting image, Sophia. Stubborn, clear-eyed, and impossible to sway. My one lingering regret during this period was Josephine's absence. She would have relished every dramatic moment. Though her recovery was swift and she was due home any day, she missed yet another significant event. I was in the rock garden with Sophia one damp morning when Brenda joined us, wrapped in her chinchilla coat. If I don't get some fresh air and a proper walk, I shall lose my mind, she declared. The moment I step beyond the gate, some reporter lying in wait pounces. It's a state of siege. Will it never end? Sophia suggested the press would likely lose interest soon. You could always use the car, she added. I want to walk, Brenda insisted sharply. Then she changed the subject. You've dismissed Lawrence, Sophia. Why? We've made different arrangements for Eustace's tutoring, Sophia replied calmly. And Josephine will be continuing her education in Switzerland. Well, you've wounded Lawrence deeply. He feels you've lost faith in him. Sophia offered no reply, and it was at that precise moment a car pulled up to the front door. Inspector Taverner and Sergeant Lamb emerged and walked into the house. Brenda went very still, staring at the vehicle. It's those detectives, she whispered. They've come back. I thought they'd given up. I thought it was all over. I saw her shudder. She had been standing with us for perhaps 10 minutes, but now she seemed to shrink inside her luxurious coat. What do they want? She muttered, her voice tight with a fresh anxiety. Why are they here? I believed I knew the reason. I had said nothing to Sophia about the letters I discovered by the water tank, but I was aware they had been forwarded to the authorities. When Taverner reappeared and began striding across the drive toward us, Brenda's nervous trembling intensified. What does he want? She repeated, a note of panic rising. What is he doing? Taverner reached us and spoke with formal, impersonal efficiency. I have a warrant here for your arrest. You are charged with administering Ezarine to Aristide Leonides on September 19th. I must caution you that anything you say may be used in evidence. What followed was a scene of pure unraveling horror. Brenda shattered. A piercing scream tore from her, and she clutched at my arm with frantic strength. No, it's not true, Charles. Tell them it isn't true. I didn't do it. I know nothing about any of it. This is a conspiracy. Don't let them take me. It isn't true. I swear it. I haven't done anything. The raw terror in her cries was devastating. I tried to calm her, to gently pry her desperate fingers from my sleeve. I assured her I would find her a good lawyer and urged her to stay calm, that legal counsel would handle everything. Taverner gently took her arm. Let's go, Mrs. Leonides, he said. You won't need a hat. We can leave now. She resisted, her wide, frightened eyes fixed on him. Lawrence? She whispered. What have you done with Lawrence? Taverner replied that Mr. Lawrence Brown was also in custody. At that, her defiance crumbled, her shoulders slumped, her frame seemed to shrink, and silent tears streamed down her cheeks. She went without another word, letting Taverner guide her across the lawn to the waiting car. I watched as Lawrence Brown and Sergeant Lamb emerged from the house. They all climbed in, and the car pulled away. Taking a deep breath, I turned to Sophia. Her face was pale, etched with pain. It's awful, Charles, she said, her voice trembling. Absolutely awful. I know. Promise me you'll get her the very best attorney available. She needs every possible bit of help. It's shocking to witness, I admitted. I'd never seen an arrest before. I hadn't either. You have no conception until you see it. We fell into a heavy silence. I couldn't shake the image of Brenda's raw, desperate fear. It struck a chord, and I suddenly remembered where I'd seen that look before, on Magda Leonides' face during my first visit to the Crooked House, when she was discussing that play about Edith Thompson. And then she had said, sheer terror, don't you think? That was precisely what had been on Brenda's face. Brenda was no fighter. It was hard to believe she'd possessed the nerve for murder. Perhaps she hadn't. Perhaps it was Lawrence, with his fragile mind and obsessive nature, who had performed that simple, deadly act, transferring the contents from one small bottle to another to free the woman he loved. "So it's finished," Sophia said with a deep sigh. Then she frowned. "But why arrest them now? I thought there wasn't enough proof. Some new evidence has surfaced. Letters. Love letters between them. Yes. What utter fools people are to keep things like that. Indeed, fools. It was a universal folly, one nobody ever seemed to learn from. You could hardly pick up a newspaper without reading about someone's disastrous decision to preserve written declarations of love. It's a vile business, Sophia, I said, but we mustn't let it overwhelm us. This is what we've been hoping for, isn't it? You said that first night at Mario's that everything would be all right if the right person was responsible. Brenda was the right person, wasn't she? Or Lawrence? Stop it, Charles. You're making me feel terrible. But we have to be practical. We can be married now, Sophia. You can't push me away any longer. Your family is clear of it. She stared at me, her strikingly blue eyes wide. Yes, she said slowly. I suppose we are clear. We really are out of it, aren't we? You're certain? My dear, none of you had any real motive. Her face went deathly white. Except me, Charles. I had a motive. Well, technically, but I was stunned. Not a real one. You didn't know about the will. But I did know, Charles, she whispered. What? I stared, a sudden chill settling over me. How? He told me. About 2 weeks before he died, he said it quite plainly. I've left everything to you, Sophia. You'll have to look after the family when I'm gone. I was speechless. You never said a word. No. When everyone talked about the will he signed, I thought maybe he was confused, or that if he had made such a will it was lost and would never appear. I was afraid for it to be found. I was afraid. Why do you think that is? Probably because of murder. I recalled the sheer terror on Brenda's face, that wild, irrational panic. I thought of how Magda could summon that same frantic fear whenever she imagined playing a murderess. Sophia wouldn't be gripped by panic, but she was a realist. She could see clearly that Leonides's will placed her under suspicion. Now I understood better, or believed I did, why she refused my proposal and insisted I uncover the truth. Nothing but the truth would serve her, she had said with such passion and earnestness. As we turned toward the house, I remembered something else she'd mentioned at a particular spot along the path. She admitted she could imagine killing someone, but only if it were for something truly worthwhile. Just then, Roger and Clemency came around the bend of the rock garden, walking briskly. Roger's loose tweed suited him far better than his formal city clothes. He looked almost exhilarated, while Clemency wore a frown. "There you are," Roger called out. "Finally, I couldn't believe how long they took to arrest that awful woman. What were they waiting for?" "Well, she's in custody now, along with her wretched companion, and I hope they both hang for it." Clemency's frown deepened. "Must you be so barbaric, Roger? Barbaric? Nonsense. She deliberately poisoned a helpless, trusting old man. If I'm glad the killers are caught and will face justice, that's not barbaric, it's righteous. I'd gladly strangle her myself." He added, "She was with you when the police came, wasn't she? How did she take it?" "It was dreadful," Sophia replied quietly. "She was absolutely terrified." "Serves her right." "Don't be so vindictive," Clemency said sharply. "Oh, I know, darling, but you don't understand. It wasn't your father. I loved my father. Can't you see that? I loved him." "I suppose I should understand by now," Clemency murmured. Roger turned to her, half joking. "You've no imagination, Clemency. What if it had been me who was poisoned?" I saw her eyelids flutter down, her hands tighten almost imperceptibly. "Don't say things like that," she snapped. "Not even in jest." "Never mind, sweetheart. We'll be away from all this soon enough." We continued toward the house, Roger and Sophia walking ahead while Clemency and I followed. She spoke softly. "I suppose now they'll let us leave. Are you that eager to go?" I asked. "It's wearing me out," she confessed, meeting my eyes with a faint, desperate smile. "Haven't you noticed, Charles, that I've been fighting this whole time? Fighting for my happiness, for Roger's. I've been terrified the family would convince him to stay in England, that we'd remain tangled in all their affairs, smothered by family obligations. I was afraid Sophia might offer him a position, and he'd accept because he thinks more comfort and money are what I want. Roger doesn't listen. He gets ideas in his head, and they're never quite the right ones. He doesn't really understand anything. And like a true Leonides, He believes a woman's happiness depends on luxury and security. But I will fight for what we have. I will take him away and give him the life he needs, where he won't feel like a failure. I want him to myself, away from all of them, completely away. Her words came in a low, rushed torrent, edged with a desperation that startled me. I hadn't realized how strange she was, nor how fiercely possessive her love for Roger had become. It reminded me of Edith de Havilland's odd quotation earlier. This side of idolatry spoken with such pointed meaning. I wondered if she'd been thinking of clemency all along. Roger, I reflected, had loved his father more than he could ever love anyone else, even more than his devoted wife. For the first time, I understood the true depth of Clemency's need to have her husband all to herself. Her entire world revolved around Roger. He was her child, her partner, and her love all in one. The sound of a car pulling up interrupted my thoughts. "Look," I said. "Josephine's back." Magda helped Josephine out of the car. A bandage was wrapped around the girl's head, but she otherwise appeared perfectly healthy. She immediately announced, "I need to check on my goldfish," and began heading straight for the pond. "Sweetheart," Magda called after her, "you should come inside first and rest. Maybe have some good, strong broth." "Stop worrying, Mother," Josephine replied. "I'm fine, and I can't stand broth." Magda looked uncertain. I was aware that Josephine had actually been well enough to leave the hospital days ago. It was only a suggestion from Taverner that had kept her there. He wasn't taking any risks with her safety until his suspects were securely behind bars. I said to Magda, "A little fresh air might do her good. I'll go keep an eye on her." I caught up to Josephine just as she reached the pond. "Quite a lot has happened while you were away," I told her. She didn't answer, instead peering into the water with her nearsighted eyes. "I don't see Ferdinand," she stated. "Which one is he? The one with the 4 tails? That type is sort of funny. I prefer that shiny gold one over there. That's a very common variety. I don't really like that scraggly white one much." Josephine shot me a look of pure disdain. "That's a shubunkin. They're expensive much more than regular goldfish." "Aren't you interested in hearing the news, Josephine?" "I probably already know it." "Did you know another will was found and that your grandfather left everything to Sophia?" Josephine gave a bored nod. "Mother told me, besides, I already knew he was leaving his money to Sophia. I heard him tell her." "Were you eavesdropping again?" "Yes. I like listening. It's a terrible habit, and you should remember that eavesdroppers never hear anything good about themselves." Josephine gave me a strange look. "I heard what he said about me to her, if that's what you're getting at," she added. "Nanny gets furious if she catches me at doors. She says it isn't what a proper young lady does." "She's absolutely right." "Whatever," said Josephine with a dismissive wave. "Nobody's a lady these days, they said so. On the radio they said the whole idea was obsolete." She pronounced the last word carefully. I decided to shift topics. "You got home a bit late for the main event?" I said. "Chief Inspector Taverner has arrested Brenda and Lawrence." I expected Josephine, in her role as junior detective, to be electrified by this news. Instead, she merely repeated in her infuriatingly bored tone. "Yes, I know. You couldn't possibly know. It just happened. Their car passed us on the road." Inspector Taverner and that detective with the suede shoes were inside with Brenda and Lawrence. So, of course, I figured they'd been arrested. I hope he remembered to give them the proper warning. "You have to, you know?" I assured her that Taverner had followed every rule. "I had to tell him about the letters," I said, almost apologetically. "I found them behind the water tank." "I would have let you tell him, but you were unconscious." Josephine's hand went carefully to her bandaged head. "I should have been killed," she said with a hint of pride. "I told you it was about time for the second murder. The tank was a stupid place to hide those letters. I knew right away when I saw Lawrence coming out of there one day. I mean, he's not the handy type who fixes taps or pipes, so I knew he must have been hiding something. But I thought, I began only to be cut off by the commanding voice of Edith de Havilland. Josephine, come here this instant." Josephine sighed. "More fussing," she muttered. "But I'd better go. You have to, when it's Aunt Edith." She ran off across the lawn, and I followed at a slower pace, the afternoon sun casting long shadows on the grass. After a brief exchange, Josephine disappeared into the house, leaving me alone on the terrace with Edith de Havilland. This morning the years seemed to weigh heavily upon her. The lines of weariness etched into her face were startling, giving her a defeated, exhausted air. She noticed my concern and attempted a faint smile. "The child appears no worse for wear after her little escapade," she remarked. "We really must keep a closer eye on her going forward, though I suppose. Now, It may not be necessary. She released a weary sigh. I'm relieved it's finished. But what a spectacle. If one is to be arrested for murder, a little dignity wouldn't go amiss. I have no tolerance for people like Brenda who completely fall apart and whimper. No backbone whatsoever. And Lawrence Brown looked like a terrified rabbit caught in a trap. A strange wave of pity washed over me. Poor souls, I murmured. Indeed, poor souls, she echoed. I expect she'll have the cleverness to secure proper representation, the right attorneys and all that. It was curious, I reflected, this universal dislike for Brenda, paired with such a meticulous insistence that she receive every advantage for her defense. Edith continued, her voice low. How long will it all take? The entire process. I admitted I didn't know precisely. They would face charges in police court and then likely be sent for trial. My estimate was 3 or 4 months, with an appeal to follow if convicted. Do you believe they will be convicted? She pressed. I can't say. I don't know the full extent of the police evidence. There are the letters. Love letters? So they were involved? They were in love, I confirmed. Her expression hardened further. This doesn't sit right with me, Charles. I've never liked Brenda. I've spoken harshly of her in the past. But now I feel strongly that she must be given every possible chance. Aristide would have demanded that. I feel it's my responsibility to ensure Brenda receives a fair deal. And Lawrence? Oh, Lawrence, she dismissed him with an impatient shrug. A man must fend for himself, but Aristide would never have forgiven us if... She left the thought hanging, then glanced at her watch. It must be nearly lunchtime. We should go in. I mentioned I was driving up to London. In your car? Yes. I wonder if you'd take me along. I gather our leash has been lengthened now. Of course, but I believe Magda and Sophia are heading up after lunch. You'd be more comfortable with them than in my cramped 2-seater. I don't wish to go with them. Take me with you, and please don't make a fuss about it. Surprised, I acquiesced. The drive to the city was mostly silent. When I asked where she'd like to be dropped, she replied, Harley Street. A faint apprehension stirred within me, but I held my tongue. She then reconsidered. No, it's too early. Drop me at Debenhams instead. I can have a bit of lunch there before my appointment. I hope, I began, then stopped. That's precisely why I didn't want to travel with Magda, she said, cutting off my unspoken worry. She turns everything into a drama, so much unnecessary fuss. I'm truly sorry, I offered. You needn't be. I've had a good life, a very good life indeed. Suddenly, she flashed a sharp, almost defiant grin. And it's far from over yet. 23. It had been several days since I'd seen my father. I found him occupied with matters unrelated to the Leonides case, so I sought out Taverner. He was enjoying a rare moment of leisure and agreed to join me for a drink. I offered my congratulations on wrapping up the investigation, which he accepted, though his manner lacked any real triumph. Well, that's that, he said flatly. We've built a case. Nobody can argue we haven't built a case. Do you think it will secure a conviction? Impossible to predict. The evidence is circumstantial. It nearly always is in murder cases, has to be. A lot will hinge on the impression they make on the jury. How incriminating are the letters? At first glance, Charles, they look pretty damning. There are clear references to their future life together once her husband is out of the picture. It won't be long now, they'd said. Of course, the defense will spin that differently. Arguing the husband was so elderly, his death was naturally expected. There's no direct accusation of poisoning in writing, but certain passages certainly hint at it. It all depends on the judge. If we get old Carberry, he'll come down hard on them. He's notoriously strict about affairs. The defense will likely have Eagles or Humphrey Kerr. Humphrey is brilliant in these trials, though he prefers a gallant military record to bolster his case. A conscientious objector will really cramp his style. The real question is whether the jury will take a liking to them, and with juries you never can tell. Honestly, Charles, neither of them comes across as sympathetic. She's an attractive woman who married a much older man for his money, and Brown is a neurotic pacifist. The whole scenario is so classic, so textbook, that it's hard to believe they're innocent. The jury might decide he acted alone without her knowledge, or that she did it without his, or that they were in it together. And what's your own opinion? I pressed. He met my gaze with an unreadable blank expression. I don't have one. I presented the facts to the Director of Public Prosecutions, and they determined there was a case. My job is done. That's all you need to know, Charles. But I didn't know. I sensed Taverner was troubled for some reason. 3 days later, I finally opened up to my father. He hadn't brought up the case himself. A certain restraint had lingered between us, and I believed I understood why. I had to break through that barrier. "We need to talk this through," I insisted. "Taverner isn't convinced they're guilty, and neither are you." My father simply shook his head, echoing Taverner's words. "It's out of our hands. There is a case to answer. That's undeniable." "But you don't. Taverner doesn't truly believe they did it. That's for a jury to decide." "For heaven's sake," I said, "don't give me the official line. What do you both think personally?" "My personal opinion holds no more weight than yours, Charles." "Yes, it does. You have more experience." "Then I'll be honest. I simply don't know." "They could be guilty?" "Absolutely." "But you aren't certain?" My father shrugged. "How can anyone ever be certain?" "Don't evade the question, Dad. You've been certain before, haven't you? Completely sure, with no doubts at all." "Sometimes, yes. Not always. I wish to God you were sure this time." "So do I." We fell silent. My mind returned to those two figures emerging from the garden at dusk. Lonely, haunted, fearful. They had been afraid from the very beginning. Didn't that suggest a guilty conscience? Yet I counted my own thought. Not necessarily. Both Brenda and Lawrence were afraid of life itself. They lacked any confidence in their ability to navigate danger or avoid ruin. All too clearly they could see the familiar pattern of an illicit affair spiraling into murder, a shadow that might engulf them at any moment. My father spoke then, his voice solemn and gentle. "Come now, Charles," he said. "Let's be honest. You still have it in your mind, don't you, that someone in the Leonides family is actually responsible?" "Not exactly. I just wonder. You do think so. You might be wrong, but the suspicion is there." "All right, yes," I admitted. "Why?" "Because—" I paused, gathering my thoughts, trying to sharpen my focus. "Because they think so themselves." "They think so themselves? That's fascinating, truly fascinating." "Do you mean they all suspect each other, or that they actually know who did it?" "I'm not sure," I confessed. "It's all vague and tangled. I believe, generally speaking, they attempt to hide that awareness from themselves." My father gave a slow nod. "Roger is different," I continued. "Roger genuinely believes it was Brenda, and he genuinely wants her to face the consequences. It's almost a comfort to be around Roger because he's straightforward and certain, without any of those hidden doubts. But the others are full of apologies. They're uncomfortable. They keep urging me to make sure Brenda gets the strongest possible defense, that she has every advantage." "Why?" My father responded. "Because deep down in their hearts they don't truly believe she's guilty." "Yes, that makes sense." Then he asked softly, "So who could have done it?" "You've spoken with all of them? Who's the most likely?" "I don't know," I admitted, "and it's driving me mad. None of them fits your profile of a murderer, and yet I truly feel that one of them is guilty." "Sophia?" he suggested. "No, absolutely not. The possibility is in your mind, Charles." "Yes, it is. Don't deny it. It's even more powerful because you refuse to acknowledge it. What about the others? Philip, only with the most far-fetched motive imaginable. Motives can be far-fetched, or they can be absurdly trivial. What's his? He's been bitterly jealous of Roger his entire life. Their father's clear preference for Roger turned Philip inward. Roger was on the verge of ruin, and then the old man found out. He promised to set Roger back on his feet. Suppose Philip learned that. If the old man died that night, there would be no rescue for Roger. Roger would be finished. I know it sounds ridiculous. Not at all. It's abnormal, but it happens. It's human nature. What about Magda? She's rather immature. She tends to blow things out of proportion. I wouldn't have given her a second thought if she hadn't suddenly been so insistent about sending Josephine off to Switzerland. I couldn't shake the feeling she was afraid of something Josephine knew or might say. And then Josephine was struck on the head. Well, that couldn't have been her mother. Why not? But Dad, a mother wouldn't. Charles, don't you ever read the crime reports? Time and again, a mother develops a dislike for just one of her children. She may be devoted to the others. There's some reason, some association, but it's often difficult to uncover. When it exists, it's an irrational aversion, and it's incredibly strong. She did call Josephine a changeling, I conceded reluctantly. Did the child seem upset? I don't think so. Who else is there? Roger? Roger didn't kill his father. I'm completely certain of that. Then cross Roger off the list. His wife, Clemency. Yes, I said. If she poisoned old Leonides, it was for a very peculiar reason. I recounted my conversations with Clemency. I thought it possible that in her desperate desire to get Roger away from England, she might have deliberately ended the old man's life. She'd convinced Roger to leave without telling his father. Then the old man discovered the plan. He was going to support Associated Catering. All of Clemency's hopes and plans were shattered. And she cares for Roger desperately, beyond all reason. You're echoing what Edith de Havilland said. Yes, and Edith is another one who I think might have done it, but I don't know why. I can only believe that for what she considered a good and sufficient reason, she might take the law into her own hands. She's that type of person, and she was also very anxious that Brenda should have a proper defense. Yes, I suppose that could be a guilty conscience. I don't believe for a second that if she did it, she intended for them to be accused of the crime. Probably not. But would she have knocked out the child, Josephine? No, I said slowly. I can't believe that. Which reminds me there's something Josephine said to me that keeps bothering me, and I can't recall what it was. It slipped my mind, but it's something that doesn't fit where it should. If only I could remember. Don't force it. It'll come back. Anything or anyone else on your mind? Yes, I said. Very much so. How much do you understand about the psychological impact of childhood illness? I'm referring specifically to the lasting marks it can leave on a person's character. Are you thinking of Eustace? Exactly. The longer I consider it, the more convinced I become that Eustace fits the profile. His deep-seated bitterness toward his grandfather, his odd behavior, those unpredictable moods, he isn't what you'd call well-adjusted. He's the only member of the family I can picture striking Josephine without a second thought if she had discovered something damaging about him. And let's be honest, she probably had. That girl knows every secret in this house. She records them all in a little notebook. I broke off, a sudden realization dawning on me. My God, I muttered, I've been an absolute idiot. What is it? I finally see what we missed. Taverner and we jumped to the conclusion that the ransacking of Josephine's room, that frantic search, was for the love letters. I assumed she'd taken them and hidden them up in the cistern room. But when she spoke to me recently, she made it perfectly clear that it was Lawrence who had stashed them there. She saw him leaving the room, went snooping, and found them. Naturally, she read them. She would, but she left them right where they were. Go on. Don't you understand? The intruder couldn't have been looking for the letters in her room. It had to be something else entirely. And that something was the little black book where she writes all her detective notes. That's what someone was desperately trying to find, and I have a strong suspicion they didn't find it. I believe Josephine still has it. But if that's true, I started to get up. If that's true, my father finished for me, his tone grim. Then she's still in grave danger. Is that what you were about to say? Yes, she won't be safe until she's physically on that train to Switzerland. They're arranging to send her there, you know. Does she want to go? I thought about it. I honestly don't think she does. Then she's most likely still here, my father said dryly, but I believe you're correct about the threat. You should go down there immediately. Eustace? I asked, feeling desperate. Or Clemency? My father's voice was gentle but firm. The facts, in my opinion, point unmistakably in one direction. I'm surprised you haven't seen it for yourself. Just then, Glover opened the door. Excuse me, Mr. Charles, you have a telephone call. It's Miss Leonides calling from Swinley Dean. She says it's urgent. A sense of horrible déjà vu washed over me. Had Josephine been targeted again? And had the murderer this time succeeded? I rushed to the phone. Sophia, it's Charles. Sophia's voice came through, hard and desperate. Charles, it's not over. The killer is still here. What in the world do you mean? What's happened? Is it Josephine? It's not Josephine, it's Nanny. Nanny? Yes. There was some cocoa. Josephine's cocoa. She didn't drink it, she left it on the table. Nanny thought it a shame to let it go to waste, so she drank it. Oh, no. Is she very ill? Sophia's voice broke. Oh, Charles, she's dead. We were plunged back into the nightmare. That was all I could think as Taverner, and I sped out of London. It felt like a wretched replay of our previous drive. Taverner muttered curses under his breath at regular intervals. As for me, I found myself repeating, pointlessly and stupidly. So it wasn't Brenda and Lawrence. It wasn't them, after all. Had I ever truly believed it was? I had been so relieved to pin it on them, so eager to avoid facing other, far more sinister possibilities lurking within the family. They had fallen into a sentimental, dramatic romance. They had written those foolish, overly emotional letters to each other. They had indulged in vague daydreams about her elderly husband passing away peacefully in his sleep, though I seriously doubted either of them had actively wished for his death. If I'm being brutally honest, I suspect the agonies and poetic yearnings of a forbidden love affair suited them both better than the dull reality of actually living together. Brenda never struck me as a woman of real passion. She was too listless, too bloodless. What she craved was the drama of romance itself, and Lawrence seemed the type to savor the exquisite pain of longing and hazy future fantasies more than any tangible, earthly satisfaction. They got themselves caught, panicked, and proved too foolish to find a way out. Lawrence, with breathtaking stupidity, hadn't even bothered to destroy Brenda's letters. We pulled up to the house. Taverner stepped out, and I was right behind him. An unfamiliar detective in plain clothes stood in the hall. He gave Taverner a quick salute, and the two men moved aside to talk. My eyes went to a stack of suitcases by the door, all tagged and ready to go. Just then, Clemency came down the stairs and through the open doorway at the bottom. She wore the same red dress, now with a tweed coat over it and a matching red felt hat. "You've arrived just in time to see us off, Charles," she said. "You're leaving?" "We're taking the train to London tonight. Our flight leaves first thing tomorrow morning." She was calm and smiling, but her eyes held a watchful, guarded look. "But you can't possibly go now," I said. "Why ever not?" Her voice turned sharp. "Because of this accident? Nanny's death has nothing to do with Roger and me." "Perhaps not." "Even so. Why say perhaps not? It doesn't involve us. Roger and I were upstairs the whole time, finishing the packing. We never came down while that cocoa was sitting on the hall table. Can you prove that? I can vouch for Roger, and he can vouch for me. That's hardly independent confirmation. You are husband and wife, remember." Her temper flared. "You're being ridiculous, Charles. We're leaving to start our own life, far from here. Why in the world would we want to poison a harmless, elderly woman who never did us any wrong? She might not have been the intended victim. Then we're even less likely to have tried to poison a child. That rather depends on the child, doesn't it?" "What do you mean by that?" "Josephine isn't an ordinary little girl. She observes a great deal about people. I stopped short. Josephine had just appeared from the drawing-room door, munching on her usual apple. Over its rosy curve, her eyes shone with a kind of morbid delight. "Nanny was poisoned," she announced cheerfully. "Just like grandfather. It's terribly exciting, isn't it?" "Aren't you the least bit upset?" I asked sternly. "You were fond of her, weren't you?" "Not really. She was always scolding me about something. She fussed terribly." Clemency looked at her. "Are you fond of anybody, Josephine?" Josephine turned those eerie, unblinking eyes toward Clemency. "I love Aunt Edith," she stated. "I love Aunt Edith very much, and I could love Eustace, but he's usually horrid to me and won't help figure out who's been doing all this." "You should stop trying to figure things out, Josephine," I told her. "It isn't safe." "I don't need to figure out anything more," Josephine replied flatly. "I already know." A heavy silence fell. Josephine's solemn, fixed stare remained on Clemency. Then I heard a sound, a long, slow sigh. I turned sharply. Edith de Havilland was standing halfway down the staircase, but the sigh hadn't come from her. It had come from behind the door Josephine had just used. I strode over and pulled it open. No one was there. Still, I felt a deep unease. Someone had been standing just inside, listening to every word Josephine said. I went back and took Josephine firmly by the arm. She kept chewing her apple, staring stolidly at Clemency. Behind that solemn look, I sensed a glint of spiteful satisfaction. "Come along, Josephine," I said. "You and I are going to have a little chat." She might have argued, but I wasn't in the mood for delays. I marched her briskly to a small, unused morning room where we wouldn't be disturbed. I closed the door firmly, sat her in a chair, and pulled another chair close so I faced her directly. "All right, Josephine," I began. "Time for a showdown. What exactly is it that you know?" "Lots of things." "I don't doubt that for a moment. That brain of yours must be packed with all sorts of facts, useful and otherwise. But you understand exactly what I'm talking about, don't you? Obviously, I'm not an idiot." I couldn't tell if the insult was aimed at me or the authorities, but I ignored it and pressed on. You know who tampered with your drink? Josephine gave a firm nod. And you know who poisoned your grandfather? Another nod. And who struck you on the head? Yet another nod. Then you need to share what you know. You're going to tell me everything right now. No, I won't. You must. Every single piece of information you have, or discover, needs to be given to the police. I'm not telling the police anything. They're clueless. They suspected Brenda or Lawrence. I wasn't that foolish. I knew perfectly well they weren't responsible. I've had a suspicion about who it was for a while, and then I set up a little experiment. And now I'm certain I'm right. She finished with a smug tone. I took a deep breath, pleading for patience, and tried again. Listen, Josephine, I'm sure you're very bright. Josephine looked pleased. But being clever won't do you much good if you're not around to enjoy it. Don't you see, you silly child, that by clinging to these secrets you're putting yourself in serious danger? Josephine nodded almost approvingly. Naturally I am. You've already had 2 very close calls. One attempt nearly finished you. The other cost an innocent person their life. Can't you see that if you keep parading around the house, loudly announcing, the killer's identity, there will be more attempts and either you'll die or someone else will. In some mystery novels, they knock off character after character, Josephine informed me with relish. You finally figure out the murderer because he or she is practically the only one left alive. This isn't a detective novel. This is Three Gables and Swinley Dean, and you're a foolish little girl who's read too many of them. I'll make you tell me what you know, even if I have to shake it out of you. I could just make something up. You could, but you won't. What are you waiting for, anyway? You don't get it, said Josephine. Maybe I'll never tell you. See, I might actually like the person. She paused to let that idea hang in the air. And if I do decide to tell, she continued, I'll do it the right way. I'll have everyone gathered in a circle and then I'll go through the whole story, all the clues, and then I'll say very suddenly, and it was you. She thrust out a dramatic finger just as Edith de Havilland walked into the room. Throw that apple core in the wastebasket, Josephine, said Edith. Do you have a handkerchief? Your fingers are sticky. I'm taking you for a drive. Her eyes met mine meaningfully as she added, She'll be safer away from here for the next hour or so. Seeing Josephine's rebellious look, Edith offered, We'll go into Longbridge and get an ice cream soda. Josephine's expression brightened. 2 sodas, perhaps, said Edith. Now go put on your hat, coat, and that dark blue scarf. It's chilly today, Charles. You'd better go with her while she gets ready. Don't let her out of your sight. I just have a couple of notes to write. She sat down at the desk and I accompanied Josephine out of the room. Even without Edith's warning, I would have stuck to that child like glue. I was convinced danger was hovering very close by. As I finished helping Josephine with her scarf, Sophia entered. She seemed surprised to see me. Charles, have you taken up childcare? I didn't know you were here. I'm going to Longbridge with Aunt Edith, Josephine announced importantly. We're getting ice creams. Brrr, on a day like this? Ice cream sodas are always good, declared Josephine. When you're cold inside, it makes you feel warmer outside. Sophia frowned. She looked anxious, and I was troubled by her pale complexion and the dark shadows under her eyes. We all headed back to the morning room. Edith was sealing a few envelopes. She stood up with purpose. Let's go now, she announced. I instructed Evans to have the Ford ready. She moved swiftly into the hallway, and we trailed behind. My gaze drifted once more to the luggage with its blue tags. For no clear reason, they stirred a quiet unease within me. It's a pleasant enough day, remarked Edith de Havilland, adjusting her gloves and glancing upward. The Ford was parked before the house. Chilly, but invigorating, a classic English autumn afternoon. There's a stark beauty in the trees with their bare limbs sketched against the clouds, and just a few last golden leaves clinging on. She paused for a moment, then turned and embraced Sophia. Goodbye, my dear, she said softly. Try not to let it consume you. Some trials simply must be met and borne. Then she called, Come along, Josephine, and settled into the car. Josephine scrambled in beside her. They both waved as the vehicle pulled away. I suppose she has a point. It's wiser to keep Josephine at a distance for a bit, I said. But we must get that girl to share whatever she knows, Sophia. She likely knows nothing at all. She's just putting on a show. Josephine adores feeling significant. You understand? This feels deeper than that. Do they know which poison was in the cocoa? They believe it was digitalis. Aunt Edith takes digitalis tablets for her heart. She kept a full bottle in her room. Now it's empty. She should have locked something like that away. She did. I imagine it wouldn't be too hard for someone to discover where she hid the key. Someone who? My eyes returned to the stack of suitcases. I said abruptly, my voice firm. They cannot leave. We mustn't allow it. Sophia looked startled. Roger and Clemency. Charles, you don't truly think. Well, what do you think? Sophia made a helpless gesture with her hands. I don't know, Charles, she murmured. I only feel that I'm back inside it. Back in the nightmare. I understand. Those were the exact words I repeated to myself driving here with Taverner. Because that's what a nightmare is. Moving among people you recognize, looking into their familiar faces. And then, without warning, the faces shift. They're no longer people you know. They become strangers, cold, cruel strangers, she exclaimed. Let's go outside. Charles, come outside. It feels safer out there. I'm afraid to remain in this house. We spent a long while in the garden. By unspoken agreement, we avoided the grim reality pressing down on us. Instead, Sophia spoke fondly of the woman who had died, recalling shared childhood adventures and games with Nanny, the stories the old woman would tell about Roger and their father and the other siblings. You see, they were her true children. She only returned to help us during the war, when Josephine was just a baby and Eustace was a small, peculiar little boy. There was a gentle comfort for Sophia in these recollections, and I encouraged her to continue. I wondered what Taverner was occupied with, questioning the staff, most likely. A car departed, carrying the police photographer and 2 other officials, and soon after an ambulance arrived. Sophia gave a slight shiver. Eventually, the ambulance left, and we understood Nanny's body had been taken for examination. Still, we lingered in the garden, sitting or walking, our conversation becoming more and more a thin veil over our private fears. Finally, with another shiver, Sophia said, It must be very late. It's nearly dark. We have to go in. Aunt Edith and Josephine aren't back yet. Surely they should have returned by now. A vague worry stirred in me. What was happening? Was Edith intentionally keeping the child away from Crooked House? We went inside. Sophia drew all the curtains. A fire was lit, and the large drawing room took on a deceptive, harmonious glow of faded grandeur. Big vases of bronze chrysanthemums adorned the tables. Sophia rang, and a maid I recognized from earlier, her eyes reddened, sniffling quietly, brought in the tea. I also observed her habit of glancing nervously over her shoulder, a quick, frightened motion. Magda came in to join us, though Philip's tea was taken to him in the library. Magda herself was like a statue carved from grief, stiff and silent. She barely spoke, only once murmuring, Where are Edith and Josephine? They've been out an awfully long time, but she said it absently, her mind elsewhere. My own unease, however, was growing. I inquired whether Taverner was still in the house, and Magda thought he was. I went to find him and expressed my concern for Mr. Haviland and the child. He went straight to the telephone and issued swift instructions. I'll inform you as soon as I hear anything, he told me. I thanked him and returned to the drawing room, where Sophia was now sitting with Eustace. Magda had left. He'll let us know if there's news, I said to Sophia. Her voice was low and tense. Something's happened, Charles. I can feel it. It isn't truly late yet, my dear. I tried to reassure her. Eustace, lounging in the doorway, shrugged. Why are you so worried? They've probably just gone to a movie. He slouched out, leaving us alone. I turned back to Sophia. Perhaps Edith took Josephine to a hotel, or even up to London. I believe she understood the danger to the child better than any of us. Perhaps she saw it more clearly than we did. Sophia's expression was dark and unreadable. She kissed me goodbye, she said softly. The remark seemed disconnected, and I wasn't sure what she meant by it or what it was meant to reveal. I asked if Magda was anxious. Mother? No, she's fine. She has no concept of time. Right now, she's absorbed in a new play by Vavassor Jones called The Woman Disposes. It's a dark comedy about murder, a female Bluebeard, really. Frankly, it feels lifted from arsenic and old lace, but it has a splendid part for a woman obsessed with becoming a widow. I said nothing more. We sat there, pretending to read, the silence heavy between us. At 6:30, Taverner opened the door and entered. His expression told us everything before he spoke. Sophia stood immediately. Well, she said. I'm sorry, he began. I have bad news. I put out an alert for the car. A motorist reported seeing a Ford with a similar license plate turning off the main road at Flaxspur Heath into the woods. Not the track to the Flaxspur quarry. Yes, Miss Leonides. He paused. The car was found in the quarry. Both occupants were dead. You may take some small comfort in knowing they were killed instantly. Josephine! The cry came from Magda, who stood frozen in the doorway. Her voice rose into a raw wail. Josephine! My baby! Sophia moved quickly to embrace her, but I held up a hand. Wait. Something had come back to me. The memory of Edith de Havilland writing 2 letters at the desk, then walking out into the hall with them in her hand. Yet, when she got into the car, her hands were empty. I hurried into the hall and went to the long oak chest. There, tucked inconspicuously behind a brass tea urn, I found the letters. The one on top was addressed to Chief Inspector Taverner. He had followed me. I handed it to him, and he tore it open. Standing at his shoulder, I read the brief contents. This will likely be read after my death. I wish to provide no details, but I accept full responsibility for the deaths of my brother-in-law, Aristide Leonides, and Janet Rowe, Nanny. I hereby state unequivocally that Brenda Leonides and Lawrence Brown are innocent of Aristide's murder. Consultation with Dr. Michael Chavasse of 783 Harley Street will confirm that my own life could only have been extended by a few months. I choose this path to spare 2 innocent people the ordeal of being charged with a crime they did not commit. I am of sound mind and fully aware of what I write. Edith Elfrida de Havilland. As I finished, I realized Sophia had read it, too. Whether with Taverner's permission or not, I couldn't say. Aunt Edith? Sophia whispered. I remembered then the image of Edith de Havilland's ruthless foot grinding bindweed into the soil, and I recalled my own early, almost whimsical suspicions of her. How strangely they now echoed in this grim, quiet hall. Sophia voiced the question that was forming in my own mind.
Why Josephine? Why would she take Josephine along?
Why would she do any of this? I pressed, searching for a motive. Yet, even as I asked, the pieces clicked into place. The clarity was sudden and absolute. I realized I was still clutching that second letter, noticing now how much thicker and more rigid it felt than the first. My own name was written on the front. I think I already understood what it contained before I ripped the envelope open. Josephine's small black notebook tumbled out, landing on the floor. As I picked it up, it fell open in my hand, and my eyes went straight to the first page. From what seemed like a great distance, I heard Sophia's voice, steady and controlled. We've been wrong about everything, she stated. Edith didn't do it. No, I agreed, my voice low. Sophia moved closer, her whisper barely audible. It was Josephine, wasn't it? All along it was Josephine. Together we stared at that first entry, scrawled in a child's uneven handwriting. Today I killed grandfather. Looking back, I'm astonished by my own blindness. The truth had been glaringly obvious the entire time. Only Josephine met every single condition. Consider her vanity, her relentless need to feel important, her joy in chattering away, her constant reminders of her own cleverness and the police's stupidity. I had dismissed her simply because she was a child, but children have committed murder before, and this particular crime was perfectly suited to a child's capabilities. Her grandfather had practically handed her the blueprint himself, detailing the exact method. All she needed was the basic caution to avoid fingerprints, and even a passing familiarity with detective stories would teach her that. The rest was just a messy collage, ideas lifted at random from cheap mystery novels. The notebook, her pretend investigations, her feigned suspicions, her insistence on waiting until she was sure, then, of course, the attack on herself. An almost unbelievable stunt, given she could have easily been killed. But in that childish way, the possibility never occurred to her. She was the star of her own story, and the star never dies. There had been a clue, though, the smudges of dirt on the seat of that old chair in the wash-house. Josephine was the only one who would have needed to climb on a chair to balance that heavy block of marble above the door. It had clearly missed her more than once, judging by the dents in the floor, and each time she patiently climbed back up and reset the trap, using her scarf to handle it. Then it finally fell, giving her a thrilling brush with death. It was the perfect dramatic setup, exactly the impression she wanted to create. She was in peril. She knew something. She had been targeted. I saw how she had deliberately drawn my attention to her presence in the cylinder room that day. She had even staged the artistic disarray of her own bedroom before heading out to the wash-house. But after she returned from the hospital to find Brenda and Lawrence arrested, she must have grown restless. The case was supposedly closed, and Josephine, the mastermind, was out of the spotlight. So, she stole the digitalin from Edith's room, slipped it into her own cup of cocoa, and left it untouched on the hall table. Did she know Nanny would drink it? Possibly. From her remarks that morning, she had clearly resented Nanny's criticisms. Did Nanny, perhaps wise from a lifetime of handling children, have her suspicions? I believe Nanny knew, had always sensed, that Josephine wasn't quite right. Her mind was precociously developed, but her moral sense was dangerously stunted. Perhaps, too, the various strands of family heredity, what Sophia had called their ruthlessness, had converged in her. She possessed the authoritarian severity of her grandmother's line, mixed with the utterly self-absorbed egoism of Magda, who could only ever see her own point of view. It was a chilling combination, brewing in the heart of a child who saw life as her own private mystery to orchestrate. She had likely endured a similar pain to Philip, bearing the mark of the family's unattractive outcast, the changeling child. Deep within her bones flowed the same twisted current that ran through old Leonides. As his grandchild, she shared his sharp intellect and cunning, but while his love extended outward to family and friends, hers turned inward, feeding only herself. I realized then what old Leonidas had understood long before anyone else. Josephine could become a danger to those around her, and even to herself. He kept her from school, fearing what she might do, shielding her within the home. Now I grasped the urgency behind his plea to Sophia to watch over her. Had Magda's abrupt choice to send Josephine abroad also sprung from some unspoken dread? Not a clear fear, perhaps, but a mother's instinctive unease. And Edith de Havilland had she first wondered, then grown afraid, and finally uncovered the truth. I looked again at the letter in my hand. Dear Charles, this is for you in confidence, and for Sophia, if you choose. Someone must know the truth. I discovered what is enclosed in the old dog kennel behind the back door. She kept it there. It confirms what I already suspected. What I am about to do may be right or wrong, I cannot say. But my life is near its end in any case, and I do not wish the child to endure what I believe she would face if held to earthly account for her actions. There is often one in the litter who is not quite right. If I do wrong, may God forgive me. I act out of love. God bless you both. Edith de Havilland. After only a brief pause, I passed the letter to Sophia. Together we reopened Josephine's small black notebook. Today I killed grandfather. We turned the pages. It was a startling document, one that would surely fascinate any psychologist. In its chilling clarity, it laid bare the rage of a thwarted ego. The motive for the crime was recorded with pitiful childishness. Grandfather wouldn't let me do ballet dancing, so I made up my mind I would kill him. Then we would go to London and live, and Mother wouldn't mind me doing ballet. I will share only a handful of entries, each one telling. I don't want to go to Switzerland. I won't go. If Mother makes me, I will kill her too, only I can't get any poison. Maybe I could make it with yew berries. They are poisonous, the book says so. Eustace made me very cross today. He says I'm only a girl and no use, and that it's silly my detecting. He wouldn't think me silly if he knew it was me did the murder. I like Charles, but he is rather stupid. I haven't decided yet who I shall have done the crime. Maybe Brenda and Lawrence. Brenda is nasty to me. She says I'm not all there, but I like Lawrence. He told me about Charlotte Corday. She killed someone in his bath. She was not very clever about it. The final entry was especially revealing. I hate Nanny. I hate her. I hate her. She says I'm only a little girl. She says I show off. She's making Mother send me abroad. I'm going to kill her too. I think Aunt Edith's medicine would do it. If there is another murder, then the police will come back and it will all be exciting again. Nanny's dead. I'm glad. I haven't decided yet where I'll hide the bottle with the little pill things. Maybe in Aunt Clemency's room, or else Eustace's. When I am dead as an old woman, I shall leave this behind me addressed to the chief of police, and they will see what a really great criminal I was. I closed the book. Sophia's tears fell freely. Oh, Charles, it's so awful. She's a little monster, and yet it's terribly sad too. I felt the same. I had grown fond of Josephine, that fondness hadn't entirely left me. You don't care for someone less because they have tuberculosis or another fatal illness. Josephine was, as Sophia said, a little monster, but a pitiable one all the same. She had always been a little twisted, that child from the crooked house. Sophia turned to me, her voice barely a whisper. If she had lived, Charles, what then? I expect she would have been sent away to a special institution, I replied. Perhaps released one day, or maybe deemed unfit for society. It's hard to say. A shiver passed through her. It's a mercy, then, the way things ended. But Aunt Edith, I can't bear the thought of her carrying this guilt. She made that choice willingly, I assured her, and I doubt the truth will ever come to light publicly. When Brenda and Lawrence face the court, the charges will likely be dropped for lack of evidence. They'll walk free. I took both her hands in mine, my tone shifting entirely. Now, Sophia, you will marry me. I've received my posting. We're going to Persia. Together, you can leave this crooked house and all its shadows behind. Let your mother produce her plays, and your father fill his library. Eustace has his university path ahead. Your family will be fine. Think of us. Think of our future. Sophia met my gaze, her eyes searching mine with a startling intensity. Aren't you the least bit frightened, Charles, to take me as your wife, given everything? Frightened? Why on earth would I be? I said, drawing her closer. In poor trouble, Josephine, the darkest strains of your family converged, but in you, Sophia, I see only their courage and their strength. Your grandfather knew it. He saw the best in you, and he was rarely wrong about people. So hold your head high, my love. Our life is just beginning. I will, Charles, she said, a new resolve steadying her voice. I love you, I'll marry you, and I will spend my life making you happy. Her glance fell to the small notebook on the table between us. Poor, clever Josephine. Poor Josephine, I echoed softly. Later, in my father's study, he posed the question directly. What's the real story, Charles? I never lied to the old man. It wasn't Edith de Havilland, sir, I told him. It was Josephine. My father gave a slow, understanding nod. Yes, he murmured, a profound sadness in the word. I've suspected as much for a while now. What a wretched, lonely child she was.